Kakahiaka with a double shaka and a big minoaka. This is Surfline at Pipeline, live from the Volcom House, February 26th. Rocky Canon alongside our #1 forecaster, Kevin Wallis. We're live at the Volcom House, Kevin. It is pretty epic today, bro.
Yeah, it's firing once again. I feel like it's been Groundhog's Day for about the last 2 months, and yet again we've just got a pumping swell. I wouldn't quite call it perfect pipeline yet. It's big and gnarly, and there are some perfect waves. But it's kind of slowly settling down. We saw a really big day yesterday. Things are slowly settling down. We got beautiful conditions, offshore easterly trades. Sun's out. We are seeing some great waves, and it's heavy out there. There's a couple big ones.
The sun's out and the pipeline guns are out. And you're right. It was conking super huge yesterday, almost too big, and then it started to taper off in the afternoon and offer, a little bit more rideability. And as it comes into this morning, always I feel like there's a little bit of morning wonky sickness to it, super early. So we pushed our broadcast time back here. Now we're at 11 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time. And it's a beautiful Saturday. And another big, beautiful swell with the correct, beautiful winds that are on it. And, we're just coming into the mid-morning session with a paddler up and riding. And, gosh, it looks like an old school kind of Liam McNamara with the airbrush and the helmet, but yeah. It's like modern day up to speed. Not much happening there, but on our warm-up session or along, the pre-live session, we saw some great rides. We saw some heavy wipeouts. And of course, that's always the looming thrill of this place is that you're flirting with death a lot of times, literally. And even driving on along the main highway here on Kamehameha Highway as we watch the replay of this kind of a roll-in drop, one of those lucky little chip shots that you don't really have to deal with the super steep pipe drop per se, but still a super heavy wave. When it hits that reef, there's nothing that detonates like that almost at any other commonly rode spot in the world. But along the highway, the traffic is piling up along either side with parking, at a, just super packed already. And it feels like there's a contest, but there is no contest. And Pipeline has that allure of just putting on a show no matter what. You see people pulling up with like their beach blankets, their coolers. They're going to park it here for a while and watch this amazing show that Mother Nature puts on.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to park it in front of the Volcom House for a little while today when you've got pumping surf, you've got a beautiful day. Some of the best surfers in the world are out here tackling what's, we're probably in the 8 to 12 foot range Hawaiian. There's still occasional sets popping off on the outer reefs here. You can, as we take a look at the Volcom House here, this beautiful spot, Jerry Lopez's old house. It's pretty special to be here. I'm pretty stoked to be up here on the 3rd floor and watching what is basically the best show in the world here in terms of surf anyway.
Yeah, it is the greatest show on surf, and I feel like in this spot right here, it is like getting a chance to be in one of your more popular legendary sports stadiums. If you think about places like I don't know, the Astrodome or the Staples Center or
like old Yankee Stadium or
Madison
Wrigley
Square
Field.
Garden, Wrigley Field. Like this is like we've got a box, in one of those stadiums right now, overlooking, like we said, the greatest show on surf, with macking waves. A lot of diehard, hardcore surfers and bodyboarders that are out there right now, putting their lives on the line for the pure passion and stoke of hopefully getting one of these kinds of waves with a barrel on it and coming out to, a bright blue sky and a super amazingly charged adrenaline rush.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously still a lot of power to this surf. There's always power at Pipeline, but we still have, this was a really long period, meaning it's got a lot of extra energy, and it is, I went for a quick swim before we came online here, and immediately lost a fin basically, and
just to feel the pull and the power of the ocean. Huh?
Just to be good. Yeah, it's good to get in the water, be in the big blue, and it's so nice to be in Hawaii again. It's been some time, so it feels good to be in this type of power and this type of environment.
Yeah, you spend a lot of your time, analyzing computer
all my time
models
in front of a computer, unfortunately,
and looking at these weather maps. We'll watch this next set come in here and see who ends up with it. And man, the last two waves, guys have been on the ledge looking over and pulling back, and I just cannot continue to emphasize how daunting it is to be in that position, looking over the ledge on one of these waves. Not only seeing, you can't see the middle of the wave, which is crazy, but then you look beyond that and you see all these cracks in the reef and just that gnarly
boils and
potential that's down there. Here's
we go.
Kala Grace, it looks like. I saw his truck out there. Can't mistake the airbrush. That Derek Ho airbrush that was scoring a perfect 12 during the Hui Backdoor shootout.
I was going to say he was the 12 man. About a month ago. That was a solid wave, but that was about a 6, I think, on that 12-point scale.
Right. Definitely one of those waves today you'd be happy with, and you can tell he's pretty stoked paddling back out and came into it nice and clean and drew his line perfectly there and came out super stylish. Little bunny hop air kick out is always fun to watch. But you look at a lot of models around the world, and obviously this October to March season, you're watching the North Pacific very closely, and we've had, we just wrapped up our surf season. I was a part of every event that went on from the Hawaii Challenger back in November, and then we had 3 events pretty much right in a row at Pipeline with the Pipe Pro, the shootout, and then for the Billabong event here. And then now just wrapping up the Healey at sunset. We had pretty much epic swell for every event, at least 2 or more of the days. Yeah. I can remember maybe 1 or a couple days it might have been marginal at Haleiwa and a couple, smaller split peak sandbar days for that Pipe Pro in the beginning, but it finished with an amazing finale. Any insight you could give us to the number of great swells we've had?
Yeah, well, I'll say it's been, especially if we're talking specifically about Pipeline, it's as probably as good a season as anyone can remember.
I've been saying that quite a bit this last few weeks.
Yeah, from the guys I've talked to, we got a couple of riders up here for that roll in here.
Oh man, this is a beautiful roll in, a setup to our barrel, and that is just such an amazing feeling. Looks like Shaun Lopez almost.
I'm going to take your word for that one. I'm not sure.
He'd be on that kind of wave. He's if that wasn't, our apologies to whoever that is, but trying to look at our screen and get a good look at him paddling back out. But nephew of Jerry Lopez. I believe Shaun's dad is Victor. I spent a lot of hours with Shaun out here over the years, but that kind of Lopez looking board with that style, if it isn't, man, he's got an imposter out there for sure.
Yeah, it is a great style.
But good positioning on that roll in. You can tell whoever that surfer was knew that spot to a T. And this type of swell provides a lot of those kind of outer reef roll ins, hits that inside section. We've seen so many amazing clips over the years by guys like Takayuki Wakita. We mentioned Liam earlier, and Kalani Chapman we saw getting ready to go out. He loves those kinds of waves too. He'll jump on a almost a Waimea gun and chance it on some of those huge ones. But
And it's cool to see, days like today and then last night too, as things slowly kind of started to come back in control, especially at that swell peak, how spread out the lineup gets too. It's like almost like Pipeline Point. You get these super long roll-ins where, Healey got a great one yesterday. We got a rider up here. Got to make it. Not quite.
Almost. It looked like the spit might have knocked him off, but that was as good a positioning as you could have on a wave like that on that first reef right there. And I'm, for better or worse, I'm a recovering pipeline-aholic myself.
It's 12-step program?
Yeah, it was a lot of steps. But yeah, it's a kind of place that, as we see this rider here.
The Volcom team rider.
Yeah, it could be, it might have been Maikai Burdine. Definitely from that angle right there has some Bruno qualities. He's been out here for decades now. Hard to believe that we're all getting to be at that part of the age group. I remember Maikai coming over from the Big Island for an event at Pyramid Rock in Kailua. And I had just got my driver's license, age 15. Riddler, who set us up here. Mahalo to the Volcom team, by the way. The Volcom hospitality has been unbelievable, allowing us to set up and get all these wires fixed in here yesterday, and then, of course, going live today. And mahalo to Dave Riddle, Dave Wassel, all the Volcom crew. And Riddler was setting me up, to drive all these groms over to Pyramid Rock from the North Shore. And it was like, they gave us the cell phone, which was like a huge, big brick block, and to make sure, call when we get there, because at age 15, 6 in the morning, it was Maikai Burdine, Tom Doslin, Raymond Reichley, just a whole host of like Venn Groms, and me driving them all in a minivan, and no adults. So making sure we got there from North Shore to Pyramid Rock is like the farthest you can drive on Oahu. So it was a crazy fun Oahu surf road trip when we were, that age. And Maikai, I believe, was like 12 years old. That's when we first met. And we've also spent many hours here studying and trying to scrap for what we could get here at Pipeline. And it's the kind of place that can, it's proven to be able to sustain, a suitable surf career for, some of us. Yeah. Some of the guys that started doing that early on, like Tamayo Perry, Braden Diaz, really, getting notoriety and specific sponsorship and contract things for surfing this break.
How long did it take you to break into the lineup back then?
It's different for everybody, I will say. I believe connections and networking and heritage and family, all of that does matter.
Makes sense, like it does anywhere else.
So being a North Shore, born and raised Hawaiian kid, as long as I was willing to put myself in position to go, it was understood that I could work my way up maybe a little quicker than somebody who just flew over from Australia or Florida or what have you, trying to break into the lineup. It is a little bit different, but we did put in a lot of hours in that channel, watching from the side, as preteens. And you can see Kaimana Point right there in the distance, the beautiful iconic fixture of a landmark. And then all of our surfers are kind of starting to migrate towards the channel and out, because there are some large waves just off the right-hand side of your screen.
Set capping out at third reef here. See you in just a second.
And all right, we got our uniform hats now.
Right.
This is awesome. But I would say, it takes a good full season to, establish what you really want to do out here. And of course, the pecking order and the crowd that's out there and kind of, need not so many words, showing them what you want to do.
Sure.
And so when you're in the spot for one of these big ones that are coming in and you're paddling for it and somebody like Kainoa McGee or, Derek Ho or somebody says, go.
Better go.
You better go. And
Speaking of
no matter what. And here we go. Inside section, setting up for a hollow, driving barrel down the line. Needs lots of speed. That one just funnels right through the coconut leaves. But so we, look at the weather maps and all these storms that bring us surf on the North Shore, have different origins or starting points, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And that translates to what kind of numerical degree that it's going to funnel in on. What would a swell like this be showing as far as degree of direction?
So this one has been very west.
Okay.
It's basically even yesterday was even a little more west northwest at around anywhere from about 295 to 315 degrees. And
Okay.
so we've got a rider up and dropping in, rolling in.
That's the man we just mentioned, Takayuki Wakita.
Out of his bowl.
Oh my gosh! And Wakita waits a long time for waves like that, and the kamikaze pipeline samurai warrior that he is. And it's very honorable, and what more can you say about a guy who comes from a foreign place, obviously has put in so much time here and dedication as we watch his replay, but to have a little zone that now everyone is basically naming after you. I mean, I can't think of something that is more respectful and, deserving than for a guy like Wakita, who lets his surfing do all of the talking.
Well, he been around for, for as long as I can remember, reading the Surfer Mag as a kid, 30 years, probably more. I don't even know.
The first time we got to encounter Wakita is down at Haleiwa. There is an event every December. It goes by the name of the Haleiwa International Open, but it used to be called there was a Japanese gentleman by the name of Mabo who used to sponsor with the Haleiwa community. It was but he would sponsor it so that we would allow a Japanese-only division, a Japan men's division. Basically, it was open to professional or amateur Japan men, and those surfers could also enter the regular local divisions that we had, like our boys division, juniors division. We had women's and longboard and shortboard, but basically a community camaraderie type event. This was from the 70s. And I think, we're now up to something of 40 something annual. So it's been going on for a long time. But Wakita first showed up right around the early 90s as a, 21-year-old Japanese surfer, and we still have some of those interviews, in the archives of him talking and just, with the super thick accent. Here we go, dropping in on the backhand. Stall with a little cover there. That'll be a barrel that he'll talk about with his friends later over a couple beverages, I'm sure. But Wakita was competing in that event in Haleiwa, and we now really know him as this amazing pipe charger that's got a little spot named after him out there, a little crease in the wave and the reef that we call Wakita Peak, or the Wakita Bowl. But he's an amazing shortboard small wave surfer with amazing talent in that regard, as we watch Mikey, I believe, again, who's just a warrior that does it on a daily basis here and still going. And he's got 5 kids, bro. I don't know how that happens. And Kala with us. Oh my gosh. That's.
And a backdoor wave on the other side there, too. First one I've seen in the last 36 hours.
Yeah. Kala really took one right there. His board is still in one piece, surprisingly. And Mikey Bruno's right there, too. He saw it. I saw Mikey do a little tap on the head towards Kala to make sure he's okay. But on screen, you're seeing everybody funnel to the right side of the break to get out of the way of this initial forerunner and possibly indications of something to come on the outside. But right now, we've got a little movement for this inside wave. One of our bodyboarder friends. I'll keep it very cordial. And I'll stop there. But that was Mikey Bruno. He's back on the beach now, checking his board as we watch almost look like Shaden Picaro dropping in, but quick glimpse of that surfer that was on that wave.
Was Mikey was he a North Shore lifeguard as well for a while?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still active duty, but I know he spent a lot of time in the lifeguard tower, and just getting an eye on that Volcom team rider that's paddling back out. But here's a nice drone shot of that backhand surfer. The last of Mikey Bruno just squeaked into that barrel, and he came in checking his board.
You know, obviously the North Shore lifeguards have been pretty busy this year. You know, hundreds of surfers and beachgoers safe, and so one of the things that we wanted to do at Surfline is to celebrate these men and women. Surfline is going to donate $10 of any new yearly subscription directly to the North Shore Lifeguard Association.
Oh, man.
Also going to knock 30% off the annual membership price. So it's a great way to subscribe and get access to, you know, our 800 plus surf cameras, our forecasts, but also to give back to the North Shore Lifesaving Association, which is really cool.
And well, that's great. So any of you out there that are just tuning in and are not premium members, this is a great time to do so. I joined. I'm such a hard guy to pull the trigger on some of these types of things, and so I did finally sign up a little over a year ago. And the 800 cameras you spoke of, Kevin, I focus a lot of my attention over at Turtle Bay, as many of you know. We watch a forehand rider drop in, but just get squeezed out of that one. More sets out the back. My company, North Shore Ocean Guides, has a surfing service and canoe touring service at Turtle Bay. So I do spend a lot of time watching those cameras. I got a couple of buoys anchored in at Kuilima Cove to make sure those swimmers stay safe, so I can keep an eye on my buoys right there with that camera from my home office, and check the waves on the point side to see if we're going to do anything there. And so super helpful to know all of these things before you go out, and it's great to have that uninterrupted, constant stream of the premium membership. Very worth it.
Yeah, it's you know, for a guy like me, obviously, as much as I love Hawaii and have been very fortunate to spend a lot of time over here, I am from Southern California. So especially when I'm missing the North Shore, missing Hawaii, that's what I can check out the cams. You know, obviously all the North Shore cams are amazing, but I will say our Waikiki overview cam might be one of my favorites.
Okay.
Just the most idyllic looking camera you can ever see, even if there's no surf. It's just beautiful water, and you can see Diamond Head, and you can understand why it's, you know, the birthplace of surfing. Basically.
Yeah, you put that view on, and you can, like, you know, stream it and blow it up to your TV in your living room, and then
feel calm.
Click on some Hawaiian music, you know, on Pandora or something like that, and there you have it, bro. You just feel like you're immersed in paradise for a little while.
It's amazing. But it's been cool to see the network grow, obviously, and all the different spots. You know, a bunch of new spots in Australia, a bunch of new spots in New Zealand, and just, you know, there's kind of waves. There's always a wave going off somewhere around the world, and it's fun to be able to log in and watch. And speaking of going off, here we
go. Oh man, and that one was just off to your left-hand side on the screen. You see that current funneling in there, and probably going to create some beautiful sandbar days as this swell dissipates. Now, we've got this swell that filled in. You know, a lot of folks were, you know, whispering and chirping about potential eddy action on Friday, but something about the swell didn't come together as correctly or as optimally as it could. So what was the reason for no eddy on Friday?
The storm was just too far away.
Okay.
And so, you know, for Waimea is I'm not sure if unique is the right word, but I'll say somewhat different than a lot of the other spots, you know, especially like the outer reefs, or especially a spot like Jaws, where, you know, those spots really like long period swells, and they can take a relatively modest long period swell that's offshore, you know, a 10-foot at 20-second swell, and turn it into 50-foot waves like in Jaws. Whereas Waimea needs just a really big deep water swell, meaning, you know, 15 feet of swell or greater, because when you have really long period swells like we had yesterday, a lot of that energy gets pulled away to some of the neighboring offshore reefs, whether it's alligators or outer log cabins. And so Waimea will be left in somewhat of a swell void. So it's, you know, it can be, you know, Pipeline and Sunset were arguably as big as Waimea was yesterday, you know, with the outer reefs. So it's you really want to see, as we watch someone up and riding here on a beautiful wave.
Yeah, nice that's great technique.
I love that little kick stall.
Yeah, and all the no grab. Yeah. Noticing a lot of the smaller rent-a-cars that are out and about with tons of boards on top. You know, gives me an indicator that there is, you know, some visitor contingency that's hanging out with us that are capable of these kinds of waves, whether they be from Brazil, Peru, Australia, those different types of foreign surfers that have dreamt about grabbing one of these barrels and taking that memory home.
Wave of a lifetime.
You know what also is cool about Surfline and what you guys have been able to do recently, or maybe for a while now, is the ability to log in and then play back a wave that you might have caught, you know, say at like 125, or this guy right here, he caught his wave at 11:26.
Yeah, gotta go
2 minutes ago.
Go in and get that rewind right now.
So he can go in and grab that, you know, rewind and show his friends and family, check this wave I got out at Pipe.
Yeah, gosh, our rewind feature we've had for a few years now. So if you can remember the time, you can go in and download that clip. The other really cool thing too is we've got what's called Surfline sessions now, and so if you've got an Apple Watch and you have the app, you can essentially, you know, hit start on your Apple Watch when you go out and start your session. It'll track the waves that you actually ride, and you can download them to your phone basically by the time you're changed in the parking lot afterwards.
Wow.
Pretty cool. Really neat feature.
Technology and surfing have just really come together to give you the ultimate experience. You know, I know a lot of times growing up, especially, you know, being an avid competitor, guys like Dave Riddle or other moms or dads or uncles would lug the VHS
giant video cameras
down to the beach on their shoulder.
With like the one with a backpack on the
totally, and like extra battery and all that, and you know, document our sessions so we could learn, and there's nothing like teaching you how to get better at surfing than watching yourself surf and seeing what is actually going on, because you came in like, bruh, I just hit the lip so vertical and so fast,
So come back a little check turn.
And you come in, you're like, whoa, wait, was that the wave? Are you
no,
sure?
that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
That was the wrong one. It must be a different one. Yeah, it's like a little like check flick, and in slow motion, you're like, oh my gosh.
There we go, up and riding.
Reality check. Here we go. Oh, in a beautiful bomb.
Now.
Trying to see, that was the Volcom team rider from earlier, and maybe Taichi Wakita, it could be. I'm going to get Maikai Burdine up here in a little while. He is a frothing Volcom Grom that is in his teenage prime, out here every day, knows exactly what sponsors, what wetsuit, what kind of equipment each guy rides, and will be able to fill us in really nicely if he's not already out there trying to get one of these waves or more than one. But you see the lineup, on a day like today, I feel like it's, this is a mellower lineup because the tour and the entourages and all of the circus has already passed through as we're into late February. And, by the way, that schedule that we have, the newer schedule, we talked about earlier off air as we watch this set come through and see who's in position. Whoa, man, that is a gutsy drop right there. That is just so big. And nothing you can do except hope that you don't hit the reef. But with the amount of swells that we've had for the events, and save for a couple of days at Haleiwa and a couple of days here during the HIC Pipe Pro, everything else has been, almost prime time. And there were many days, announcing to the beach and to different folks online that, if you come next year, we've set the bar pretty high for this year. The expectations, as we look at a beautiful ride there, that was really well done, and something that gentleman will feel very good about. Would be cool if that's Taichi Wakita, because we've seen father and son now, which would be awesome. And there's that huge late drop we just saw that did not allow him to set the rail. And even if he was able to get in that barrel, I'm not sure there was any way to come out. But having all these waves for these events this year, starting later in the season, previously we'd start like late October, which is always, in my opinion, kind of a gamble, swell-wise. And then we've wrapped it around and we've come into February later than we ever have before, which I think could be overall a good move for the season of surf.
Yeah, I mean, and gosh, as we look at this drone shot, it amazes me, and it's such a cool thing to see this and kind of help you better understand the mechanics of this wave and how it wraps in, and how you especially on this more westerly direction.
Yeah, look at all those lines. Like just heading. It's like the perfect nodes of what you would see in a science class.
Exact. It's been just the drones over the last 5 to maybe 10 years, if that. It's just such a neat thing to see, and whether it's here at Pipeline, whether some of the crazy footage that we saw at Nazare the other day, and in theory you kind of know why these waves work, but it's really neat to see it actually in practice when you get that kind of that bird's eye view, as we see a drainer on the first reef here.
Yeah, that one had such a beautiful westerly direction, and got the GoPro in the mouth. Speaking of different camera angles that we can grab of Pipeline. City and County lifeguards right there. I want another shout out, mahalo to the North Shore Lifeguard Association and all of our North Shore ocean lifeguards that do the daily duties of beach and ocean safety 7 days a week here. We thank you guys and girls very, very much. I mean, that's part of, the confidence booster, too, of surfing a place like Pipe. When you see that waiting for you in the channel, you're
guardian angel.
Ready to take some risks like this guy just did. And it'll be cool to see that footage.
Yeah, but going back to just what we've seen swell-wise for the last 2 months, I think one of the reasons that some of the contest season shifted and specifically some of the championship tour events shifted. Like, part of me hates that it's not finishing in Hawaii anymore.
Right.
But I also know that the chances of getting really good pipeline increase quite a bit as you move through January and into February. This was traditionally when the Volcom Pipe Pro was held, was kind of late January and early February, and almost without fail they got great waves, or at least a day or two. And that's a combination of the North Pacific just being more active at that time. That's kind of the climatological peak for storms and swells coming. Would be like in January, and then you tend to see swells that are more westerly too. Early and late season swells tend to have a little bit more north, and kind of the peak season, January into February, you tend to see swells that have more west in the direction, which is good for pipeline.
Is that something to do with where these storms are emanating or generating from? In the Western Pacific, Northwestern Pacific?
Absolutely, yeah. Most of these west swells are coming from storms that are coming off Japan.
Okay.
And then staying relatively low in latitude.
Okay.
I think Wassel likes to throw out, if it's snowing in Japan, 4 days later, we've got a pumping swell pipeline, and there's some real truth to that statement.
All right.
Just in terms of, you've got this storm that's a little lower in latitude. It's in this position. It's going to send a more westerly swell versus a northwest or north-northwest. We see this wave clamp on the bodyboarder. Then early and late season, you tend to see storms that are maybe up towards the Bering Sea or the Aleutian Islands and towards the Gulf of Alaska. So those swells just tend to have more north in them, which is good, can be good for other areas. Like, for example, like over the last 6 weeks, we've had a bunch of big swells, but Jaws hasn't been that great.
Right.
Some periods here and there, but we've got a rider up here clamping, but Jaws and Maui in general, you've got a couple things going on where you get some shadowing from Oahu and from Kauai on those more westerly swells, and the reef at Jaws is just set up too, where it likes something that's got a little more north in it.
Okay. Well, you're seeing some waves explode on the first reef, and there is the pack on the move because there are some waves on the way.
Backing up out the back here.
Yeah, everybody's kind of on that move towards the channel, and now they can see what's feathering out the back, and you can see it on your screen too now. That empty wave in the foreground, and but that guy right there just was peeking over the ledge and said, "Ooh, I don't know about that." These may be shifting a little more towards the north. It looks like it's gonna break more on the right-hand side of the break, and everybody you see there scrambling in the white water and the foamy leftovers. And this one will be probably not ridden by anybody, as it'll stretch all the way across. And I mean, it's a pretty obvious observation when you see the storms moving across from west to east, that the swells are going to turn more north as they pass.
Typically, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, usually, you go from kind of starting maybe west-northwest and northwest, potentially even north-northwest.
Yeah, well, we'll let everybody get mowed as they play cat and mouse with Big Pipeline right here live on Surfline from the Volcom House. We're going to take a short commercial break. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more live action on this beautiful Aloha Saturday right here at Pipeline on Surfline from the Volcom House.
Yeah, it's super intense and super dangerous. So if you get a good wave out there, it's like legit like, oh, that was like super crazy, because the drop is gnarly, like the crowd's gnarly, everything's gnarly, the reef. Yeah. Once you get that good one, you're just like, it's time to go in. I love surfing pipe, and I like never really put myself out there that much. I didn't want to like go out there and be in anyone's way, or just like go out there when I wasn't ready to be out there. In my mind, I was like, it's pointless for me to go out if I'm not capable to like handle or have the skill level to even be out there. Getting a good wave at pipe, if you've like not put in your time, is impossible. I'll be biased here. I'll be like, it's the best wave in the world when it's firing.
This is a public service announcement from the Volcom Houses.
If you don't got aloha, you gotta go, brah.
Okay, welcome back. And hope you guys enjoyed that little piece from Moana Jones-Wong. She is the queen of Pipeline. I've nicknamed her AKA Mary Lopez. She's so smooth out here and stylish. Saw that little snippet from Volcom. We are in the big Volcom house that you saw on the left-hand side of your screen. And it's the old Jerry Lopez pipe mansion with tons of history here. If you've ever been to Pipeline and you look up to this monstrosity and just imagine, you know, all of the cool names and things and boards and parties and what have you that have been through this place, and especially, you know, the views of millions upon millions of barrels that have been ridden here at Pipeline, and really cool to be in this spot. Basically the upper box seat section in your most famous surfing arena.
I'm trying to think what else even compares to this in surfing. Would be like, I guess maybe like you could be in Raimana's boat out in the channel at Chopo or something like that. Maybe?
Yeah, you know, still, you know, you got to get out on the boat, and you know, like if you need, you know, some kind of relief or whatever, or you know, like we got craft services up here, but we got poke bowls right here, waters and drinks, and here we go, somebody with a big cojones pulling into a drainer on first reef. That was super gutsy.
Yeah, it's been pulsing here for the last few minutes, and one of the interesting things I did notice on buoy 1 about 1 this morning was there was a little spike, and that's 11 hours out.
Okay,
so that is translating to about now.
Is there so I took Meteorology 101 with a guy at UH. I believe, gosh, his name started with a B. It was like Steve Bomagen or it escapes me at the moment, but he was a surfer, a UH professor, and teacher of meteorology. And to satisfy an early science credit, I was going for avoiding physics, chemistry, biology. Yeah. So I was headed more towards those physical science like geology, and meteorology was really interesting to me, especially since every class started, and this was a fall semester, so it was, you know, starting in August, and we got to watch the swells, you know, as they started to come in. He did explain a lot to me as we watch a bit of a sharing of
double rider
closeout there. Both guys get the clamp. But I vaguely remember, and I wrote it down in my notebook, but there was a calculation of seconds or feet to seconds, like times 0.006 or something like that, or some formula that would give you the buoy reading And then when you work out the formula, it should give you the kind of range of actual beach height or shoreline height.
Yeah, so the from a timing perspective, it's a matter of swell period.
Okay.
And longer period swells move faster than shorter period swells. So a swell with a period of 20 seconds, as we check out our double rider close out here, a swell period with of 20 seconds moves at about 30 knots.
Okay.
And then a swell period of 10 seconds moves at about 20 knots. And so you know your speed, you know your distance, North Shore to buoy 1 is about 270 miles.
Okay.
And so you can calculate the timing based on that swell period, because you know how fast the swell is moving. The other variable you have to consider, though, is direction too, because west swells they're a little bit further away than say a north swell.
Okay.
Just the way that's due to the location of the buoy. And so north swells on average take about half the time of west swells. So this particular swell, and we'll actually look at the storm that created this swell right now. Big storm. Again, you can see it's right off Japan.
Right off Japan, exactly.
Yeah. That is super impressive. 40 to 60 knot winds. Basically hurricane force. We did have one satellite pass that measured seas around 50 to 51 feet, that's really big, especially if you're getting that from a satellite. It was a long way away. It was about 2,000 to 2,500 miles away when it was at its strongest. So that limits size a little bit. The more that swell has to travel away from its source, the more it decays, the smaller it gets. And so that's why, while it was very big here on the North Shore yesterday, for a spot like Waimea that needs a really big swell to come alive, just didn't quite have that energy to go.
Okay.
And then actually this is a really cool graphic, something we put together just over the last couple of days as we looked at the average surf height for pipeline for basically this first 6 weeks of 2022. So we got a rider up here actually.
Oh wow, beautiful barrel.
And we looked at the first 6 weeks of 2022 to compare it to the kind of the longer term average. And what we found was the surf height was above normal, but our days of good or better surf that we rated by our reporter was about 250% of normal. So that just verifies what you're seeing, what a bunch of different guys, whether it's Mike Stewart or Billy Kemper or Cole Christensen, everyone's kind of saying, hey, this is probably the best stretch of pipeline I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that's what it's been. It's been, and we're pumping here again today, obviously. It's been a lot of west swells and a lot of days with either light wind or east-southeast wind to even east wind, and just great conditions.
Yeah, that was great technique right there. And that looks like it could be one of our surfers that we mentioned, that's either, visiting from some other surfing destination in the world and getting a chance to grab some waves here at Pipe on this, quote unquote, kind of late or after season type swell. When we kind of, we around here, at least for us that live here, we always gauge things by so we watch a frontsider get a beautiful pipe barrel. That was really well done. Of when the the entourages and the circus is all here. So anytime it's pumping and everybody's quote unquote gone, it's a really fun time to be out here.
Yeah. See, this is as you mentioned earlier, it's many guys that there are out. I think this is kind of a relatively mellow crowd.
Yeah. A couple of Groms battling for that inside section right there. And another paddler on a mid-size set and cannot get in the barrel. A lot of times, man, it's so hard to be in the right spot, especially when you're battling a crowd like this. You'll see a lot of these waves look like they're misjudged, but it's just because the positioning out there. I mean, yet another one that just closes out, and you wonder why, they should be a little further over to the right, but you go over there and somebody else is going to be behind you. And, there's really, there's not like at the DMV where you pull a ticket and you're up next. It is a all-out, free-for-all battle.
Yeah, it's interesting to compare this. Most of us, I think, probably see pipeline the most just during events, and you've got, between 2 and 4 guys or 2 and 4 gals out, and so you can perfect that positioning. And yeah, pipeline to me is interesting for so many different ways, and one of them is crowd dynamics and how that, like, how you navigate all of that.
Yeah. Here we go, up and riding. Nice little tucked in pipe barrel for, but I believe that's Maikai Burdine, actually the Grom that we're gonna have come and talk with us in a little bit. Might be catching his last wave in.
Coming right in.
Yeah, he's a charger. He's been doing a lot of competing over the years, and you know, has been on the top end of his age group for a long time. Grabbing the rail here, beautiful technique, kind of a mid-board grab.
Big board, look kind of like a Grom.
Yeah, like a Grom riding a bigger board. That was interesting to see. And with that, you know, moving up to the middle of the board, grabbing it in that position, kind of had like the little old school tribute.
Yeah.
He's frothing back on it.
Striking.
But yeah, the crowd dynamics, a little secret that just to give you a little insight of where my head was at when I'm navigating crowds, or when, you know, I'm out here, you know, basically there are times, you know, you got sponsors and you get paid for photos and you're working, you know, and you're trying to get the best waves and be in the best spot. As that Grom right there was in a pretty good spot. That'll be a photo he can cherish, and if not, just a memory. Look at that drone shot, just a gorgeous view. Man, that'll make anybody sitting anywhere watching on your computer, phone, or TV feel really great. But especially on days when there's backdoor offerings, or any surf spot that has rights or lefts, folks, I recommend look at the person's leash on their ankle. If it's on their right foot, they're most likely a regular foot.
And like, where are you going with this? Right?
And you can call out the split. You know, like, hey, I'll go left, you go right, or you know, you want to go right. I found that at different spots like that, even traveling abroad, you know, to be able to kind of pick up more waves or position myself on this side or that side, because he's probably going to go this way. So I'm a goofy foot. My leash is on my left. So, you know, if I see kindred goofies, I'll offer, like, I'll go backhand, I'll go right, you know, if you want to go left.
Watch each other's back.
But it is a little subtle thing that when I'm paddling out and looking, I'm you know, kind of noticing those subtle things. Anything to get you more waves in a polite and courteous manner.
Take advantage. Yeah, it seems like there are a lot more Groms out at Pipe over the last 10 years or so. Yeah. And then the other thing too, and I think this is a good trend, is the number of helmets that you're seeing in the lineup, especially after some pretty severe. Well, there's always been at least a certain number of severe injuries at Pipeline, but it seems like that the emphasis or the regularity of them going would be the with head injuries. So it's good to see more and more people wearing helmets out there.
Yeah, and the other thing also to tag on to that is the amount of water safety classes and kind of impromptu seminars that we've been able to have at different parts of the world. Here on the North Shore, we have quite a few during the season, with Hawaiian Water Patrol contributing, North Shore Lifeguard Association also contributing to teach to whoever wants to learn, and most times for free, just some basic ocean safety and first responder techniques that the more folks we have in the water that are, for one, especially at Pipe, wearing helmets, and that know what to do when an emergency does occur, makes all of us and everybody just that much safer. And you're still going to have the huge element of danger in the sport of surfing, especially spots like Pipeline, but having that little extra layer of safety and protection, whether it's the helmet and or having other surfers and photographers, whoever's in and around the area trained to handle, you know, it's just going to make it that much better. I don't mean to say that, okay, now it's safe and everybody can go, but I think that's a super important thing that's been happening and trending over the last few years with a lot of our different life-saving entities that have shared that knowledge. Nice big backhand drop, but not much happening on the barrel side. So this guy's just going to cruise it. And, you know, at Pipeline, there's so many times when you just, even if there's no barrel, you're still forcing the barrel. Like, I'm at pipe. Yeah. I'm here to get barrel.
Yeah, no barrel dodgers anonymous for me.
Another roll in. And it's going to set up on the first reef to offer something right there. And, oh, just a little miscalculation of, that's the hard part about the roll in. When you're rolling in, you have almost too much time to think about it. And you can get caught like that when you're, you know, you think you're in the right spot, but you're just a little too high like he was. I almost prefer the super late drop where you have no choice but to just knife it.
You're not making any decisions.
Yeah, there's no thinking. It's just all doing. Yeah. When you get those roll-ins, and that's happened, the exact thing that happened to that person has happened to me before too, and it happens to the best of anyone that surfs out here. When you have all of that time to kind of navigate, negotiate, think about, and then it's like, oh, it's here. It's almost easier to just fall from the sky, knife it in, and you've got no other choice.
React versus taking it all through.
So he's like, okay, I'm going to sit right here. This is the right spot to be. Nope, I'm a little too high. Cool. There's something that's extremely difficult, that drop knee technique on the bodyboard. Whew.
You don't see it too much anymore. I felt like when I was a kid, it was, you know, that which was kind of through the 90s.
Yeah.
You saw it a lot more.
Yep, the Jack the Ripper, Paul Roach type guys that were shredding drop knee. It was definitely permeating through the bodyboard crowd, I feel like, more than today. Drone shot of somebody getting barreled on an insider. And a backhand surfer grabbing the rail. Just continual offerings of funneling tubular waves. That's the Pipeline.
You've got beautiful conditions too. These easterly trades, grooming everything to perfection. We're kind of, the size seems just like we're in between a little bit. It's like, it's still a little bit big and washy. It's not really focusing on the first reef yet. So it's, again, there's some great waves out there, but I still wouldn't call it perfect Pipeline yet. Some perfect waves, but we still need this swell to settle just a little bit more. And, you know, I think we're going to see that over the next, you know, through the rest of the day today, later this afternoon, this evening, come down a little bit, and then into tomorrow, I think, you know, really see some good pipe waves, and probably should see some backdoor waves start to develop as we head into tomorrow as well.
Well, wherever you are watching from, we thank you for tuning in. We are right now at about 12 o'clock Hawaiian Standard Time, and I'm going to have to bail out here in about 10 minutes to head up to Turtle Bay Resort to handle one of my pre-booked appointments that I've had, and we'll be doing some little surfing there inside the cove by Roy's Restaurant with a great family that lives here on island. I've been working with for the last few months, and getting their kids out and surfing, and I'll be thinking about you guys here though, obviously.
Thanks,
and I'll be back here. I know we've got Dave Wassel that is on the ticket to come up and share some information. Maikai Burdine is coming back down, coming back in from the water, and so he'll be coming up. And yeah, hopefully it'll still be pumping into the afternoon because I can be back right around 3:30.
A little happy hour session.
And do the happy hour session, which would be awesome. And there we are. It's Kevin Wallis, the guy you see all of the forecasts emails coming from. Him and Jonathan Warren and Rocky Canon, bringing you all of the live action during all of the surf events and the last few live broadcasts that we've done here from Surfline, from the Volcom House at Pipeline. It's been a really great pleasure because, you know, I love this wave dearly. Like I said, I'm a recovering pipeline-aholic. You know, I used to be really married to this place physically, waking up every morning, all season, 2 feet blown out all the way to 20 feet, being one of the only guys out beyond second reef, everything in between, just to learn every different lineup, every different swell direction, and try to do my best to get the best waves. And ultimately, you know, as a kid growing up here, watching the Pipe Masters was like, I just want to be among that field in that contest. And so all of that dedication and marriage to this wave got me several invites to that event, which I'm so very thankful and privileged. And then, you know, got a position to be here to describe and talk about it with all you folks. So wherever you're watching from, we truly appreciate you tuning in, whether it's your home office, your real office, your kitchen table, or your you know, your master bathroom as you soak in your jacuzzi tub, wherever it is, bruh. We thank you guys because I know all of you watching at some point, you know, hope to be here seeing it live also. But the next best thing is to check out Surfline and watch it live with us from the Volcom House right here at Pipeline.
Indeed. Rocky, so what are your favorite conditions out here? What was your perfect day?
You know, like kind of how it was in the afternoon yesterday. Because it tends to thin out the crowd a little bit when it's on the bigger side. And that beautiful west direction, that would probably be my ideal. And if there was any contest I was entering, I was hoping for my heat, it would be, you know, 10 to 15 bombing, you know, on the outside. But it really was a case of having to learn it as good as this guy just learned that wave right there. That was epic. He is stoked. Was to be as adept as possible in all conditions. And then that calculated to tons of hours put in as that bodyboarder you don't see right there. We're looking at the crowd. That is, you mentioned crowd dynamics.
A replay of that. That was a pretty sick win.
That the crowd dynamics, you know, being from here was, like I said, it was, you know, a little bit of an advantage to know some of the guys, and they knew me growing up, and knew my older stepbrother, Jason Maggs, really well too. So it was just a matter of me putting myself in the spot and having the guts to go and pull the trigger. And a day like today is beautiful. I really do want to start wiping the dust off one of my guns I've got in storage. But, you know, I think once my baby girls get into regular school and I've got these 6-hour windows of I know where they're at, Dad can maybe sneak out for a few on these kind of fun late season types of swells.
The challenge of being a dad.
Yeah. You know, like I said, Mikey Bruno, he's out there with 5 kids. I'm not making no excuses, bro. Mikey Bruno is my idol.
A couple of replays here.
Yeah, that backhand grab rail, just super good technique. Looks a bit of, you know, like a Grammy style. At least he, on that exit, he was like speed wobbles. Oh, backdoor.
Backdoor.
Wow. Really well done. And we'll see if he gets annihilated by this next wave.
That's
see where he kicked out.
Risky proposition
on
a day like today.
It is, you know, it's only for the diehard backdoor seekers.
Yeah. That was good. I think that was maybe the second backdoor wave we've seen today.
Yeah. Which, as this swell, turns more north, maybe dissipates a little, we could see that opening up a little more.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll be, hey, we might get the random one like we just got, but it'll primarily be tomorrow when we see backdoor really turn on. Size comes down a little bit, the swell period comes down a little bit, the swell direction turns at least a little bit more north.
Yeah, and so many times we see, at least, a lot of times when we're watching a pipe event, and and it's happening as we watch a big roll in from the outside potential, and beautiful late drop there, great positioning, and gonna stall and stand tall. That is a great ride. But so many times we see the swell focus it off the wall and just launch these unbelievable, crazy rights into that zone.
The backwash. That's cool.
Oh, that was Mark Healey. That was up and riding there. No wonder his positioning and everything looks so great. Congratulations, Mark Healey. Just married on Tuesday. So his beautiful wife, Kimber, and they've got a beautiful baby also. So congrats all around to Mr. Mark Healey on a great pipe wave and everything else going on in life.
Yeah, I think he probably got the wave of the afternoon yesterday as well. Similar, probably bigger, roll in from second reef, just that kind of classic Healey style, and just perfect positioning and long, beautiful barrel. Little different board than he's riding right now. I think he's on a bit bigger board.
Okay, yep, there is Mark. There's no doubt about it. This looks like his hair is so much darker when it's wet like that. Throws me off a little bit. I've known that guy since we were single-digit age. First met him at this house down in Crozier Drive, and he and my mom and his mom were starting to become friends, and he was just a madman from the start, like younger than me, but was like dropping in bigger on this half pipe, catching bees way more ferociously than I was. We're putting them in jars, extracting honey. Crazy stuff, but good times.
Bodyboarder with getting blown out there on the inside a little bit.
He was forever in this yellow life preserver that his dad would just put on him because he never knew what he was going to do. So he just always had to have him ready. And I just
life preserver and a helmet.
Yeah. I just remember Mark always in this yellow life jacket, wherever in and around the beach or shoreline area. But then he would just leave it on when we're like running around on the grass and everywhere. So he would it's just seared into my memory of him always wearing this yellow life jacket. And I've told him about that before. We have a good chuckle about those times. Well, Kevin, I am going to have to depart right now, and I'll check in with you guys when I get back in. But enjoy this show. It's going to be epic pipeline for a little while. We'll throw you a commercial break, and we'll take a short rest, and then we'll come back and see who Kevin will have in the hot seat. It could be Dave Wassel, could be Maikai Burdine, a host of other great names that could be sitting here joining you guys. All right? Take care, bro. I'll see you guys soon. Aloha.
I'm born and raised here. I think I was 12 when I first started surfing pipeline. I remember it was a morning. It was me, Jamie O'Brien, Danny Fuller, and Jason Federico, and it was all of our first time surfing pipe. And we camped on the beach so we could make sure, because spending the night in Jamie O'Brien's yard, which was like 200 yards away from where we camped, apparently wasn't close enough. And we just wanted to get out before light because we were so scared of like the guys who ran the show out there. A kid could get their ass beat like a man. Like that was a real thing back then. Like you were scared. So all of us camped down on the beach and tried to get out before the sun came up. So we'd be out for that first like 15 minutes, hopefully, and try to catch waves. It was like 3 to 4 foot, maybe some 5 foot sets. And I remember Jamie broke his board, and we were just like, that was the gnarliest thing, because none of us had ever broken a board before. We were like, oh my God, I'm glad I didn't break my board, but I'm kind of jealous because that's kind of badass, you know?
I like literally live in my trunks in Hawaii, like you don't really get out of them.
All right, aloha. This is Kevin Wallis. I am now joined by North Shore legend, lifeguard, surfer Dave Wassel, and we are live at Pipeline from the Volcom House. We've got a pumping west-northwest to northwest swell, trades, beautiful conditions, big, challenging, gnarly pipe. We've seen some great waves go down and looking forward to see a bunch more. And Dave, nice to see you.
Thank you very much for having me. There's no place I'd rather be than right here at Pipeline. And also, I'm here with one of the world's best surf photographers. People are, forecasters. They're always asking me, what's going on, what's going on? Now we've actually got an expert. So thank you.
Yeah.
So
hey,
I'm just going to step aside and put all the pressure on you.
Well, yeah, you know, we've got this solid swell. It came up, it started coming up Thursday, kind of late afternoon, evening, super long period. Was pumping yesterday. Kind of Pipeline was, you know, borderline rideable, became more rideable, seemed like through the afternoon, and there were a few guys out and gals out, and slowly kind of simmering. Still a little bit washy today, but some big, beautiful waves, and yeah, it's been fun to see. It's been, you know, I don't know, it's been pumping for 2 months, basically.
It has been really, really good. What I've noticed is we lost our high pressure. Mm-hmm. And that high pressure, which brings us really stiff trade winds blowing across the entire state, it'll block swells coming towards us. And they'll ping pong up into Aleutians and then regenerate and come back down as a west swell for California, but a north swell for us. But that north swell isn't really good for Pipeline. It pushes a lot of sand on top of the reef. Like you said, 2 months of no high pressure led to 2 months of west swell, and there's not a grain of sand out on this reef, and that's why Pipeline is perfect.
Yeah, you know, it was, I think it's been kind of a tale of not quite 2 months, but a tale of 2 parts to your winter so far. You know, December was howling trades, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and not many west swells, if any at all, and then things almost was like a light switch, and you know, beginning of January, and that, as you mentioned, that high shifted position where it was, you know, for most of December, it was basically kind of to the north of Hawaii. We had a lot of, in Southern California and California in general, we had a lot of storms that were dropping on the east side of that high down the coast. So we had a lot of rain and snow, and which was really good for us. Wasn't necessarily great for surf, but it's been very different since that high has been able to shift a little bit further to the west. A little bit further to the east. You know, at home we've been sunny, high pressure, basically not a drop of water outside of a couple little storms just in the last few days. But been a big pattern shift in the North Pacific from, you know, good part of November, most of December, and then January and February have looked remarkably different.
It has been an interesting year for all of us, and has the surf picked up at all in California? I mean, there would have been actually a few Maverick swells off some of those north swells to begin with. I don't know what the local winds would have been doing, but...
Yeah, there was an early one, a really early one in like October, but it wasn't great conditions. Mavs, you know, for the most part, really been pretty slow. A couple of days, but with Hawaii's been pumping, obviously, and those swells do make it to Northern California and California in general, but have been much diminished. You know, they've been primarily over in the Western Pacific, which means by the time the swells reach California, they're good, they're long period, but they're not really big enough for Mavs to go off as we see a rider up and going straight.
And not that guy never goes straight. That's Kala Grace, nephew of Derek and Michael Ho. I actually witnessed one of the best rides I've seen in a decade of him during the Backdoor Shootout.
It's
and
12-point ride.
12-point ride, and he literally just came in an hour ago and said he got one better.
No,
Yeah,
today.
yeah, and I'm sure that will be on Surfline coming up here soon.
Wow. Well, I definitely would like to see that. 'Cause that was an amazing ride from the shootout.
Boys are just getting shacked out there. Was that Kalani David? Please tell me that's Kalani David. Love that guy.
Yeah. So how did you obviously watch pipe all day, every day, pretty much. Like how do the last 6 or so weeks stack up to anything in your memory bank?
Oh, you mean the blur that's been going on for almost 2 months? Yeah, it's been a phenomenal run of swell and conditions. A very wise man, the guy who found Tavaru Island, he told me, you don't surf the swell, you surf the conditions. Just by chance, all these swells have come with perfect conditions. So you haven't had to run around the island. You knew exactly where you needed to come, and it's been phenomenal. It's, like I said, it's been more of a blur, but, and look at the lineup right now. There's, 40 guys out where there's been 140 guys out prior.
A quick replay here.
That's got to be Kalani David. I looked at the arm, the back arm. It looked just like Bruce Irons, and that's where he would have learned that from, my former roommate. It's really interesting. I've watched this kid literally from the day he started walking to the day he's playing in the tide pools to where he's just absolutely dominating the North Shore. And not just at Pipeline, but also like in the air game. His rail game is on point. His air game's on point. And it's just so good to see some of these local guys, cut their teeth here, but then make it to the big stage. Look at Baron Mamiya.
Yeah,
Moana Jones.
Both number one in the world.
Phenomenal. It's so impressive that one, they were actually given the chance to be in these events. Oh, excuse me, earned their spots. Let's just say that. They've earned their spots in these events. And have just gone to show that they're as good as anybody when the stuff really starts to hit the fan. Because this is serious stuff. I mean, Pipeline is no joke, right? You look at it right now on camera like, wow, there's 40 guys out. It's blue. It's beautiful. And that's what most people see. But then you talk to somebody who's actually out there on a day-to-day basis, and they'll be like, yeah, it's pretty, but it's pretty darn scary as well. And I think we might have somebody coming in who could further talk about that. One of the best in the business from the island of Maui, Mr. Kaimana Henry is joining us.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
Oh, come on. How are you?
Yeah,
good morning.
bud.
Good morning. Beautiful day in Hawaii, nay?
Do you get any waves yet?
Excuse me.
Do you anyways? Yeah.
Oh, I cut my foot the other day, one of the smaller days, and got a few stitches. So doctor's orders: stay out of the water, don't get it soggy, and let it heal up.
Got it. All right. Well, hopefully you've surfed yourself silly over the last 2 months.
Yeah, it has been nonstop waves from, I want to say October. It's barely gave us a day to rest, and man, there's been some unreal rides and nonstop fun and run and gun.
We got a good one here.
So Kaimana, as you're walking in, we're talking about the the beautiful aesthetics of Pipeline on a day like today, but also the dangers involved. I mean, you're not as old as I am. I'm about as old as dirt.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, but you've really cut your teeth out here. I remember sitting it off the wall, watching the backdoor shootouts, you getting a cover shot, looking into those back doorways that you're getting, and you're still doing it. But at any given moment, are you comfortable in the lineup at Pipeline?
It's really hard to say. I mean, all the kids that that are coming up, and I tell them just get out there, and the more comfortable you are, the easier it's going to be, and it's a nonstop learning situation. It's every day is different, every surf is different, and yeah, it's really hard to be comfortable. And days like these, I mean, it's pretty much epic, perfect pipeline, and just being out there and putting in your time, I think that's what's going to make you comfortable. And I mean, if anybody knows, you know, right?
Thanks for throwing me in the mix. But what I took out of that, what I thought was really neat, is you said every single surf out here is different.
Yeah.
You know, you really got to wrap your head around it. I mean, I've seen guys like Kelly Slater actually come in, touch the beach, and paddle back out just to reset what's going on in his mind and how he feels that connection with the water.
Yeah.
And that's the best guy in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I thank you for that.
Yeah,
Great point.
No worries. Yeah, it's crazy because sometimes you'll be getting ready and you're so nervous and you're not even hitting the water and you're tripping over your leash and you're just going, oh man, is this really how it's gonna go this session, you know? And you might want to like take a moment to get that out of the way, you know, just so that doesn't happen out there, you know. But yeah, it's pipeline is every surf, every session, every swell's different. And I mean, I got hurt on a 3-foot day the other day, you know, and then I've been pretty fortunate this whole run of swell not to get too bad, you know. I mean, my neck's torn and my legs sore.
Oh, my neck's torn, like no big deal.
But you know, you're still out in the water, and all of a sudden I hit the reef on a 2-foot day and I got 3 stitches, and you know, I got to stay out of the water. So it's just stuff like that you just kind of got to be aware of, and fortunate that you're still breathing and still going, still kicking, you know.
Yeah, since Rocky and I were talking for a little while earlier just about, like, obviously you've got the wave itself, which is, you know, if it's not the gnarliest wave in the world, it's obviously in the conversation and right at the top. But then the crowd dynamics and navigating all of that, which to me almost seems just as intimidating as the wave. Just the number of guys, the number of good surfers, finding your spot in the lineup, kind of in the hierarchy of the lineup as well.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how the crowd has changed. Kaimana, when you would have first started coming over here, you know, I mean, you were on the world team back when you were 16 years old, going to places like Brazil. You're at the top of your surfing game for your age, but then the crowd back then would have been guys like Johnny Boy, Derek, Michael, you know, a couple of other names I won't even mention. It was so hard, even being a local guy and at the top of your game. Were they like, hey, come over here and get a set?
Yeah, man, it was a lot different back then. You know, it's crazy to see how good these kids are nowadays. I mean, yeah, we're at our top of the game, but we're in the back of the line for sure, you know. But it's so rad to see these kids surf at this age, you know, and I love telling kids to go and like watching them, like they're just pure stoke, you know, just coming out claiming barrels, you know. Oh, you better go watch the replay on that one because you might have not even got in there, you know. And yeah, it's different, to say the least, you know. And you know, there's not that many, you know, regulators out there that are kind of putting their foot down, you know, because it's a different day and age, you know, and it's just different. Let's just keep it at that.
It's different. I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into whether that's good or bad.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that question. I guess I'm not gonna do that anymore.
You know, we don't want to put this down as a negative thing, but Kalani Chapman.
Wow, what a wave!
You guys just talk. I'll just name the surfers.
Yeah.
Another one out the back.
That is so awesome to see. Okay, case in point, Kalani Chapman, literally during the event, last heat of the day, was at the backdoor shootout, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Hit his head. Done deal. Picked off the bottom of the ocean floor and resuscitated right here on the beach. Remember, you come running over, and just it's Kalani boy, and you know, luckily Wine Water Patrol was here. We're able to fish him up, got him on the beach, and resuscitate him. Kyle Pa'o had his hands on him at the time when he actually started breathing again. And to hear the cheers on the beach was probably one of the biggest highlights of my life. Not to mention being able to hug him a couple days later.
Yeah.
You know, he just had a child. You know, and that's something that you can't take for granted. you say this might not be the most dangerous wave in the world, but it's in the conversation. It is the most deadliest wave in the world. More people have not only passed here, but disappeared. Literally, bye-bye. So, I mean, I love the fact that, you know, more people are coming into the lineup, but at the same time, I will always push the safety issue. I love seeing these guys with their helmets. I love people paying respect. And, you know, look at Gavin Beshin. Gavin Beshin will go out here and sit wide. You know, he had a great, phenomenal friendship with Derek Ho, one of his closest friends. He never sat anywhere near Derek, even though they were like best buddies. He just picked his own line, sat way away, gave Derek his space, knew which ways he was going to wait for, and to this day, one of the best in the lineup. I love that. But, you know, he'll push the issue, but he also knows his spot in the lineup. And I think some of these kids nowadays don't know that yet. You know, you want to encourage them to get out there, but, I mean, how many times have you gone for a set and there's 10 kids in your way?
Yeah. It's the crowd's been really, you know, been coming into a factor lately. I mean, the other day I counted 70 guys, and you know, I didn't really want to go out because of it. But you know, the crowd's not the big issue. You know, I mean, you could go out there and be in the spot and be, you know, not necessarily in the spot, but be in the general area and be 2 feet out of the way, and the wave kind of takes care of itself out here. You know, I mean, if you're in the spot, you're in the spot. No matter who you are, if you're in the spot, you're gonna go. You're gonna get a good wave. So, yeah, it's the crowd is been pretty out of control lately. But man, this wave is just kind of just polices itself almost on a daily, you know.
Or if you're somebody like Balaram Stack, the wave just finds you.
Yeah.
What's up with that kid?
Yeah.
What's up with that kid?
He's just out there to get it, you know. And like I said, if you're in the spot going and you know what you're doing and put yourself in that position, like, he's so good at positioning and putting himself in that situation. He just, I mean, it's probably his boards too. You know, his boards, like, he looks so comfortable on his boards and on his equipment. So
that guy he seems like he is such a frother, and it's just because he'll be all over a swell on the East Coast, and then like I feel like the next day he's like, oh, like pipe's going off and Balaram's back here, like dude, you're putting in like 15 hours of flight time like every other day, it seems like.
Yeah, he's in Fiji right now getting barreled on off of Tavarua Cloudbreak.
Yeah, good for him.
Tunas, yeah. Yeah, no, Balaram, yeah, we're talking about you because we want to be you. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, he messaged me. He's like, oh man, I didn't get to see you, you know, before I left, you know, this and that. And I'm, oh, you know, just throw, like, you coming back? He's, oh, maybe, you know, check the swell. I'm like, okay, see you when you come back then. We're all laughing. Oh, yeah, pretty much he'll be back if it's good, you know. Pretty hard to stay away from this place, man.
It's a healthy but challenging addiction.
Yeah,
it is. It can definitely keep you in shape, but it can also sideline you for a little bit too.
Yeah.
The ultimate price. Yeah, right.
What's the swell doing? Is it?
It's very slowly coming down. You know, it was still big on buoy 1 this morning. You know, like it's coming down a little bit, but it's not dropping off. That's for sure. It'll come down more tomorrow. But it's pumping all day today.
Yeah, I like the way these swells been hanging out for some days, you know, not just coming up and going away real quick.
Yeah, this one, it was interesting. You know, this was the storm. It lasted a really long time, and then it was further away than a lot of the other storms we've seen so far. So, I mean, when it's further away, that the swell tends to stretch out a little bit more. I mean, you know, you've got kind of a slower build, a long period swell, and then kind of a slower fade, almost like a south swell in the summertime, coming from further away. So it's, you know, this thing is going to end up being a close to, you know, 3+ day swell anyway.
Yeah, it was awesome watching the animation, how this storm actually developed off the coast of Japan.
Yep.
And it was as big as it could be, right off the coast of Japan.
Yeah.
It was giant. And I'm like, oh my gosh, if this thing sustains that much energy, we're going to have an eddy. But, you know, it dissipated. And there's actually a window of, I'm not going to say what it is, but X amount of miles off the coast of Hawaii with sustained winds for a sustained amount of time equals an eddy. And you can look at that and just be like, oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
And so when I saw that not reach that stage, oh no, there's no way they're going to have it, but it's going to be some really good pipeline.
Yeah, I got a question about the swells when they actually are being made. What creates them?
Don't look at me. You got this guy next to you. Get on, Kevin.
I mean, well, you know, like I'm curious, like, what is it, the water temperatures or the tides or what's going on? You know, I'm curious. I'm really curious.
It's the wind blowing over the water. So you wind blowing over the water, there's friction, and you start to see a little ripple, just like you would see just like a trade wind, where you kind of see a little crumble and then a chop if the wind blows stronger and longer. And so it's the wind blowing over the water, and the longer it blows over the water, the larger the distance it blows over, what we call the fetch of a storm, and the stronger it is, the bigger the swell can potentially be. And it's kind of a sliding scale with all those variables. Like Dave mentioned, this storm that created this swell was really strong, but it was a long way away too. It's kind of 2,000 to 2,500 miles from Hawaii. And so what happens when you have that distance away is, after the swell is generated, it moves away from that generation area, that storm, and it slowly decays, gets smaller and smaller. So that's why, like, you think about south swells in the summertime, like you're never going to see a south swell that's this big, because that storm was just as strong or potentially stronger as what you're seeing in the North Pacific during the winter, but it's got 3 to 4 times the travel distance, or 2 to 3 times the travel distance anyway, and so it'll get gradually smaller and smaller as it travels. But yeah, just wind blowing over water.
And that's also why you get the longer intervals, those sets that'll come. But it takes a while for the set to come on those south swells, because just like if you took a rock and threw it in a pond, and it makes that ripple effect, as those ripples go out, they get further and further away. That space, that interval actually gets a greater distance.
Yeah, so in weather geek language is called dispersion. And so, longer period swells move faster than slightly shorter period swells. And so if you've got a long way for them to travel, that can really spread things out. So, you've got, again, like we're talking like a summertime swell, swell of 20-second period may take 7 days to reach Hawaii from that storm down by New Zealand. At 17 seconds, it may be like 8 or 9 days. And so you have this like very slow build and very slow fade. Whereas in the wintertime, when you're that much closer to the storms, like you can still get long period swells from a storm that's really close by, but it's like all those periods, from 12 to 20 seconds arrive within, I don't know, 12 hours of each other, 12 to 24 hours of each other. That's why you get these swells here in the North Shore, where it's like, it's flat, it's literally flat in the morning, it's 20 feet at night, and then the next day it's like down to like 5 feet again. It's just these huge spikes, and that's hyperbole a little bit, but not really. Like, it will go from 0 to 20 feet here fairly frequently, and then drop off very quickly. And that's usually, when you see that, it's from a storm that's really close by.
While I quickly gurgle the word hyperbole, gurgle, I'm going to Google it. I'm going to Google this real fast. Let's talk about,
and we've got, and actually here's our storm that created this swell right now. So you can see it's right off Japan, relatively long way away. It was very strong, 40 to 60 knot winds. We got a satellite pass measuring seas in the 45 to 50 foot range, that big purple blob. The very long period energy, like 22 seconds plus, started coming up Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening. You're starting to see waves here at Pipe. It gets real slabby and kind of weird and surgy. And then as we moved into yesterday, still a very long period, but it was starting to drop a little bit, 18, 19 seconds. And now down to today, we're getting slightly shorter periods, around 16 to 17 seconds or so. This graphic here that we've got up is just looking at this is the last 6 weeks. So basically almost all of 2022, and just our average surf height at Pipeline. And the more interesting thing was the average number of good days or better. So anywhere from good to epic days, as we see a rider up and
Taichi Wakita
coming up. But we've seen so many good to even good to epic days. Oh, and the body surfer, who's that?
Yeah, Kevin's more interested in the body surfer.
I got super stoked there for a second. Give some body surfers love. But and this goes to your point, Dave, just about the conditions, the wind that we've largely seen over the last 6 to 8 weeks now. A lot of days of like southeast or east-southeast trades, which is and or just light wind, so you get glassy conditions and just perfect conditions.
Now you mentioned briefly how a longer interval swell moves faster. It also goes deeper in the water column.
It does.
Correct?
Yes.
And that's why, knowing that, and thanks so much, at Surfline, you can actually look and see seconds and intervals and what the makeup of this swell is. If you pay in close enough attention, that'll tell you exactly where you want to be surfing the next day.
Absolutely.
Hey, all right, let's not get too much into that, but I will say that past 17 seconds, it's not pipeline.
Yeah, it's kind of cool and dramatic to watch, but it's so just surgy and slabby and weird. But Surfline's founder Sean Collins used to call swell period the X factor. It can be so important. It can make or break a session depending on where you are. And as you mentioned, Dave, long period swells not only move faster, but they have more energy extending further into the ocean. Like I think about long period swells kind of like I think about icebergs, where like long period swell, you've got an iceberg, you got a little bit up above the surface, but you have this size and mass that extends below the surface of the ocean. That's very similar to what long period swells are too. And so what happens is, say a spot like Jaws, it can take a relatively modest swell, a 10-foot swell at 20 seconds could be 40, even 50-foot faces at Jaws. And that's where Waimea is a lot different, actually. You don't want to, that long period isn't very good there. You won't see that type of growth from offshore to nearshore.
Right, and also you look at geographically where Pe'ahi or Jaws is, it's out on that point, right? Where Waimea, as we're sitting here at Pipeline, it's almost like 120 degrees behind us. Like Waimea is way inside there. It's way too, the North Shore is not a straight line. And Waimea is really tucked in. So it's a special thing to make it get big, where those waves on Maui that, did you ever think guys would be paddling into Jaws, Kaimana, when you were a kid?
I mean,
there's a couple guys, right? Johnny Cow and a couple of guys did it on like a 12 to 15 foot day.
Yeah.
They did. They walked down there and paddled out. And I met a few of them, and they're like, these guys are doing, no, we never thought about that.
Yeah.
They've been doing it for decades. It's been breaking.
I got another question coming from somebody that doesn't know anything about anything. How do they always tend to come from, say Japan and go right over the islands instead of turn down below the islands? They always seem to go on kind of the same path.
The jet stream.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, typically you follow storms tend to follow the same, not always, but tend to follow the same path, meaning the general direct movement of storms is from west to east, going across the ocean. And that's not, it's not to say that storms wouldn't dip far enough down to impact Hawaii. And in fact, a lot of the reason that we saw wind the way that we did for January and February was because those storms sweeping by would kind of help erode the high pressure that normally sets up trades. And so the high weekends, and it moves off. The storms may come down a little bit closer, and you might not get this direct full impact, but there's more subtle impacts to the storm. And you will get storms that do take tracks toward Hawaii. Like typically speaking, like the really big swells, like talking like the eddy swells, those storms most likely moved right at Hawaii. Whether they, how close they got it's a little bit different for each one. But even thinking about back to like the big swell last year, just about a year ago, I think it was like January 16, 2021. Outer reefs got really good, and that storm took a really great. It wasn't an especially strong storm, but it took a great track towards Hawaii. And it was, it was really big, it was really consistent. And that's kind of that sliding scale again, where you have these three variables that you look at, and any one of them can really make or break the swell, like consistency and everything like that. And, I will say from a consistency standpoint, the closer within reason the storm is, and the better the track, meaning ideally you want it moving right at you, the more consistent the surf's going to be.
And speaking of consistency and swells being consistent and storms tracking the same way, the wind is all caused by the sun. Probably the most consistent thing out there is that it starts in the east and goes down in the west. And I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can see it, like, if you want to simplify anything, like why do we have weather? It's the sun.
There you go.
It's differential heating on different parts of the earth, and that's what causes wind. That's why we've got waves. So
I'm a lifeguard, man. I stare at the sun 12 hours a day, so I'm as simple as they get. That's pretty basic. Speaking of which, I just saw my partner out there. Looks like Jeff Okuyama on the jet ski, helping cleaning up the lineup. A couple of guys got smashed and separated from their equipment. Right on to the boys, always keeping their eye on the crew, boys and girls. We do have some phenomenal. I work with the best people in the world. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, no doubt.
I have men and women standing by my side. Uncle Dave ain't doing this alone. I'll tell you that. So right on. Thanks everybody.
There's a good time to mention too that we're the North Shore Lifeguard Association, keeping everyone safe here, and I think today, or maybe for the next few days, at least today, if you sign up for our Surfline Premium membership, 10 of those dollars that you sign up for will go towards go to the North Shore Lifeguard Association. We'll also give you 30% off your premium membership. So please do sign up and help support a great cause. We'd be stoked.
Awesome. I'll tell you what, probably 4 days a week, I look at the Surfline pipeline cam.
Yeah,
right on top of this house.
Or clean it too.
Well, yeah, I do that too. But I look at it because, even though I was there the day before, I don't know if I'm throwing in an 8-2 or if I'm, bringing my bow and arrow. You can look at the conditions, you can look at the crowd, you can look at everything just like that. And so Sean Collins was a genius, coming up with that idea. I actually met him in Cloudbreak in 2011.
Yeah.
One of his last surf trips.
Yeah.
And I got to meet him, and that's the only reason I got to meet him, because I got smoked, and then they came and picked me up on a boat. But it was rad, It's like, thanks so much for doing that, and it's a great thing. So, at first I really didn't know how to accept it, but it is phenomenal. It is such a helpful tool.
Yeah, I think so. I believe Pipeline was the second live camera that we had on Surfline. I think it was, or maybe it was the first. It was Huntington Beach and Pipeline were the first two cameras that we had on Surfline. That's what this is in 1996. And back then it was you would get a single frame updated, I think it was every 30 seconds or so, something like that. So we've come a long way in terms of the quality and the streaming experience that you see on the site.
I tell people all the time, look, Cy Smiley, looking from the island of Maui on camera with 2 boards instead of 1. Cy has been charging so hard. That guy's radical. Like, I feel like he's a little bit off his rocker, just a little bit. I mean, in a good way.
Yeah, I was gonna say it probably helps out here.
The thing about Cy Smiley is he's a tall individual, and you see him on these waves that they still look big. They're a giant pipe wave. It's rare. Most of these waves, like you said, slabby.
Yeah.
They're pretty thick, not tall, but he looks for those tall ones. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, but going back to these cameras, I didn't know really how to appreciate it when they first started coming out. Oh no, there goes all the secret spots and this and that. But really, it's good for everybody, I think. And also, just this moment. Okay, growing up, there was never enough surfing on TV. It just didn't happen. I'd look through the TV guide and see something. Okay, in the summer, they're going to go produce the Huntington contest. And so I'd I write on a calendar, make sure you're home to plug in your VCR and tape it so I can watch it all summer long, because there just wasn't surfing. Now you can go onto Surfline. This will end up being on YouTube, and you're watching not just surfing, the best surfing at the best wave. It's awesome. Right on, Surfline. Appreciate it. And Mike Prickett and the guys over at Salt and Air Productions for bringing it to you, making it way too easy.
Indeed, yeah. We're hopeful that we can do more and more of these, especially at spots like Pipe, spots that are incredible to watch, obviously, and see some of the best surfers and the best waves in the world.
I think Pewaukee Jaws would be a good one. Maybe Nazare. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
We actually we did one at Pewaukee last year again on that in that swell January 2022 Super Swell Saturday, and it was, you know, I don't know, however big it was at Pewaukee, it gets to a point where I'm just like, it's just big. I don't even know. But that was cool. We had a helicopter, and I was got to broadcast with Snips with Mike Parsons, and just kind of freaking out and getting that view with the helicopter and seeing the lineup, and you know, just like we're doing with the drone shot here. It's such a neat perspective, that bird's eye perspective, to see the lineups, be able to see the reef, you know, be able to see all the crags and the holes in the reef, and see the swell lines coming in, and you can really see the direction of the swell and how it interacts with you know, some of the offshore reefs and things like that. It's just a special thing to be able to view.
I think the drone pilot would be Pat Myers.
Thanks, Pat. Doing an awesome job. Alrighty. Well, we are going to take a quick break and hear from Mikey Red here. We'll be back in a few.
I paddle out like I'm serious, you know. I want one of the best, you know. I want the best wave. So when I go out there, like, I'm patient. Sometimes they come really fast in the session, or sometimes it takes a little time to be out there. Sometimes hours, you know, or sometimes days, weeks, years. Actually, you got to put your time out there. It doesn't just happen overnight. Some guys it does, but for me, I was told, like, you know, you got to put your time out there at least 5 years to get a good wave. And finally, after 10 years, you know, like, shit starts to happen, or, you know, really good things are starting to happen, and catching a lot of good waves, and it's incredible to be a part of. Like, it's really hard and tough. The best of the best are out there, and it's life and death. It's no joke, you know. It's like, you know, you could die on this wave, or get in somebody's way and make them die, or, you know, contribute to some chaos. So just trying to steer clear from all that and do work out there, frickin' catch the wave.
This is a public service announcement from the Volcom Houses.
Don't matter where you're from, that plastic water bottle makes you look dumb, boy.
Welcome back. We are on our Surfline live session here at Pipeline from the Volcom House, and we've got pumping surf, beautiful trades, beautiful conditions, and we're stoked to be here, Dave, aren't we?
There's no place like this. There really isn't. There's great waves all around the world. Don't get me wrong, but there's none of them that do it with such intensity and ferocity this close to the beach. And I think that's what sets Pipeline apart, is it's right there in your lap, giving you the idea that, oh, I could do that. Look, they make it look so easy. Speaking of making it easy, young Maikai Burdine was just out there making it look easy. Congratulations. Welcome back from the barrel.
Thank you guys for having me here.
Yeah. How is it out there?
So good. I didn't want to go in, but
Oh, you came in and talked to us. That we're stoked. We'll send you out back quick.
no worries. Yeah, the waves been so good this whole last few months. It's like, I think it's probably one of the best pipe seasons in a while. It's crazy.
So we've been chatting about a little bit, just the consistency and, you know, size, condition, swell direction, everything. It's you know, have heard from a few guys who've been around for a long time that this is the best season that they can remember. Billy and Cole and Mike Stewart. It's been a pretty special last couple months.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, real quick, Maikai, how old are you?
16.
Yeah. But how many winters have you spent here?
Probably since I was like 6. So like
a
8,
decade.
Maybe 10 now, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. Just to hear you go, yeah, it's the best winter in a long time. I'm looking at you like, I love it. But you actually have way more experience out here than your average Joe. And it shows. I watched you go out and get some incredible waves about half an hour ago. And hopefully they'll actually show some of that. I mean, you're getting drained right across it. So good job. You definitely know the line. And that's something that a lot of people don't have, is a knowledge of a wave. How much of that were you born with, and how much of that came from your father, who's actually a really good surfer as well?
Well, we, yeah, I kind of just started, my dad took me out here for the first time. I think I was like 5, and he started pushing me in. And once I got like 6 or 7, I kind of started going by myself. And then, I don't know, I just kind of put all my time in out here, and it paid off. So, pretty sick. And yeah, my dad surfs so much, and it's really good to have someone to surf with all the time.
Okay, real quick though, how big was it when he first pushed you in? Wasn't like this, was it?
No.
No, okay. All right, just double check.
It was like maybe 3 feet.
Yeah, right on.
Here we go. How's this one?
Watching the boys just get completely shacked over and over. Healey on the first one. I think I'm fortunate that I get to work here, but like Kaimana said, I love watching, I love surfing it, but I love watching other people experience it.
Oh, for sure.
And when watching somebody like yourself evolve from those 3-foot days to where it's definitely a lot bigger than 3 feet and pumping. And I mean, guys like Healey, talk about positioning and knowing a line of a wave. How much time do you spend sitting? Do you go on every wave, or do you kind of, oh, there's a little trade wind filling in? Or is there a specific wave you're looking for, or do you just try and position yourself on whatever comes in?
I kind of just try to be in the best spot for myself, and then when the wave comes in and none of the main boys are going, I just try to get their scraps pretty much. And their scraps are still like some of the better waves I could get out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it just takes a lot of time of watching all the bigger boys and studying.
Yeah, so what was your working yourself into the lineup out here and kind of finding your spot? How's that been, and what were the challenges?
It's pretty hard, but it's like sometimes it's more, I don't know, it's always nice to get a good wave, but it's like really fun to watch some of the older guys like just get crazy ones, especially starting like way in the channel and kind of moving up. Like watching the guys get just blown out of waves just makes me want to do it way more. And yeah, it's super sick.
Who are your favorite guys or gals to watch out?
There's too many. Yeah, there's so many good guys.
It changes from day to day, doesn't it?
Oh, literally. It just goes from watching a guy take off, get blown out, and you're like, oh, that's my new favorite guy.
Right.
Like, literally.
Right.
It's just whoever's getting the best waves of the session is kind of like your favorite guy of the day. Just like Mark's wave yesterday. That thing was so nuts. So crazy.
That's got to be up on Surfline by now.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that was at least on Surfline's Instagram account.
That was crazy.
About 4 minutes.
I think the thing that people don't realize is how horrifying that wave was.
Oh, it was. I was right behind him, like a little farther out than him, and I seen him going. And I was like, oh, that thing's crazy. And then I came in and everyone was just like tripping out on it. I seen the clip. I was like coming out of that wave, there was like the gnarliest little boil or backwash coming out. Like, I don't know how I came to that doggy door, honestly.
Right. He not only did he doggy door it, but there's another ledge.
Yeah, there's another
a complete double up. So you go on Surfline, you look at this wave. It's giant right on the first reef. As the lip implodes, it shoots a shockwave back up, somehow muscles through that, and then comes out over a giant ledge step before the right is going to close out on him.
Yeah. I don't know. That wave was, it looked like
it's
almost,
evil. It looks evil. I mean, it's really aesthetically, you look at it and go, oh, wow, it's so beautiful. But being here, like yourself, it's not. It's horrifying. So
it's so scary.
That was a radical wave.
Yeah. It almost looked like a perfect wave, and then he was coming out, and that little double up was coming at him, and I was like, oh, there's no way he's making this thing. He somehow navigated. It's crazy. So cool.
Must be married life.
Yeah.
He's navigated so far at this point that nothing can stop him, huh?
The 4-day anniversary today, I think?
And Tuesday, yeah. You do the math. I'm still staring at the sun. This is a really cool dynamic we have here just in the booth, how we went from Kaimana Henry, who I've known my entire life, watching him grow up, and then panning over to somebody like Maikai, who's 16 years old, quite Kaimana's junior, and seeing you progress, but also progress at such a rapid speed. And I think a lot of it, and Kaimana touched on it earlier, was how much time you spend in the lineup.
Yeah.
Makes you more comfortable, therefore you can perform to a higher level at that point, being more comfortable.
It's not even just the time. I mean, obviously it's the time you spend out here, but it's almost like when your friends go out there and you see them get a good wave, it makes you push like way more. And it makes you want to get way better wave than them. And it's kind of just like a level step every time. You just switching off with your friends, just watching them, and I don't know. It's cool.
That's a great point. I watched Healey, Jamie O'Brien, and Jamie Sterling grew up together. Fred Patachia, all push themselves. Then you go to some of the outer island guys, right? The Kauai boys came over with Bruce and Andy, and that brother rivalry pushed them to new heights that people are still trying to get to. And then now, some of the Maui guys with Kaimana and Ty and Dusty Payne making the world tour. So it's cool to see how it goes. And now it's kind of shifting back to Kauai, like Legend and Mana next door. They're
so
younger than you.
Yeah.
And how good are they?
They're like insane. Like watching them surf out there is so sick. Like so cool. Yeah, I don't know. I grew up in the channel watching like Baron, Makana, Kalani, and Noah.
There you
all
go.
just battling out. And then once like me and my friends started going deeper, we started pushing ourselves. And it kind of is like a little, I don't know. We kind of just looked at them and we're like, oh, we need to go do that. And we want to go try to do that and just try to do our best. And it's been working out pretty good.
I think so. I see you, Nalu, Baby Steve, all you guys
all the
are.
Roberson,
Yeah, they're
us,
definitely pushing
now
it.
you have Legend and Mana, and they're younger than us, so they're making us push extra hard, and it's like, it's pretty good. It's super good.
Wowie. Wow.
Beautiful conditions. Boy.
Oh, my.
I love the drone footage and how different it is, but it also makes the wave look way smaller.
Flat, yeah.
Right?
Flat.
Right? And then you pan to that beach shot. and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
like,
That's a big wave.
yeah, okay, it's 4 times overhead.
Like you're watching it on here, and you see the drone footage, and you look, and you're like, oh, that's not the same wave.
Frostburger.
Oh.
Maikai, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Safer to straighten out, safer in the barrel?
Barrel.
Barrel it is.
For sure. I mean, it depends on the wave, but most of the time you're safe in the barrel.
Helmet, no helmet?
Helmet.
Helmet.
Yeah. Oh.
Were you wearing a helmet prior to Nolan Rogers' incident?
That was Hayden Rogers.
Hayden, excuse me.
I wasn't. My dad was trying to get me to wear a helmet, and the helmet I had at the time wasn't really fitting me, so I didn't like it. But then as soon as that happened, because I was out there, I had to watch that. And, like, that was probably the scariest thing I've ever had to witness. Like, one of my best friends dying almost. And luckily, there was a ski out there getting that last buoy in. If not, it would have been probably really bad. So after that, like, made everyone, like, I got a helmet right after that. And honestly, I just feel way safer with it. But, yeah, that was super gnarly. It's crazy. More broken boards.
How many boards do you go through in a winter season?
Luckily, I've only broken one board at Pipe.
This year?
It's the first time I ever broke a board at Pipe was this year, 6'4", and yeah, every other winter I don't know. I probably don't go through too many boards, honestly. I just get lucky. I haven't broken too many boards at Pipe. I've only broken one, and then I break a couple. Like Sunset, I think I've broken more boards at Sunset, or I've broken like 3 or 4 boards at Sunset before, and then just one out here. So, been pretty lucky.
Just means you're making all your waves. That's all. Good job, man.
You don't really want to fall out here. It's so scary.
What type of board are you riding on today?
Well, I broke my 6'4", so I've been riding a 6'2". That's kind of been magic for me. I rode in the HIC Pipe Pro, and then I've just kind of been riding that board. And then I started riding my 6'4", quad setup, and it's super sick. And then got caught by like few second reefers, and everyone got smoked and ended up breaking my board. And I was like, ah.
Bummer.
So now I'm just on a 6.2, and feels good though. Has a couple creases in it, little knee hole in it. Still works.
Isn't that funny how sometimes when a board gets buckled a few times, it works better? It makes no sense. But all of a sudden, there's like just a little bit more flex in it.
Magic board is a magic board.
There you go.
Is the swell supposed to drop a little more today, or?
Very slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was still, we're about 11 hours out on buoy 1 on this swell direction and period. And as of, this morning, there was still a lot of energy. It's down a little bit, but it's not gonna drop. We get smaller tomorrow. So I think, tomorrow's gonna be another good
Amazing
day. Yeah.
Nonstop.
Focus more on first reef, probably some backdoor waves. Winds look really good tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good today, but even better tomorrow.
Really.
And probably have a bodyboard event, I would think, at some point.
I'm not.
I heard
I've
it's
never
on.
been quite clear when that was going.
I'm
Or
pretty sure it's on tomorrow. That's what I just overhear all the boogie boarders talking. That's what they're saying. They're gonna score. It's gonna be really good.
it's gonna be good.
You know what's interesting, and you've traveled a bunch, I'm sure, even at the ripe old age of 16.
Yeah.
Okay, whether you call it boogie boarding or bodyboarding, how much respect those guys get at Pipeline, whereas some of the other breaks around the world, maybe not as much. But here in Hawaii, it's just straight up. If you're going, you're going.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. I mean, Pipeline is Pipeline. Whatever you ride, you're riding, and that's what you like to do. And everyone likes to do different things. Like, I like surfing. They like bodyboarding. They like stand-up paddleboarding. Like, whatever you like to do, if you're going, you're going. And it's so dangerous out here. You can't really have disrespect for someone. If they're sending it, they're sending it.
Yeah. And not to mention somebody like Mike Stewart having probably more wave knowledge than anybody around.
Oh, yeah.
I can look down the beach on any given day and see guys like
Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, the Hubbards, right?
I see these guys going on like 8-foot backdoor waves and doing the biggest air reverses or whatever they call it. And
Right.
It's like, what? Like, no surfer will ever do that.
Right.
Like, some of the things these guys do are like next level. Crazy.
And not to mention some of our best bodyboarders out there right now. My friend Ian's out there. He's also the ambulance driver. So you definitely want to meet him at Pipeline and not during his day job.
No.
So right on to the boys. Who you guys know who you are. The gang.
We gotta check out this. We're gonna see a replay. Yep. Just caught the end of this wave.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly one of those. Somebody thought they were Nathan Fletcher. Case in point, hey, we just talk about these guys and there they go. But they are going to absolutely score tomorrow.
Yes, they are.
Absolutely score. Men and women of all ages are going to just, and you know what? They deserve it.
Yeah.
They deserve it. I mean, how many days are taken up by surfing events? So, yeah. And there's also a body surfing event. I believe the permit is actually for body surfing, and then some of the others just kind of jumped on. So, are you doing the event, Mr.
No,
Wallis?
I don't want to get in. I'd love to. I think I have to leave a little too quickly, though. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's good to see everyone getting a chance. So many surf contests here. It's like,
It feels like there've been more this year, and I don't know if that's.
Well, just because we had COVID for 2 years and everything shut down. But no, it's the same amount. Actually, these are all the same amount of events. There's all the same amount of permits. They don't make any new ones. They've always been here. These events, in fact, the body surfing experience has been going on for close to 40 years, just like the Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
It's one of the longest running events here at Pipeline, here on the North Shore. And you know, the bodyboarding events would have came a little later. Yeah, it's the same number. Whew. Speaking of picking a number, you're number one, bud. It's interesting how west a swell can actually get at Pipeline to where it's going sideways.
Yeah, like yesterday afternoon, we were watching it do that, where it's like, it's up at Aikai, you know, it's just pushing from left to right across your screen. It was wild to watch.
Yeah, yesterday, I think was one of the most west I've ever seen pipe. Like I seen Mark Healey get away from like almost maybe like a little farther, almost second reef or a little farther out maybe. It almost looked like small Hemis. Like it was so clean and buttery, I was tripping out. Looks so nuts.
Pipeline Point.
Pipeline
Yeah,
Point. Every once in a while, we'll actually get a storm, kind of, you know, late summer, that'll come off of Japan as a typhoon and regenerate and become so westerly, it will go sideways and actually pass Pipeline and break kind of deep gums. And I've seen Derek Ho catch a wave from gums, like deep gums, all the way to gas chambers. Wasn't a big wave, but it was just amazing and so perfectly well ridden.
There was a swell like that, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago now, and it was an Eastern Pacific hurricane that became a Central Pacific hurricane and then recurved back around. It was so west that the South Shore was going off, and then we had the west swell over here too, and I can't remember the name of the storm right now, but exactly that.
There was Walaka.
Well, that's what it was. Yep.
Okay.
Good memory.
Thank you, sir. That's all in the past, so I can bring it up now. I don't want to tell you what's going on tomorrow. It's your job.
But that's a good indicator that you would be a good surf forecaster that day, or you are a good surf forecaster, is having a good memory for different types of swells and how things looked on different types of situations. You know, again, hearkening back to our Surfline's founder, Sean Collins, he not only was he just had a feel for the ocean, unlike probably anybody else I've ever met, but he had an incredible memory for swells over the years. You know, like you'd be talking to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, this reminds me of a swell in like '83." Like, what, dude? Okay. But he had that memory bank, and he could remember all these little details and why it was special on a particular type of swell, and it was always I always felt grateful and pretty stoked to be able to talk to him and get some of that knowledge.
And he went one step further. Somebody looking at her right. Is that Cobes?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Cobes.
Cruising it.
One thing that was remember about Sean is not only like, okay, you could have your basic subscription at Surfline, then you could have your premium subscription at Surfline. You could also have a Sean Collins breakdown of all the giant swells coming around the world.
That was pretty good.
And he was so into it. Yeah. I mean, he would just break it down. I just saw Purple Blob. I'm like, okay, I'm booking a ticket. But he, you know, somebody like Dorian would actually talk to him and be like, yeah, no. And it was so spot on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It was wonderful. I think the only swell event that Dorian did miss was that giant cloud break swell. And it wasn't due to forecasting. He actually knew that it was going to be good. He just twisted his ankle trying to do an air off some Mexican point break.
Oh.
So it was lucky for us because he would have made us look so silly. Like we're just standing still.
Yeah, because you got both the 2011 and the 2012 swell down there, right? And,
yes.
Oh yeah, because the second one you were, I guess you would have been there for the event. That's right.
Right. So 2011 was an interesting one. Conditions just like this, but because the swell was so westerly, the direction of it, how it was approaching the reef and had such a long interval, it would come in looking like an 8-foot wave. And so an 8-foot wave to me is something that's triple overhead. So it'd come in triple overhead, and then the bottom would drop out 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
That wave that Cole Christensen got nominated for Ride of the Millennium,
Century,
right? I was right next to him, and he took off on the wave, and I thought it was an 8-foot wave. And all of a sudden, the bottom dropped out, and I just thought to myself, "Oh my God, he's dead." The ocean just swallowed him alive.
Yeah.
And one of the most craziest barrel rides to date. You got to look that thing up. It's if you don't know what I'm talking about, but if you're a fan of surfing, you do.
There's the importance of swell period right there, and cloud break's one of those spots like Jaws, where that long period makes such a big difference, and you know you can get a relatively modest sized swell that turns into huge surf actually.
And the beautiful thing about Cloudbreak is the perfect reef setup. It's not a drop off.
Yeah.
There is a very, very gradual degradation of depth that goes across the reef, and also how the channels are set up. If you ever get there and just put on a mask and snorkel, you'll notice all these fingers and how the water comes in, and then in between, like if you put your palm of your hand down flat on the table, spread your fingers apart, that's what the reef looks like. And the water comes in and it will equally come in over the reef and escape, so that the next several waves are just as good.
Yeah.
Where Pipeline doesn't necessarily have that so much, and so you'll see a lot of refraction and reflection off not just the shoreline, but also the way the wave hits the reef will send a reverb back out.
It almost has like a little bigger gaps.
Right.
Well, might not be a bad idea or a bad time to remind everybody what we're watching here. We're Surfline Live from Pipeline, the Volcom House, the big house. We've got a great view of the action here, pumping surf, beautiful conditions, east trades on a longer period west-northwest swell that peaked yesterday. Started to come up actually Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, peaked yesterday, and is just very slowly tapering off today. Still pumping big, occasionally washing through, and just on a slow downward trend over the next couple of days. But some great waves pretty much all day today, and saw some outstanding waves amongst the washers yesterday afternoon and evening as well.
Speaking of washers, Maikai, okay, you're out there. 12-foot set comes in, starts washing. What size board are you riding, first of all?
I was riding a 6.2 yesterday.
6.2 yesterday. What about today?
6.2.
Okay. Waves breaking, it's whitewash. Throw on your board or dunking?
I mean, it depends how big, like, where you're. I mean, sometimes if it's not too much whitewash, you could almost get under it. Like, you get thrown around a bit. But most of the time, you almost just want to throw your board and hope your leash doesn't break. Because if your leash breaks, you're kind of stuck for a little bit. Current's not too fun when it's that big. But I think if you can, duck diving is definitely the way to go.
One thing that I think sets John Florence apart from anybody is how well he dunk dives.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be like, oh, he's the best in the air. He's the best in the barrel. He's the best at staying alive. I literally watch him manhandle himself through giant 12-foot wash-throughs. It is just wild.
You can watch him paddle and, like, duck dive a wave, and you'll see everyone on the inside, and you look out, and he's, like, fine, out the back.
Right.
How did you do that?
Okay. I'm not the only one who's tripping on that. All right.
It's crazy.
Not just Uncle Dave, the creepy old lifeguard. Okay, all right. I'm just baffled by it. And I think that, him having a series of injuries made him come back stronger and stronger and stronger. He's like the $6 million man.
Got like a Kern-esque quality to him with like the duck diving and things like that. Just, waves come to him, and obviously he's got every bit of skill in the world, but those magical things.
I wonder if he has pressure dings on his rails from gripping it so hard.
Just put a hole in it from his fingers.
Just thumb holes.
Or maybe he just makes little grip holes in his boards just so he can duck dive extra deep. Who knows?
I tell you, there's nothing prettier than west swell with east wind. This is just absolutely groomed, gorgeous pipeline. And I think also a big thing that's making this so aesthetically pleasing and to watch and to talk about is lack of crowd. Is everybody's just surfed out.
So done.
But at the same time, you can never look away from it.
Not at all.
Right? So how many sessions you get a day out here at Pipe?
2 to 3 probably.
2 to 3.
Yeah.
Do you ever like turn around and like go, I'm gonna go play a video game, or do you just sit there and watch it?
Just watch it.
It's mesmerizing, isn't it?
It's hard not to watch it. But then sometimes it's hard to watch it after you surf because you're like, oh, I want to go back out, but then you're too tired, and then you get out there and you get smoked, and you're like, oh, maybe I should just rest for a little bit. Just get too frothed out sometimes. Especially when you just see guys getting barreled left and right, just standing up, spit out.
Okay, another question for you, Maikai. Does anybody have glass on fins anymore? Is that such a thing?
I think so. I've seen Marcos went out there with glass on fins.
Probably an older board.
Yeah, probably. Not anymore, honestly. I haven't
Marco
seen-
Schutzman.
Yeah,
from
he went out there
Mexico.
with
Yeah.
glass ons. But I don't really see anyone doing it.
When's the last time you surfed a board with glass on fins?
A couple days ago.
Yeah.
but I just have some older
Yeah.
boards. I do have some.
My big wave board has glass ons.
All right, I think we are going to check out a replay of one of Maikai's waves coming up right now. Here we are. Let's see.
Solid 8-footer. Packing it. That's what I'm talking about. The line. The line that you draw is absolutely timeless. It's the correct line.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure. And very well written and read. You know, I think a lot of surfing comes down to how you only have a few seconds, right? When you come over a wave to look at it and go, okay, this is the right line. Then need to do this series of pumps to successfully ride it.
Especially out here, you take off and you like sometimes you can't even see over the ledge. You're like just looking straight, and then you pull up and you're like, oh, I have to do this in such a short amount of time, and you just kind of just got to get used to it. Like just that's why you surf here so much, is just getting used to that, like getting over the ledge and knowing what it's gonna do.
I think the thing that sets you apart from a lot of the other people, like you watch Healey, Mark will get some of the best waves of the year every year, but he sits and waits for them.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he's waiting for, where somebody like yourself is waiting for any wave somebody doesn't go on.
Yeah.
And so that, I think that speeds up your knowledge and your learning curve. I think it's a important subject to talk about, just to touch on, is how quick you guys are learning nowadays. Not to mention being the siblings of and kids of a lot of the great surfers of the past. I mean, Kaleo Roberson would have been out here flexing on guys, you know, and so Steve and his brothers are definitely going to be able to ride that wave. Let's say that. They'll ride that wave. Good times here at Pipeline. Third floor, Jerry Lopez Volcom Pipe House, overlooking the Mona Lisa of surfing.
No better place to be.
What do you got planned for this summer?
Back to Bali. We went over to Bali or Indo for the first time last summer, and we spent 8 months over there. And when we were in 3 months in the Mints and then 5 months in the Bali, we just loved it so much. So we ended up buying a house over there recently. And my mom and all my sisters and baby brother are still there, and just me and my dad came back for that contest. Ended up staying way longer than we thought we were, and then just gonna head back to there. And then I think, I don't know, qualified for the Challenger Series off that one contest, because I don't think there's gonna be any more. So I think I have Australia planned, and I'm just gonna be bouncing around the whole year. Be interested.
First event of the Challenger Series in Australia is at what break?
Snapper Rocks.
Well, your life doesn't suck, does it?
No, not at all.
Things are going pretty good at 16.
Not
Give
bad
me
at
some.
all.
Right here, buddy. Right here. All right.
bad.
Hey, well earned.
Thank
well
you.
deserved. There you go. Those things don't come easy. You've definitely been putting in your time. I watched your exploits through Indonesia all summer long and was quite pleased to see you riding waves of significance, especially places like G-Land.
Oh, G-Land.
Pumping. Couple bombs.
It was bombing. That was like, I mean, I haven't been everywhere yet, but I think like one of the better waves I surfed, that was like one of the main ones that felt like, wow, you need a bigger board. I mean, it's still nothing like here. You still have a roll in into like a slingshot slab kind of. But like I only had like, I didn't have any big boards over there because I was like, oh, I don't need any big boards. And over there, I just borrowed my dad's 6'1" and like barely did the job. So like next year, definitely gonna need some bigger boards for over there. But that wave is insane. Like if you get the right one out there, it's like it's so good. But it's so scary. It's so shallow and like so heavy.
Right, and there's 4 sections, right? It's a 1.5 mile long stretch of reef.
When I went, every time I surfed it, it was like almost too big, or not too big. It was like as big as it can get, almost like 8 to 12 feet maybe, and it was just going from the launching pad through Speedies.
Speedies, yep.
So I've been there 3 times now, I think, and every time was just pretty big. So I've never gotten to surf like up the coast at all. But yeah, there's so many different waves up there. I think I forget what they're called, but there's so many waves. Like it'll be cool to watch the when they have the CT there. It'll be sick.
Kongs, Money Tree, the Fang. Oh yeah.
So
And yeah, the CT is going back there this year.
yeah, so they're going back. I think that's the contest right after the cutoff. I think they're doing. So they may have bells, and then after the cutoff, they're gonna go to Java.
Wow, that's going to be a salt in the wound for half the tour, isn't it? If you fall off and everybody else goes to G-Land.
Oh. Make people want to qualify that much more, though.
I believe G-Land Groningen is the southeast corner of Java. Is that how it works?
I think so.
Right, yeah.
Something
Very top.
about that, yeah. Found by Mike Boyum. In the early days in the 70s, it would have been Mount Pinatubo, blew up, and one of the volcanoes blew up in Indonesia, and so they're rerouting the plane flights, and they took a different route. And Mike Boyum looked out his window and goes, "Wow, look at that left."
Yeah.
There's a fishing village over here at Bonawangi Harbor. We can get to that by motorcycle and just take, you know, the 12-hour ride down the coast or whatever it was through the jungle and made it there. And that's how it actually went down.
When you watch a wave, like after you catch a wave out there and you watch the next one coming, you're like, wow, how is this even like a wave? Like it's just so different.
It's a machine.
Yeah.
And I think, what would it have been? It would have been probably about 96. They actually stopped having events there because they had an earthquake. It's very, very active volcanoes around there. They had an earthquake and tsunami, took out all the camps. And so they actually stopped all the contests there about 97. I started going about 98. They rebuilt it and it was like, okay, nobody's coming. All right.
Yeah, like the times because of COVID, when I went there, we went with a crew of like just me, my dad, and Hayden Rogers actually, and then his brother, and then just like 10 other guys that we ended up getting like pretty good friends with, like all older guys that's been going there since like 97 or no,
Probably.
like 1970 actually, like wow, way back, like right after they first found it. So they've been going for like 30 years plus or whatever. They're all like in their 50s, 60s and stuff. So they've been going there for ages, and then so we ended up meeting them, and then first time we went, and then after that we became close, and the second time they're like, oh, we're going back to G-Land for the swell, it's gonna be good. Kind of just brought us on board, and then we went with them every single time, and it's just been like the best trips. Just 2-hour boat ride from Bali and shoot straight over there, just day trip. And that wave is crazy because low tide there is like, when it's big, it's so scary. Like you can't really surf it. You can surf up the point more, but the speedies is too shallow and it's so much water moving. So you almost get there on the boat. For me, I would like just lay down for like maybe an hour or two, wait till like the high comes up, kind of get my sickness away from the boat ride 'cause it's so bouncy because we went when it's so big. And then as soon as it kind of like gets a high enough tide, it goes from like so bad to just insane, like in such a like short amount of time. The tides over there are crazy. Like I never really, cause growing up here, the tides you don't really notice them that much. So like over there, the tides go so big that like it's like dry reef and then super deep, and it's just so like it was actually cool to like learn about the tides over there so much. It's different.
Dive here in the summer if you weren't over there. That's another thing you'll focus on over there is you'll probably start diving a little more on the smaller days in Indonesia. It's great diving, but watch the tides. That's going to smoke the current through there, and it actually happens here as well. Even though we only have a 2.5 foot tide on the biggest tide, you can't swim against it.
Oh no.
And it does definitely change a lot of the breaks, even at 2.5 feet.
Yeah, one little rip ruins everything. It's not going the right way.
Alrighty.
We're going to be able to take a break here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think we are going to watch a quick wave here and then head out for a commercial break.
Wow. Is that Jeff?
That was sick.
Oh, the crazy one.
All right, we will be right back. We're going to head to a quick commercial.
I mean, my strategy is to stay away from the local guys, like Koa and Jamie and that. So before, it was basically I'd try and find a spot where no one else is sitting and wait for those bigger days, the big wash-throughs. People don't want to deal with it, and so it gives me more opportunity to kind of catch some waves. Typically, everything from like 6'6" to 7'2". Just depends on the period of the swell and the direction. My favorite size is 6'8". I have a thicker 6'8", which is gone now. But I have some ones that are exact copies of that. So that's generally my favorite board. Pipeline has, it's so much energy into one section of the reef. A lot of other places are pretty flat reef. Here has uneven caves, it's shallow, it's a lot of power. Like, you're gonna hit hard, and obviously there's your board too. So there's a lot of variables, but obviously it's just a really powerful, dangerous wave, and it's not perfect like Chopu or something like that. So
Welcome back to Pipeline live from the Volcom House, courtesy of Surfline, courtesy of Salt and Air Productions. I'm Dave Wassel, and I am sitting in between two of the greatest pipeline surfers of this day, a 16-year-old Maikai Burdine and a 21-year-old Makana Pang. Like I said, I'm Dave Wassel. I'm older than both of them put together. Let's do this.
What's up, guys?
Makana, did you surf already?
I went for early, or not super early. I watched for like an hour or so this morning, and then I head out at 7:38. Did like an hour, 2-hour session. Got a couple.
As you do. I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. Maikai was bringing up a point earlier of how he paddles out with his friends and use that kind of stoke, and you see your friend get a good wave, but then you want to get a better wave. And he brought up the point of you and Kalani and Baron doing that with each other.
Yeah.
At what age did that start, and will that ever stop?
We started that in like 6th grade. After school, we'd run across the street, check it. If it wasn't too big, we'd run out, we sit on the shoulder together, and we just try to trade off on the sandbar and get whatever we can. And it just progressed from there. We just keep it going. Every swell, we'd just be on it together. Call each other early in the morning, let's go. Paddle out together. Having your friend out there too, it helps a lot, getting you like motivated to actually send it on those gnarly waves.
Okay, now a gnarly wave in 6th grade compared to a gnarly wave now. Did you ever think about how excited you were to even just catch a wave?
Oh yeah.
It's 6th grade, right?
Oh yeah.
And then to get that same high, what does it take nowadays?
It's not much. Some days it's just like, if you even get a wave out there in that crowd and all the madness out there, you're stoked. And honestly, just being out there is enough to get me going. Just being out there when it's big, watching other guys take off on crazy waves, that's enough for me. But obviously getting any type of barrel out there is the cherry on top.
Now, you would have gone to Sunset Beach Elementary.
Yes.
Maikai?
I did.
As well. Favorite class?
My 6th grade class. The last one I had, his name was Mr. Cisak. He was the best teacher over there. I loved him.
Hats off to all the educators out there. Thank you so much for instilling the great minds of the youth and the future of tomorrow. Because you know what? Nobody needs another dumb surfer in their life. Let's just say that. Is that not politically correct? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be a little honest. There it is. Beautiful Sunset Beach Elementary, directly across the street from Ehukai Beach Park, home of the pipeline.
I miss walking down those hallways right there. It hasn't changed. Hasn't. Except for those solar panels. That's it.
Yeah, except for the solar panels and, you know, a couple extra teachers. We talked about a lot of the events that happen here in Hawaii. Volcom was the first event, the Volcom Pipe Pro, where they took money from the proceeds from selling T-shirts at Ehukai Beach Park and went and hired a new teacher.
What?
Yeah, they did so much rad things. They're like, okay, yeah, I get it. We're coming and taking from your community, taking to, you know, everybody's, nothing's giving back.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what? We're going to start this huge give back program.
Nice.
And that was one of the best ones I ever heard.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, me either. That's sick.
That's sick. Wow, that was a nice one. Who is that? Cody Young, I think?
I think you're right. I think that was the island of Maui.
Wow, it's just nonstop. Oh.
It looks like it's maybe getting a little bit better right now, honestly. Cleaning up a bit.
Maybe the next few hours could be sick.
Little less backwash on it.
Just settling down, I think.
This morning had a lot of warble and backwash to it. Bunch of wonk. Kind of hard to figure out. Find a clean one.
What I've noticed over the years here is the beach can be totally flat, which would normally cause backwash.
Yeah.
But this wave, the way...
Oh my goodness.
Koa Smith?
Koa Smith.
Wow.
I'll let you call the surfers. I'll just talk. The way the lip impacts the reef, it hits so hard. Half of that backwash is just water shooting back off the reef.
You'll see after a big set, or like the second wave was set, you'll see the backwash or the reverb from that wave exploding coming back up the face of the second one or the one behind it. I pull back on a lot of waves just because of that, just because I don't want to deal with that while dropping in and possibly losing my fins out or something and falling on the drop, because that's the worst place to go.
Okay, Makana Pang, what size board did you ride today?
I rode a 6.0 this morning.
6.0. Okay, let's talk about this. You mentioned you got up and you watched it for a good hour, hour and a half. How often do you do that?
Honestly, this season was the first time I kind of took I started to take my time a little bit and watch it before I paddle out, take my time, finish my coffee before paddling out. Years prior, I would just not even look at it, not even check it, leave half a cup of coffee in my cup holder and run out without even seeing, and just go for it. But this year I've taken my time. I watch it for, if it's really good, 10 minutes. If it's average, I'll watch it for maybe an hour and then head out, depending on the day.
What's going through your mind at that time?
Just trying to figure out if I have the right board, honestly. Figure out if I have the right board and where I want to sit. If it's bombing, if I want to go out to second reef and try to get a roll in, or sit on the inside and sit under the ledge, try to take one under the lip.
So whether you're going to ride a 6.0 or a 5.11.
Exactly. Yeah, that's basically my range. I actually rode a 6.4 yesterday for the first time. That's the biggest boat I ever rode out here.
How'd it feel?
It felt good on the second reef. I was sitting outside and I caught a couple. It felt nice until I buckled it, unfortunately.
Not meant to be.
Maikai's been riding a pretty big one. I saw him on one yesterday.
No, I was on a 6.2.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Who was it? Legend Chandler?
He was on an 8.0 today.
He was on an 8.0, sitting out the back with the big
Got
boys.
a bomb.
Yeah.
An absolute bomb. I was sitting with his mom, Coral, and she was shaking. She was trying to video it. Her kid's taking off on like a 10 to 12-foot wave, and she's trying to film it with her iCam, and I can see it right. Her iPhone, she's shaking away. I didn't want to say anything. Of course, he wrote it perfectly, like he's done a million times already at the ripe age of, what, 14? Gosh.
Don't know. Came out and I see Makana and Kalani checking, and I was like, oh, I need to get out there before they get out there.
Oh, yeah. They sneak out early.
Yeah.
See, that's what I used to do. I used to try to get out there before Nate, Koa, and Eli do the same thing.
Kalani got a crazy one today.
Yeah, that one was mental. It's one of the better waves of the day, I'd say.
Kalani Rivero?
Yeah.
Him and Claws waves were definitely some of the better waves.
So I guess the foot's all healed up. He gave a couple digits.
Yeah.
Giving him a little issue there for a while.
He was out for like 2-3 months, but he's just getting back into it, and he's gotten a few good waves since he's been back.
That wave he got earlier was like really deep. I did not think he was coming out.
I was staring straight in from the shoulder, screaming at him, telling him to pump.
Yeah, he came in, he's like, dude, the only reason why I made it, I see Makana claiming in the shoulder, he's like, I can't fall. He stood up on the shoreline, like catching whitewash in, he just took his helmet and just threw it straight onto the beach.
Oh my gosh.
Claimed the thing all the way up. I was like, yeah, Kalani.
How's this bomb set?
Just nonstop.
When are you going to get out there, Wassel?
I'm not surfing.
No?
No, I'm not surfing. No, I've got some urgent family matters to attend to.
Ah, okay.
And I think one day what you'll realize, I don't know if you do now, but family is definitely more important than anything.
It's a priority.
So, yeah. So it is what it is. There's, like you said, there's been months of this.
Oh yeah.
So
wow.
It's not like there will be more swells. Oof, you don't want to be that guy.
Dang.
Whoa, this is a big set.
That's one thing that I've noticed about pipeline. Even though it'll start dropping, when it drops, even the next day, it's still as big. Now let me try and make sense of that. When it's really, really big and breaking on the second reef, and guys like Shaun Lopez come over here on this wave and roll in from second reef Maui, what happens is the energy stops breaking outside and it'll drop a few feet. Now all the energy's on the first reef.
Right.
And it's still just the same size.
Yeah.
You're still catching 10-foot waves.
Yeah.
The day before was 10 feet. It just doesn't change that much. And it's actually probably a little scarier.
Yeah, for sure. It has more energy focusing. All that big wave energy that was focusing on the second reef and kind of having more time to roll through and lose its power a bit is all focusing on the first reef, which just makes an even gnarlier wave.
It was doing that this morning a lot. Like, it was just all the last swell, but there was not, like, the second reef was, like, straight on the first reef, and it just made it that much heavier.
Makana, we talked to Maikai earlier, and he said that he's basically out there trying to get whatever wave he can. Now, you, on the other hand, after being out here for a while and establishing yourself in the lineup, you do get some respect, for sure, even at 21. Great job. You've earned it. Nobody's going to take that away from you. But I'm just saying, do you look for a specific wave?
I don't have a specific look of a wave that I like. Honestly, if I see a wave that has a nice line and looks like it has an exit, I'll take it. But yeah, I'm still underneath all the big guys like Nate, John, Koa, Eli, all those guys. So whatever they don't want, I'm pretty much on. And then from there on, it goes Maikai, which is underneath me. We just like kind of recycle the waves. But there's definitely that one. My favorite type of looking wave is when it's like 6 to 8. There's a little feather just on second reef, but it doesn't fully break. And then it'll give you this little chip in from a little deeper behind the pack. And it gives you this chip. And sometimes, if you get the right one, it'll chip you in, easy drop into the biggest slab. Those perfect pipe waves that you really want. I think that's my favorite ones to look for, but they don't come too often.
Maikai, favorite wave?
I don't know. I just love paddling for one that looks kind of good, and then one of the boys called me, and I'm like, oh, sick.
You take what you can at 16 for sure.
Got to start somewhere.
I'll tell you what, it's very refreshing to sit here with you guys and discuss this, the finer points of pipeline. One, first of all, yeah, we all started off in the channel.
Absolutely.
And then used, years of experience to work our way up.
Mm-hmm.
I think way too often now people are like, oh, I'm on vacation, I just got to go get a bomb.
Yeah, I feel like if you...
What? Okay, yeah, go ahead, explain this to me. Your viewpoint at 16.
I feel like if you almost don't start in the channel, you're almost doing something wrong.
For sure.
Like, if you don't start and make your... yeah.
That's kind of been lost over the years, I feel like.
Yeah.
people kind of jump the gun and jump into it too early, and it kind of makes them a hazard in a way in the lineup.
I feel like so many of these guys see like all these new kids out there and they're like, oh, I could go do that. And then they just, I don't know, it's so dangerous.
Yeah, definitely taking the time to sit on the side, watch from the water, but not be right in the middle of the crowd trying to paddle for every wave, but watch from the side, see what everyone's doing, see what the waves do, see how to avoid bad situations. It helps a lot once you make that push to get the big ones and really go for it.
Okay, 6th grade. You're 11 years old. Okay. How long until you caught a 8-foot wave at Pipeline?
I might got my first really solid one at around 13, 14, so around 8th grade.
Wow,
I'd say
that's
7th,
impressive.
8th, 8th grade, yeah.
That's impressive. That is a big jump.
We started at sunset though, so we kind of had some experience in heavier water and bigger swells. And we used to just have fun, honestly, getting pounded out there and getting caught inside with our friends. We just loved it. We laughed at it almost. So it kind of helped us be comfortable in those situations. And coming out here, it's definitely a lot heavier, shallower reef and everything. So it took a little more time, but we already had that knowledge of how to stay calm in those gnarly situations, and I think that helped a lot.
I love the progression. Good job. Tell me this. Kalani Rivero got the best pipe wave of the day so far, you guys are saying, or one of them.
Yes.
How much of that depends upon him being out of the water for so long and being more hungry? Or how much of that depends upon him being, he's pretty physically fit.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, the guy can free dive like 80 feet.
I think that helps with the confidence too.
Okay.
His lungs are trained for that, for getting pounded, and I think that helps him definitely be more comfortable in taking off on a gnarly wave. And definitely that time he took out, and he missed a ton of swells and
watching all you guys.
And yeah, he was watching us, and it definitely made him more hungry and ready to get out there and send it.
That's something that I've seen kind of progress over the past few years, especially this past decade, is where all other athletes around the world train repetitively to become, better at their craft, better at their sport. Whereas surfing was always just like, at least in the United States, it was kind of like, woohoo, we're going surfing. But the Aussies took it real serious.
Right.
They were doing their club activities and whatnot, becoming physically fit. Jamie Mitchell. Same with the Brazilians. Jamie Mitchell being so good at crossing the channels. Now you can't even dare catch a wave next to him. He's one of the best big wave surfers around. Never misses a wave. But I see that now, that crossover, where obviously, there's no better training for surfing than surfing. But at the same time, the waves aren't always good. And there's certain muscles that you don't use that you need to, i.e. the brain. I know it's not a muscle, but come on, bear with me on this. But, getting your right mind frame so that you're able to push your limits. And I think diving is one of those. I think it's always...
Most definitely.
Always good because, there is going to be a point where you're going to be faced with, I'm in a bad spot. Nobody's coming to help me down here. It's black.
Yeah.
Stay calm. And I think that's one of them. And I think Kalani Rivero is taking... something off of somebody like Mark Healey's notebook.
Absolutely. Yourself as well, right?
Yes.
You're definitely an avid spearfisherman.
Yeah, I like to hide. I like to hide.
Oh, that was a nice backdoor wave. Who's that?
Wow. Jake Maki?
Jake
Maki.
Wow.
Waves are just so good.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing a little better of a window than maybe an hour ago.
Yeah, it seems to be not breaking out on the second reef quite as much. The tide is dropping. Maybe that's helping slow the swell down just a little bit.
Oh, go for it.
I think this evening's going to get really, really
Yeah,
good. I
for
think
sure.
the tide's going to bottom out around 4:30 and just start to turn around. I think it's just going to start pulsing and just start really doing these long, clean lines.
A little more energy focusing on the reef, like what we were saying.
Yeah, it's just got that. I mean, not like it's bad right now.
Yeah.
You know, how funny is it when you just sit here and nitpick it?
There's 10-foot barrels, but it could be better. Koa Smith. Deep.
Oh.
Big
He got a really
chandelier.
good one yesterday.
That was crazy. I saw the lip literally land square on his helmet, but he
And
stayed on his
He
feet.
kept going, huh?
Yesterday before dark turned on like insane.
Oh, yeah.
Could do that again. It could be really good first reef.
There was very few warriors out yesterday battling the second reefers.
The war of attrition. Who has made it through the past 2 months of pipeline and still going for it?
It is hard. I have towards the end of that month-long marathon we had, I could barely get myself to wake up in the morning. It was nonstop. I never thought too much pipeline was a thing, but that was almost too much pipeline.
It's rare. Trust me, it's rare.
For that 1 month that was nonstop, after I was like, why can't I just get small? You know, I want
Yeah,
to go surf Rockies. And then as
exactly.
soon as like that little week of bad waves came in, I was like, where's pipe at?
Yep.
Such a trip.
I know, I'm used to surfing Rockies for the majority of the winter, and
Yeah.
now I've only done maybe like 5 sessions out there total.
Yeah.
Dom Walsh, I believe?
Dom Walsh on the spin cycle. Never seen whiter whites.
Were you up here for that Nate Florence wave where he tried to doggy door?
Yeah,
Got that lip to the head?
yeah, that was
That was a
horrifying.
gnarly one.
That was horrifying.
A bit of rain.
Speaking of training for surfing, Nathan Florence takes it to another level.
Oh yeah, that guy loves his weights, huh?
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's working for him. I'm not going to second guess it. I've never
Yep.
been a guy who's been like, look how heavy this is. I'm going to move it over there. Then I'm going to move it back. But you know, it's definitely got him in the right mind frame. The stuff he does out here at Backdoor, and then like the next day he'll go to Jaws and come back to
Yep.
Pipeline, and you're just like, wow, this. Oh, that's why you do it. Okay, I get it. I get it.
It helps with your endurance for sure.
Yeah. I'm
Also, just mentally knowing that you've trained and prepared and you regularly are exercising and staying in shape, that definitely helps with your confidence and going out in heavy situations and heavy waves like this. And then going to surf 20-foot jaws. You have to be training. You have to be preparing yourself, staying in shape.
Yeah, you want to take all guess factor out of it. That's for
Yeah.
sure. I wonder what would happen if I fell right here. Been there, done that. Trust me, you don't want to know.
Kind of the uncrowded hour as well.
I was tripping. This morning was just like, for an hour, it was just like me, Kala, and like 4
Yeah.
boogie boarders. I was like, wow.
Kala Grace?
Yeah. You got a sick one this morning.
Yeah, really good. He's claiming better than the wave he got in the Backdoor shootout.
Yeah, he showed me the clip. It's pretty nuts. It's not as long, but it's so like just the section was so square.
Here's a nice replay. Is that the Jake
That's
wave?
Jake
Mackey?
Mackey. Okay, here's a good one. It's Cole Smith.
Whoa. That would have been crazy if you made
Chandelier.
that one.
Okay, since you're both goofy footers, let's talk about Backdoor.
Let's talk about it.
Let's hear your thoughts.
I think Backdoor is the hardest right to read for your backside. I've been trying for years to get it figured out, and I still am taking off on waves that I absolutely shouldn't even be looking at, thinking that it's a good wave. I still have no idea how to master it. But it's been refreshing. A lot of goofy footers would avoid backdoor for years. And there's kind of been a wake-up call in the goofy footer community with going right and actually giving it a go.
For 20 years, I sat next to a goofy footer because I knew he wasn't going to go right.
Exactly.
And now it's like, oh, darn.
Cole Smith at Backdoor is really good.
Yeah.
You're pretty good yourself, Maikai. You've been stepping it up.
It's Backdoor, I think, is, like he said, one of the hardest and probably one of the scariest waves for the backside, because that wave, you can't tell if it's going to run or not. And once you take off, you're stuck. And it's so shallow in the reef, you're just trying not to fall. And it's kind of just like, I don't think you could ever really get good at Backdoor. It's pretty hard.
I think the one thing that Backdoor has as a benefit over Pipeline is that it barrels and it bends more towards the beach.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you more of an escape.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Pipeline bends out to sea and then up high, which backside is really tricky.
Right.
It's super tricky to do. Somebody like Jamie and John, I don't know how they figured that out, but they've got it down to a science.
Wow.
That was psycho.
That was a sandy drop for the boogie boarder.
I think what's crazy was the year that Gabe won the Pipe Masters and he was going backdoor. Like, how good he was at backdoor for not spending that much time here was insane. Like,
And on bigger waves.
And he was just, like, I seen him no-hand this one barrel, and I was like, wow, how is he doing this? Like, I feel like that's what made me want to start trying backdoor, is just watching how good he was. And, like, I don't know, it's nuts.
Well, you definitely have got the shorter board vibe, so you got the...
That helps a lot for backdoor as well.
Yeah.
Longboard in that tight and tricky barrel is
still
makes it even
apexing most
harder.
of the time. You're just dropping in. If you can't pull up in time, you're gonna get so axed.
It is still bombing out there.
It absolutely is. And you know, it's going to be big even tomorrow.
Yep. Cole Smith.
The ultimate surfer.
Oh. He's on a pretty big board today, I think, too.
Looks like it has a real lot of thickness in it, huh?
If that's the same board as yesterday, it was on a 7-4.
7-4?
Yeah. Could be a different board, but it looks like the same one.
And that's why everybody's like, why are you asking them what board they're riding? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm actually interested.
Right?
Yeah.
It really dictates your approach. It really dictates your thought process. I like to ask people these questions and see what they're thinking. It's very different, even though everybody, that we hang out with is the best pipe surfer. Like, look at your friends you grew up with. They're all incredible, but their thought processes, their approaches. My partner right there, Tamayo Perry, he's going, that's guaranteed like a 7.6, 7.8.
No leash as well?
Yeah, that's, I'm not too much of a fan of that. Something happened in our generation where people stopped wearing leashes because they didn't want to break their boards. Okay? Your board gets blown away, it doesn't get held in the impact zone, less chance of breaking. However, if you break, i.e. go unconscious.
Exactly, and you're way harder to find in that mix.
Yeah.
That saves countless people, huh, out here?
Absolutely.
Having their board attached to them.
And look what happened to
Absolutely.
Kalani.
Yep.
His leash saved his life.
It's like having a buoy.
Yep. December 2nd, Malik Joyu went out with the leash, but the leash got blown off.
Oh.
And that's why we couldn't find him. And that was, and we did, or excuse me, I believe my partner, Butch Ukauka, was the first to find him. But, it was,
It saves a lot of time.
25
though.
minutes later.
Yeah, it saves a lot more time. I think that's the reason why a lot of guys are picking to wear flotation on their wetsuits nowadays.
Right.
As well. So you are easier to spot and you don't get held under the water by all that turbulence.
Since the invention of those, we haven't lost an individual.
True, huh?
True. Say what you want, but hey, that's a big step in the right
Even
direction.
the helmets have a little bit of flotation that are enough to bring you to the top nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I've been wearing a helmet the past maybe 4 or 5 sessions out here, and you can feel it for sure. If you're down deep, it'll help you bring yourself up for sure.
Like, if you're unconscious, you're floating with that thing on for sure.
Holy
have a
moly.
big boy rolling through.
Every time it seems like it's getting smaller, it's getting bigger.
Right?
Like look at this. This thing's like a.
Keep paddling, just keep paddling, just keep paddling.
Oh
I'm willing
my
it to happen.
gosh.
Willing it
No
to happen.
way.
That thing was a point break.
This is Takushi. I swear by my mom's name, from Japan.
That was insane. He paddled for almost 30 seconds right there.
Tak just turned 50 years old. I didn't even know he was here, but I saw him paddle for that wave, and he's so stoked. This guy's been coming here for decades. He's one of those lucky individuals that I learned a lot of my surf forecasting just from talking to him. And I said, you're always here when pipeline's good. How do you know? And he goes, oh man, when it starts snowing in southern Japan, you go to pipeline. Everybody goes there to ride the big white waves. I come here to ride the big blue waves. I said, thank you.
Wow.
And then I started focusing more. We were talking to Kevin Wallis, the Surfline forecaster earlier, who's in here. And it's all about where the storms form and the jet stream that they follow. And Mr. Takushi, look at this guy. Massive. What is this, like 4 times overhead? That's a giant pipe wave. Like he's psyched. He's like waving to guys.
Bye.
That's the funnest thing when you're rolling through. If you are spending the time out Second Reef and try to find one and you're rolling through and you can see your friends while you're cruising in on the whitewater, passing by, give them a wave, say what's up.
Yeah, Tak, welcome back to Hawaii, buddy. Happy birthday. He was here earlier in the winter. And I'm like, really? Are you going home? It's getting good. He's like, I have some business to take care of. I got some family stuff, but I'll come back. I promise I'll come back. There he is, live and direct, keeping his promise, good to his word, and doing the same thing he's been doing for 20 years. Awesome.
This little insider.
And that's going to be a tough one to top, but guys, appreciate you coming in. I think we're going to throw to a commercial break here and hope everybody joins us here at Surfline live from the Volcom Pipe House.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wassel.
Yeah, you guys rock, man. I'm so stoked to be in the middle of you guys. It's awesome.
Now, don't miss my wave when I get out there. I'll be out there in 10 minutes, all right?
And checking back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aloha.
See you guys.
The next year, 2000, we ended up getting our first house at Pipe. The rest is history from there. Welcome to Hawaii.
And we are back live from Pipeline at the Volcom House, courtesy of Surfline. And courtesy of Mother Nature, I'm being joined by our guest from the last heat, young Mr. Makonapang. And to my right, I have Kalani Chapman. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back from the barrel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always good to be back.
The never-ending winter, huh?
Yep, it's been nonstop. It rained for about 10 days straight, and after that, the sun came out and never got covered from the clouds again.
You've been hiding in the shade quite a bit lately, though. Definitely getting some of the best waves that we've seen in a long time. That clip that Ryan Moss got of you is very special. That wave itself was very special. And I think that was on the new board, your Uncle Shape, Craig?
Yep.
Owl Chapman?
Yep, Uncle Al shaped me a new board. It's an 8.0. It's a tad bit narrower than what he usually does. Basically, he made the board and he just needed somebody to test it. And I'm the guy for the job. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, go out there and send it on a few and see if it works. And the board works good. It's really lively and it feels like I've rode it 100 times before. So, you know, that's what you're looking for when you're out there. You want to have faith in your equipment and definitely, you know, you don't want to be double guessing yourself, or you don't want any questions. You just want to know that you're on the equipment you want to be on, and that's important.
Absolutely.
Here's a unique perspective. I'm sitting in between the two of you. My dad doesn't surf. My dad doesn't even know how to swim. Okay, Kalani, your dad, the man, right? Mr. Pang, Dennis Pang, just doing it since day one. Kalani Chapman, you also come from this pedigree of phenomenal North Shore surfers and chargers, from Craig Chapman, your uncle, laying it down in the 70s. Your brother, Shaun Briley, doing things on waves out here at Pipeline nobody thought was even possible to this day. Okay? Now, how does that play into your day-to-day? Because I hear you guys talking about, oh yeah, I don't want to second guess this, second guess that, but I feel like you guys were born to surf here. Kalani? Chapman's? Excuse me.
Yeah, you know, like you were just saying, my family has been at it since the 60s, you know, and my brother was a madman in the 90s, and I just wanted to be like him. He was 8 years older than me, and I just wanted to, you know, I thought it was so awesome what he was doing out at Pipeline and just in the water, period, wherever he was surfing. And yeah, I just wanted to be like him, and I've tried my best so far, but I don't think so. I think he still got me beat. His Olos are bowling ball size. I don't know.
the things that your brother did, you know, people were coming from this approach of successfully riding Pipeline and performing these perfect lines. And Shaun came out with this reckless abandon approach and made it work. And to this day, some of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life.
I seen a clip of him on Instagram the other day. That was insane. I think it was posted by Lost or something.
Yeah.
On the red board.
Yes.
Yes.
Late drop.
Famous way.
As deep as you could have been.
1998.
As deep as you could have been.
Cover of Surfer magazine, shot by Eric Baseman.
8.8, I think he said it was.
An 8.8.
Yeah, but airdrop on first reef.
I could never imagine doing that.
And that's like the biggest wave you've ever seen in history.
And pretty much he's the only one that would make that with his weight.
Right.
Because the way his rail engaged, and like most people couldn't even get a big board like that to like cut the water correctly.
Yeah.
Where he's just manhandling the thing and making it do it whatever he wants, really.
That's why I ride such a small board. I'm so light and small that I feel like I have a really hard time keeping the nose above the water and engaging the rail on a longer board. And keeping my board smaller and sharper on the rails helps me out a lot. It makes me feel a lot more comfortable dropping into a gnarly wave.
Yeah. There's, you know, it's just all different approaches and different waves even you're looking for sometimes.
Right.
You know, sometimes a bigger board not fit in the curvature of, you know, a real ledgy wave, but you're going to need it at a different time when you're in deeper water, and, you know, it's just, it all matters. Everything matters.
Yeah, depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's bulk season, Pang. It's bulk season. Did I refer to you as Kalani earlier?
I think so.
Oh my God. How old am I? I'm telling you, the sun is cooking Uncle Dave's brain. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about Kalani Rivero's barrel earlier. I apologize, Pang. The gift is
you got a lot of
us.
people to, you know, talk about, and you got a hard job. I'd be messing up people's names left and right, so I got a lot of respect for what you do.
Actually, what I do is I just write everybody's name down on my hand.
Oh, okay.
But then I get real sweaty palms and it all blurs together.
You're all, oh. Yeah. No, Pipeline is showing her beauty today. It's, you know, to me, it's a great display of Mother Nature. You know, there's Niagara Falls and all these things. And, you know, even places like Chopo or Pipeline or just big waves, period, rather if it's a shore break or whatever it is. The ocean is one of the most powerful things on this planet. And it's an awesome thing to be a part of and to watch, even if you're on the beach or you're out there getting pitted or getting slammed on the reef or whatever's happening. It's powerful, and you can feel it in the air.
Isn't that interesting? This is probably one of the only waves in the world. I guess maybe the wedge would be comparable, where you can feel the energy right at the shoreline.
Right.
And it really just right now the house is shaking as this set comes just smoking down the reef. It's wild just to be able to feel the energy. And you kind of get it from the surfers as well. Walking around, you feel that little contact high from,
yeah.
I don't know if they're really excited or if they're really scared.
Oh, bro, I was nervous as heck this morning. I was like pacing around the yard, like, where's the wax? Okay, got the wax. You know, just.
All the smiles you see is it's the what's the word? The cover up for the nerves.
Oh, right. Yep, I agree. A lot of the times I tell myself, oh, you don't need to get a wave, just paddle out and, you know, like just watch if you don't feel right. But then, of course, you're in the spot and before you know it, and usually you're going. But, yeah, there's different ways of getting yourself out off the beach.
For sure.
Wow. It's so refreshing to hear from people who actually live and breathe Pipeline, i.e. yourselves, how much the ocean has humbled all of us. You know, you're never really in control.
Never.
You try to be comfortable, and you know, you talk about that wearing that mask of false bravado and how the smiles are the cover up for all the nerves. It's such a great point. And you know, you do what you can. And some people have a little routine. I remember Andy Irons, he would, you know, when he'd surf his heat, he was so big with mind games, he would try and match the color of his board shorts to the color of his jerseys. How's that little mind trick? I don't know why, but that
just makes you feel right.
I guess so.
If I'm having a contest, if I'm in a contest and I make my first tee, when my second heat comes around, I'm thinking about what did I do before my first heat? Try to get it all right, try to get the stars aligned the same way, you know? It's just trying to make yourself believe that that's going to help you and that's going to benefit you.
Just being a little superstitious.
Yeah, superstition.
Routine. Finding the right routine.
Exactly.
Well, you guys seem to have found the right routine. It's take off under the ledge and get super barreled.
I'm itching to get back in one right now.
Yep. Low tide is at 4:30, I think. So.
Do you focus on tides, Kalani?
I watch it for sure.
I love it. I love it.
Yep. Even though Hawaii doesn't have the most drastic tides, it's, you know, the way I look at tides a lot of the time is if you take, you know, two feet, if the tide drops 2 feet, there's going to be 2 feet on top of the wave. You know what I'm saying? Because the water that was there is now not there, so it made it taller.
Exactly. I understand what you're saying right there.
Definitely when it hits the first reef, for sure.
Like, and that, like, I kind of get that from surfing Indonesia over the years, like, because it'll be high tide, right? And it'll be like 2 feet. Once the tide flips, it's like 8 feet.
Yeah.
In a matter of whatever. It can happen in like 3 sets. I've seen it happen before.
I was blown away. I went to Desert Point for the first time 2-3 years back, and I was blown away at how high tide it would go dead flat. It would look like there's no swell in the ocean, and then as the tide drops, it's suddenly 6 feet and firing.
Yeah. And that's where I got that little, like, take the water from here and add it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could be really far off, though. It's just my little mind.
No,
that's the theory.
Hey. You believe it. That's what it is. And it's true, though, that, you know, everybody says, oh, the tides aren't drastic like they are in California. They're not drastic like they are in Indonesia, but they still play a huge role in the waves here.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. And
whether if it's backwash or
rip.
Sometimes, you know, low tide makes it real flat and nice for the waves before they break. So that's nice. Having a nice, you know, entry runway in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always fun when you're going through the turbulence and foam and bump and kind of not knowing what's gonna happen. We got some mean sets rolling in though.
Mean sets.
Not too mean for the guys out there. They're getting cleaned up.
Yeah. Got to practice your breath holding skills. Yep.
So, Kalani, on a day-to-day basis for the past, I'd say 5 years, easy, maybe more, you've always ridden an 8.0 or a board of that magnitude.
Yeah, you know, after my accident and I pretty much almost died out here, I wanted to be a little more selective and, you know, I've always rode big boards. And I've always, you know, I've rode a lot of 6.6s and 6.10s and all that stuff too. Personally, I like, you know, the big boards are in my heritage. You know, my Uncle Al likes huge boards for giant waves, and my brother rode big boards out at Pipe. And, you know, I got a heavy foot, I got strong legs, so I can push a big board. I'm not scared of it. And, yeah, you know, it's just a choice that I steer towards. You know, I don't want to follow everybody, you know, 6'4", like, I don't, you know, I want to do my own thing and have my own style and be my own self, surf my own way, you know. And,
you definitely are. You definitely haven't slowed down at all. I still see you on the very best waves. Definitely upholding that Chapman name. It's absolutely amazing. I think we might even have a replay of one of your waves earlier.
Oh, cool.
That whiteboard with the red rails.
Yeah, orange rails now.
Oh,
no, the red rails, they lasted a long time. Yeah. I was sitting out there. I hadn't caught a wave in an hour, maybe hour 30 minutes, and Koa Smith was next to me. He could have easily like whipped it and, you know, kind of like taxed me or whatever, but he was like, "You going?" And I said, "Yes, please." And yeah, I got barreled. I was stoked. That was the only good one I got today. And that's, you know, pipeline, a lot of times it's good to just try and aim for one. And if you get more than that, then, you know, consider yourself lucky, and yeah, you did a good job. You know, sometimes you paddle out here and you just get cleaned up, and I've tried to paddle out 3 times before and done the walk of shame 3 times and never made it out. So, you know, it's a powerful place, and sometimes it doesn't want to be ridden.
How many sessions do you think you've had where you didn't even get a wave or didn't even get a barrel and just had to bring yourself to the beach?
Quite a
paddling
few.
in?
Yeah. More than I can count. Yeah. You know, maybe got away, but it was like a 4-footer just to get to the beach.
Exactly.
You know, like nothing you were looking for by any means, but just survival.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people think like the guys that get good waves out here are always getting good waves out here, but there's still bad sessions out here, and it's still pretty easy to have a session where you don't even get barreled or you don't even get a wave you want at all.
Yep. Yeah, Mother Nature, just because you're a good surfer and your name is whoever, doesn't mean that your session's going to be epic and you're going to get all the best waves.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody has off sessions. You know, it's not a perfect world.
My favorite quote from last winter, Kelly Slater. You might have heard of him. He's a pretty good surfer. Does pretty good out here at Pipeline. He came in and he's on the way out. He passed the towers. Are you coming out? I'm like, no way. It's way too crowded. He's like, I'm out there. And he's on the way back in. I said, how was it, Kelly? He said, I got one word for you. Jamie O'Brien. He didn't even catch a wave. Jamie just caught them all.
That's a guy that will rarely have a bad session.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he's looking for when he touches the water.
Don't give him his 9-foot catch surf, whatever you do. There's no waves left, 0. He looks at me, and I've known him my whole life. He's like, what, you gonna go? And I'm going. Okay, whatever, bro. Go ahead. No.
You know, okay. Prior to, go ahead. No, let's hear what you have to say. All I do is lip. Shut me up.
I was just gonna say, you know, you can see the surfers out here that are catching the wave, you know, a lot of good waves and that are consistent. They put the most time in out here, and you know, you can grow up here. You could surf this way from when you're 12 years old, and you're still never like 100%.
You're always learning.
Yeah, you're always learning, and it's a humbling experience. You know, like even if you get a good one, you can get slammed. Mason Ho last night, he told me, I called him this morning, let's go surf. He's like, dude, I slammed my elbow. I'm like, oh, okay, take it easy, and you'll be back out there before you know it. So everybody gets pounded, and we all have our moments, good and bad.
Jamie O'Brien broke both his legs surfing pipeline by the time he was like 14.
Yep.
That just, it blows me away. You know, I was talking to him about it the other day, and I'm like, you know, and he's kind of like, yeah, what are you getting at? I'm like, you're different, Jamie. You're different. You know, like that would definitely stop most people after they broke their first leg.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
And then two,
Kalani, you know, right as soon as you had your first child, Ehukai, that incident happened to you. And now you're back. And you said, you know, I've changed my approach. Man, I'm loving your approach. You're on all the sets, getting super barreled and riding clean, perfect lines. Good job. It's always good to see the boys back in the water. And when I say the boys, I mean the boys and the girls. You know, you can't take it away. Moana Jones this year, definitely, I think, not only she impressed me, but I think she made a name for herself around the world. I think some of the surfing that she did is.
Oh yeah, she's got.
Going up with Carissa Moore. She had like 8 to 10 foot pipe.
Yeah,
insane.
She's a really good surfer, good style. You know, she's not scared. It doesn't seem like, maybe, you know, everybody's scared, I should say, but she's not showing it. And yeah, it's cool. She's a North Shore. She's a local, and she's got a lot of love for this wave, and that's what it takes. You know, love and dedication and time out there, and she's put it in more than most of all the other girls lately, for sure.
It's nice to see her get that recognition and get all the eyes on her. She's been doing it for years already, and yeah, like what you were saying, this year has really been her big break, and kind of bring it out to everyone of how real deal she is out here and how hard she charges and how good she actually is at doing it.
You know, I got so much respect for all the girls. You know, it's like I got respect for everybody that steps out of their safety zone and wants to, you know, try and push their themselves. And you know, like Bethany Hamilton, I remember seeing her paddle out the second reef pipe one day, and she paddled into like one of the best waves of the day with one arm and just blew everybody's mind. You know, so she talk about dedication, and I can only imagine the frustration at times and things. Like, I have a lot of respect for her, and just all the girls. Like I said, if you step out of your safety zone, and that's the first step.
Right, you can only limit yourself.
Yeah, that's the first step.
Pretty
impressive. You never know until you go.
Always impressive to hear from you guys and tell us the facts. It's not just something you read off of Instagram. It's just straight up knowledge of putting in time, dedication. Obviously you both had some superior knowledge handed down to you from the elders in your family, but it's good to see you guys pick up that torch and run with it. You know,
Dave.
yeah, it's awesome, man. It really is impressive.
There's not too many surfing families out from the North Shore, original surfing families that are out here still anymore, and it's just, we're trying to stick in there and, represent.
Keep the ball rolling.
Keep representing, right?
Yep.
I'm 40 next year. My son is going to be 5 next year. Give another, 7 years, and maybe you'll see him out here, trying to be like Dad.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Now, whatever he wants to do or whatever, no pushing. I just try to surround my son with the ocean and all the things that it has to offer, and hopefully it will happen naturally. And that's my outlook on it.
Has he been on a board?
Yeah.
Does he enjoy it?
He loves it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. He's already telling me how he's getting spit out of barrels when his body's surfing the shore break. Dad, did you see that? I got spit out. I'm like, oh boy.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait a few years, buddy.
Can't wait. I guess I can. I'll probably be losing my hair soon. Yeah, nah. We try to pass it down to the generations below us. That's why it's so awesome when I see Makana and just all the young bucks coming up, like same with Dave. He seen me out here when I was just starting, 12 years old. It's going to be generations and generations of surfers before that surf pipe and after, and, it's special. We were very lucky that we get to experience the things that this place offers.
The North Shore will always be here, but the names will be the only thing that change. That's the way it's been doing it for eons.
Before us and after us.
Yep. That's cool. Every so often I talk to Auntie Cheryl, your mom, and she clues me in on some North Shore history. It's rad. It's so awesome to see them around and still have them with us and share a little knowledge. Because I think, these days, time moves so fast, we kind of lose perspective of it.
Yeah.
And
it's so busy. Life is so busy. It's hard to realize certain times, and like Peter Cole. I remember Peter Cole during an Eddie ceremony one time, and these are special words that I've held close to me. And he's just like, for all you young guys out there, do it while you still can, because one day your mind will want to go and do it, but your body won't be able to. And so
take advantage.
Yeah. Or just surf it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you might be old one day going, oh, I wish I would have surfed that one day. You never know, right? You never know. You don't want to be thinking that. You just want to be like, oh, I remember that barrel.
Yeah.
Even though you can't get all the days you want, and but nah, rest in peace, Peter. You're gonna be missed here on the North Shore. He surfed Sunset Beach in the early 50s. I mean, imagine what that was like.
Then Waimea after that. I mean, and on archaic equipment. 50,
wooden boards,
50-pound boards, just ridiculous.
Like I feel blessed. I got to surf with him when he was still surfing Sunset. Pure inspiration. What a great swimmer. I heard that guy he was one of the best swimmers around. Never used the leash at Sunset, even into his till he was done surfing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, into his 80s. Yeah, I mean, you just, back then there weren't leashes. So he just kept rocking that there.
Yeah.
But especially at a place like Sunset, it's pretty rare to hit the bottom at Sunset.
Yeah.
If you do, it's actually a good thing, because then you know where up is. Because it's deep.
You never know, too. At least maybe, or it might have just been I don't need a leash, I see Pomai a lot of the times. My Hawaiian friend down at Rockies, he's not wearing float suits or whatever because he's just gnarly. Yeah. He's like, well, if if Mother Nature decides to take me, then that's the way it is, or whatever it is, whatever mindset it is. But I respect it all. That's how I used to think too, and then I almost died, and now I wear a helmet. But just because you got a helmet on doesn't mean you're not gonna get hurt.
Oh my goodness, Koa Smith.
Whoa.
That was one of the best waves
Big
of the day
air.
for sure. Jeez.
Gee.
I was listening to you, but I was so glued to that screen.
I forgot what I was saying. Don't worry.
No. You're talking about, you know, the life changes that you've made since your injury and wearing protection and flotation.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But,
You know, I think a lot of surfers got Shane Dorian to thank for making the inflatable, and you know, Garrett McNamara. He was like the first that started putting, you know, like pieces of life vests in his wetsuits and hot gluing it to his wetsuits. And you know, a lot of people probably laughed at him at first, like, look at this guy, he looks like a kook or whatever, you know, but like,
Look at
save your life.
Yeah.
You know, it's not about what you look like. It's about coming in and seeing your family and your friends and keep it going so you can surf another day.
And to your point, Koa Smith with one of the best rides of the day, wearing a helmet and a flotation vest.
Yep.
Didn't seem to hinder his performance too much.
You know, too, it's like, this is a weird thing to think about. Jamie brought it up to me, but he's like, if you do get hurt and you do have your float suit or whatnot, at least the people that are trying to help you can get you in quicker.
Thank you.
And so that's like, you're taking some of the weight off of the people that are going to be helping you if you get hurt.
The day that the inflatable jacket was invented, we were surfing Mavericks, and I literally watched Shane, what I thought.
He almost died, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, to me, I was just convinced, okay, he's dead. This is it. I'm watching my friend die, and I can't do anything about it. But now I have to find his body to bring it home.
Oh, man.
That was, you know, before it goes into the rocks, I'm going to have to find it and bring it home. And that was the thought process in my mind, just to give his family some closure. Obviously, that didn't happen, and he's still with us, and he's created one of the most influential things in surfing these days.
Yeah.
On a plane flight home, he watched the flight attendant put out the jacket and say, oh, in case of an emergency, you either blow into it or pull this cord and it'll inflate.
Well, thank you, Shane Dorian. I use that thing quite a bit.
Yeah. Awesome.
When I'm scared for my life, I just look, okay, I'm okay. Yeah. You know, hopefully the safety of it all keeps moving forward. We don't even know, like, what kind of technology might be in the future to help us out with surfing big waves. You know, there might be drones that be strong enough to just send an arm down and pick us up, you know what I mean, and fly us to the channel or whatever it is. You know, like, there's things in the future that haven't presented themselves yet, I feel, without, you know, water safety for sure.
I feel like Pipeline is cooking.
This is a crazy drop. Oh my goodness.
And tack out the back again. Looking at it. Oh, backs off for...
We got Tamayo.
Yeah.
Is that the North Shore Lifeguard Association's Tamayo Perry?
That sure
That's
is.
him.
Cruising on through.
Tamayo is one of the best surfers out here from in the 90s.
Back with your brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was charging.
Tamayo's not afraid. He'll go. Hawaiian style.
And also had a horrific incident happen to him.
Yeah. He wears a helmet. Yeah.
I don't want to gross people out, but I've never seen so much fluid come out of somebody's head and they were still conscious.
Ooh.
It was not, yeah. It was a rough one. He's still with us today. But man.
The fire's still burning for Pipeline too.
Yep. I was actually over at Rock Piles, working Rock Piles Tower. A bunch of people threw their boards. One hit him in the head and scalped him.
Oh.
Literally just peeled him like a orange. But the next whitewater that hit him, the whole whitewater turned bright red. And that's how I was alerted to the injury.
Oh.
And I was down at Rock Piles. It's like half a mile away.
Oh my God.
It's like, oh, that's not good.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Radical.
Well, the Angels were there.
Definitely looking upon him now. He is one tough individual. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, there's things that can happen to people where it just stops them from wanting to surf out here anymore.
Look at this wipeout.
Didn't Jerry Lopez have a gnarly wipeout?
Yeah.
In his fin or something?
Yeah, in the
It got him.
right in the butt.
I had a friend yesterday, Sage Burke. We were surfing out here. It was only me, Sage Burke, Kalani Rivero, Koa Smith, I believe. Only a handful of us.
Wait, I thought you were Kalani Rivero.
But he rode a second reefer all the way in, and then he pulled into a gnarly section on the first reef, and his nose speared him in the calf. And I believe he got like 15 stitches yesterday.
Oh.
Check it out on Instagram. There's a photo of it. It is pretty rough.
There's so many, like when we're surfing, there's so many people that get these like injuries and we have no idea.
Yeah.
Just, you know, because people aren't whistling like somebody's really underwater in this, but guys are getting cut.
Every wave.
Yeah. Slammed on the reef.
Every set, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. O'Brien's got a little hematoma on his back, he was telling me yesterday, from slamming the reef. And he had his float suit on, which was padded on his back. But he slammed so hard that there's still fluid in his back.
Imagine if that float suit wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah, people come to the tower and be like, oh, busy day. And, you know, we've seen 10 people go to the hospital that day. Like, everybody's breathing.
Yeah.
It's just it's another day.
Yeah. Try and look at that positive side of it.
But that's the thing is, I don't think people, they just see the beauty. They don't see the danger of this wave. Oh, wow, it's so gorgeous. True, but
there's still a dark side to it.
How about the barrel itself? You know, tell me about when you pull in and you can maybe hear your friends screaming from the channel, but as soon as you're in the barrel, all that sound goes away. And it's like its own amphitheater of sound.
You know what's funny is I agree with you, and then I hear the spit.
Right.
That's like when sound comes back
It's
into
the
it.
alarm.
Yeah, like woof. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Like I heard that.
It's like you're getting hypnotized the second you pull up into that barrel. You're not thinking about anything else but straight ahead and where you're going.
You know what? I think I close my eyes a lot of the time when it's spitting.
Yeah.
I'm like, here it comes. I'm like,
I wish I do that a lot too, but I feel like that can kind of mess you up sometimes. I try my best to keep my eyes open, but sometimes you'll get it right in your eyeballs and
lip stinger.
Blind you.
Lips blind you.
A lot of the time I hold my breath.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
I
a good.
pull in and hold my breath. And then if you go to somewhere like deserts where you're getting these super long barrels and you're like,
Oh man.
the gasp.
Over there, the barrels are so long that I learned to watch the lip, and each time it throws, that's when you breathe.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
Throws, breathe, like, and you get in the rhythm of each falling lip. And so that, say you're gonna wipe out, you've got the breath once it happens.
Yeah.
Like you said, you could forget almost. Like
That is smart.
Yeah.
Love it.
Dedicated a lot to that place. Freaking.
That is one of the craziest places I've ever been. Favorite places I've ever been.
Are there like places to stay there now?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's changed.
But I've also heard, I don't know if the government over there is coming to kind of step in and build whatever they want on the locals' land. I'm not sure what's happening. Indonesia, you know, third world countries, they can kind of just do what they want. The government's just like, you gotta go. Okay, bye. Hopefully the
wave will still be there.
It will be there.
And the local bikes, you know, and girls will be charging.
Yeah.
Usman, and there's a couple of really good local guys there, local people, surfers. There wasn't when I started going there. There really wasn't.
No.
And now it's good to see, just as we see Makana, yeah, of course you Makana, but Baron making on the world stage and whatnot, and everybody getting their chance. The local talent at every spot is so much better than 90% of the people realize.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's why days like this are just so good at showcasing local talent. Thanks, Surfline. Thanks for showcasing local talent.
Thank you. Thank you for showcasing Pipeline.
Yeah, not just in the barrel, but up here on the third floor of the Volcom Pipe House. With me, I got, like I said, Kalani Chapman, and you're Kalani Rivero? No, you're Makana Pang. I'm not going to make that mistake anymore. Guaranteed, I know I'm going to get ridiculed by all your friends for a decade after this. Like,
I'll get him up here for the next round.
oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, let's have 2 Kalanis. I'll stay. You'd be like, so Kalani will be like, yeah. Both of us.
Oh, it's been a long night for Uncle Dave. No, I wasn't spending it with brother. No, it was
That's funny. Oh boy.
Shaun showed us how to live. You know, it's interesting. At one point in my life, you know, I talked to you and you're like, yeah, maybe get my brother back out here to surf pipe. I really want to surf pipe with him. And I said, hey, Shaun, you know, I know you talked to Kalani about this, but he really wants you to come back and surf pipe. And he looked me right in the eye and just said, why? What else is there for me to do out there? And there's nothing. I couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
The guy's done it all. And you know, I get it. We get, you know, addicted to it. We want a better wave and a better wave and a better wave. Honestly, that guy will not get a better wave out here. Nobody else has.
Right.
It's withstood the test of time for like 20 years. You're still talking about it, my brother.
Yeah. People are still posting it.
Yeah, it's that
It's made
good.
it onto the interweb that wasn't even a thing back then.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to take a little commercial break and we'll be right back at Pipeline.
Thanks, guys.
If you looked at a big stretch of pavement with manholes without the covers on them, and you got thrown out of a car going 30 miles an hour and had to tumble with no padding on across that, that would be like falling on a wave at Pipeline. And because of that chaotic nature of exploding water and energy being dispersed in different directions, every single wave is different. Like, you don't know, you might get spit out the back, or you might just don't pass go straight to the reef face first. Any of the pipe guys, how are they not getting hurt all the time? And so many people go out that are inexperienced and they get hurt. It's knowing how to fall and controlling your body when you don't really have reference of up and down, but you can still somehow, like dropping a cat upside down. You can always try to end up on your arms, hands, elbows, sacrifice the hip or the feet.
This wave coming in. Go, 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 go.
Aloha. Kevin Wallis here, Surfline forecaster. I'm joined by Dave Wassel, and we are live at the Volcom House at Pipeline. This is Surfline Live. Stoked to be here. We've got pumping west-northwest swell, easterly trades, beautiful conditions, sun's popping in and out behind the clouds, and seen some epic waves amongst the carnage this afternoon and this morning and over the last couple days with all these swells. And Dave, what do you think? What do we got? What are we looking at for conditions here?
A, conditions, A, swell direction, A, crowd. This is all A-list kind of stuff.
We're in the box seats to enjoy it here, which is pretty cool. And I think if I had told like 15-year-old Kevin Wallis that I got to hang out at Jerry's house and watch Pipeline Live, he would have been pretty stoked. If I told 45-year-old Kevin Wallis, he would still be very stoked, and I am very stoked to be chatting here with you and just watching pumping surf. We've got this west-northwest swell came from a storm off Japan about 4 or 5 days ago now. We saw it pick up on Thursday afternoon, really long period forerunners. It peaked yesterday, largely too big for pipe, generally too big for pipe, but had some moments, especially through the afternoon and the evening. And things are very slowly settling down, but we still have very solid surf. And according to Buoy 1, which is about half a day away, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be pumping through the remainder of the day. Our winds are going to continue to be really good, basically straight east right now. That looks like that's going to be the case through the remainder of the day, and just an incredible afternoon of surf.
I just hope it doesn't get too light. If the wind is really, really east and gets too light, we'll actually get a kind of a false Kona to come from the other side of Waimea and blow it out. So it is possible, but I'm not second guessing your forecast. I'm just saying, a lot of the time, little microcosms within the ecosystem here, or excuse me, subtle differences on a coastline. I remember traveling through Tahiti with Manoa Drolet, and he was so good at going, oh, it's onshore at this valley, don't worry, the next spot we go to will be offshore. Even though it's the same coast.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really what helped trigger my interest. Obviously that, and wanting to surf better waves.
Yeah, and we've got to plug Surfline a little bit here, we've got actually an incredible tool. We've got a high-res wind model that does a nice job, I think, generally speaking, of resolving those terrain features, those little microclimates and little areas of wind. It's not perfect, no forecast is, just like no forecaster is, but I think it really does a nice job. And we've got one for Hawaii, we've got one for Tahiti, Indonesia, Fiji. Fiji's another really crazy one with winds. You know, it could be howling trades out at Cloudbreak and then a mile away at restaurants, light and variable. And it's cool to see those and actually see when the models can pick up and resolve on those things. Lovely wave here.
Is that all part of the Surfline premium forecast? Do you get that kind of stuff?
You do, yeah.
Oh.
We've got, you know, north of 800 cams around the world now. We've got that high-res wind model that we just spoke about. We've got spot forecast, human forecasts, a little bit of everything for just about everyone. And our goal is to help everyone get better waves if we can. Because if everyone gets to getting better waves, everyone's stoked and the world's a better place.
There we go. There we go. It really is that
Buy
simple.
Surfline Premium and make the world a better place, Dave, is what I'm saying right now.
Sold. Sold. Oh man, I'm telling you, you're making my job a lot easier. Hi everybody. Aloha. Pipeline's the real show. You got it right there on your screen. Check it.
Who wants to look at us when you can look at Pipeline?
I feel sorry for the people when I climb on the roof here and actually clean the camera. I always look in it and make a silly face. I just got to. Somewhere somebody's looking in like, what is that?
We've had some creative things done on our camera.
We won't go there.
Yeah.
We won't go there, but yeah.
That is a very family-friendly one. There's been some not so family-friendly ones, but pretty creative over the years. I think I saw Proposal one time. That's pretty family-friendly. Yeah.
Nice.
Couple of good Valentine's wishes.
You know, a lot of people come down here, and there's no sign around here that says pipeline. Yeah, it's actually a state law where you can't have signs because there's no billboards in Hawaii. Take away from the natural beauty. Okay, the name pipeline is not even. It has nothing to do with the wave really. It was a construction site across the street where the pipeline was above ground. It said pipeline. Anyway. I tell people, hey, they're down here. We want a picture of pipeline. We want a picture where it says pipeline. I said, do you have a Surfline membership? Yes, we do. I said, go down on the beach in front of that big 3-story house, look up, smile, call your friends, and tell them to check in on your Surfline account. and you can be live. You're never going to get anything better than that. You can take a screenshot of that. Pipeline and you're on the beach.
Indeed.
And it's kind of a little different thing. And that, I think, to me, that's better than just some sign.
I agree.
Sorry, what am I, old school? I don't know.
No. Hey, okay, and you know, kind of speaking of old school, one thing I've really enjoyed that I've noticed you've done on your Instagram account is you've got kind of your Uncle Dave history lessons and stories, and you had one a couple days ago that tied into wishing Mark Healey congratulations on getting married, and I've really enjoyed that part of it, like some of the history that you talk about in town, actually the naming, the way that pipeline was named too. You know, to me that's really cool. I like that you are kind of in a history in aficionado as well.
You know what was cool about that? I did how Gums got its name, and the kid of the guy who the wave Gums is named after hit me up on social media and said, for years I just laughed at my dad and told him he was some old forgetful fireman, used to be surfer, blah blah blah. But he's like, hey, I'm stoked that you brought it up. There's actually Gums right there, just on the other side of the jet ski, to the right of Pipeline, if you're looking at the water. But Don Eichen took off on a wave, lip hit on the back of the head, threw him forward, impaled his teeth into his board, Not only did his teeth stick in the board, but the name Gums stuck as well.
Stuck as well.
And it's cool. There's actually a story that some guy did, a small film on him on, what is it? It's not YouTube. I believe it's Amazon Prime. Fire and Ice. He's a fireman back on that. It's in New York. How rad is that?
He's a fire. He was a fireman in New York, or he is a fireman?
I believe he's retired now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Dave, how long have you been lifeguarding here on the North Shore?
17 years. 16 and a half. I did almost a year in Waianae when I first came in. And I think that's really good. I think in all emergency services division, they're going to put you somewhere far from home when you first come in. And that's strictly, everybody has their opinion of why that is. I'll tell you why it is. So when you get a critical, there's no emotional attachment.
Yeah.
It's not auntie, uncle, dad. Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yes, because it's way too easy to freeze up in a situation like that. So that's why I went over there, and I requested it because I love working with people, you know, and there's no way you're going to go to Waianae and tell somebody how they should raise their kid. That's for sure. You know, so it helped me with my people skills. And I was able to meet a whole bunch of wonderful people as well.
Yeah. Seeing around that are kind of loading up on First Reef here, finally.
Yeah, a little less washers. It's not gone.
No.
Not gone at all.
No.
But yeah, definitely starting to focus more. And you'll notice when we say focus, I mean, these waves, the apexes, you can just hear it cracking. Water hitting water. It sounds like cement hitting cement. So heavy. Guys are warming up for the bodyboard event. Possibly Ian Campbell. Yep, that's who that is. Hello, son.
Good eye.
Hey. He has no idea who I am, but I know who he is.
You know, we had Kalani Chapman on earlier, obviously, and you know, thankfully, and you spoke to this earlier. A few years back, you know, he'd fallen and hit his head, and he was resuscitated. What's the general protocol in terms of, like, you know, when you have an accident of that caliber, you know, saving someone, bringing them onto the beach? What are you doing as a lifeguard, and how are you working with the community to make that all work?
First things first. Let's double check this wave at pipeline. First things first. This is the best wave that's broken all day. And the only reason I'm saying that is because nobody's on it. She's so pretty. Look, she, her, it, him, pipeline. First things first. You get the person out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's it. It's just a hostile environment. Something as simple as a tablespoon of water can really complicate things. There's a lot more than a tablespoon of water out there.
Yeah.
You know, look at that wave. I mean, that is just millions of gallons trying to force its way into places that it shouldn't be inside of you. And so that's it. Just get them to the beach. My whole thing is to get them off. Thankfully, we work very closely with fire and EMS, you know, the emergency medical service, the ambulance. I just like to get people into their hands. It's all level of care, right? As a lifeguard, my partners and I, we just do what we can, get them out of the water, hopefully stabilize them. I often refer to it as just putting a ribbon on them and putting them in a box and mailing them off.
Package them up.
Yeah, get them off to a higher level of care as soon as possible.
Wow.
And that's it. That's where seconds count. And, you know, we've been very fortunate that a lot of people in our community have either gone through the junior lifeguard program. That's where it starts. You know, the Florence kids and Eli Olson, they all did, and they've been tremendous help in a lot of serious incidents around the world. And they just got basic knowledge through that junior lifeguard program. And then they now go to further programs like the Big Wave Risk Assessment under Brian Kailana and Cole Christensen. There's so many great individuals partake in that. Speaking of partaking, nice slice of pie there. Looking at the Surfline camera. Did you get that? So many people I know come in and look at they look at their watch, and I know that they're going, okay, I'm going to do the cam rewind and check it out because I can actually time when that barrel was. I love that.
Yeah,
nice feature.
Cool. So we've got the rewind feature. If you want to take even another step out of it and not have to worry about figuring out the time, we have Surfline sessions as well, which is if you've got an Apple Watch, you can pair it basically with the Surfline app. You can hit start on your Apple Watch when you paddle out for your session. Hit stop as you paddle in. By the time you get to your car or your house or whatever, and you're changing out of your suit or your trunks, you'll have all your rides that were captured by the cam downloaded to your phone, and you can check them out that way as well. Take another step out.
The progression of Surfline. Look at the progression of these waves. Look at the rip and the perfect line of whitewater going down the reef. That is a very cool shot. I don't think I've ever seen a drone shot video looking back towards shoreline with such a perfect setup of a westerly direction.
And, I'll give a shout out to the North Shore Lifeguard Association. Obviously, the guys and gals that are keeping everyone on the North Shore safe. How much we appreciate the work you do, Dave, and with all of your coworkers. And if you become a Surfline Premium member, $10 of that membership will go to the North Shore Lifeguarding Association, and we'll also give you 30% off. So it's well worth it. Stoked, to be able to help out just a little bit, and so grateful to you and the rest of the lifeguards on the North Shore for keeping everybody safe here.
Right on. Thanks, man. And that's awesome for you to say and pop up my partners. I really appreciate it. We all do. It's a thankless job, trust me. But it's rewarding when I got to sit next to people like Kalani Chapman and that kind of stuff, and see the progression of his family and whatnot. There's lots of happy endings. That's a good thing. But it seems like a win-win. Good job, Surfline.
Good job, North Shore Lifeguard Association.
Hey, all right. Yeah. Nice collab.
Yeah, exactly.
And trust me, you're not going to see Dave walking around with a new pair of shoes because you dropped $10 on out of your Surfline membership. All the money goes right back in the community. We fund the junior lifeguard program ourselves. So, it's something we do to keep the kids busy in the summer. If I can teach somebody a couple basic skills, awesome. Nate in Florence has used it several times around the world.
Yeah, Eli, was it Eli too? That
was down at Skeleton Bay.
Crazy one.
Yep.
And it seems like, obviously at Pipe Lifeguard, you guys are right here, but you've got a community of surfers that really care and look out for each other as well, which is always great to see.
Yeah, and I think Pipeline gets a lot of the hype where all our beaches are super busy nowadays. Yeah. And I mean, Eddie Aikau would have been the most famous lifeguard of all time. Mm-hmm. Over at Waimea, credited with never losing a life. I don't know how.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is just awesome. So I think we'd all love to aspire to be like that, but the realistic 10 million people visiting their islands a year, the numbers have changed.
Yeah, and you just, the lack of knowledge, and this is not, I don't mean to say this in a negative light, but the lack of knowledge for someone who comes from an area where maybe they don't have as much experience in the ocean, just walking on the shoreline. Like this happened yesterday afternoon, kind of late yesterday afternoon, just down the beach a little bit, and it's, a couple literally walking on the shore, had a big set come through, wash in, and thankfully pipeline guards were right there to help them out and pull them out. But it's one of those things like this, the North Shore is like nowhere else on earth in terms of just swell and people and everyone that's coming to visit.
Right. I think that's the biggest part of our job is just being educators, sharing what's very basic knowledge to us, to others. That's really what it comes down to. So trust me, none of us are here to make sure you have a bad day. We're actually making sure that you have a good day, great day. Because if I'm working hard, somebody's having the worst day of their life. Speaking of the best day of our lives, this really doesn't get too much better.
No. No.
I mean, you want absolute. This is like surf porn. Look, that's a body surfer.
Here's my body surfing guy.
Wow.
That's crazy. You gotta grab one of those.
Yeah, I kind of joke around like, you're the surf forecaster. I'm going to ask him where we're going to surf later. I know exactly where to go. I don't even have to ask. This pipeline is on point right now. She is just, what I'm kind of noticing too? I don't know. It seems like the interval could be shortening up just a tad.
A little bit, yeah.
And making it, there are still long lines, but as a swell nears the storm energy near the destination, right?
Mm-hmm.
The North Shore of Oahu, for example of this swell, the long interval would shorten up and become a shorter interval, and the lines will turn more into what we call teepees, more of an apex, kind of right and left. And I'm kind of noticing that just by looking at the water right now. Whereas tomorrow, it could be a lot more backdoor.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Well, yeah, but, just looking at buoy 1, it's been bouncing, it's been kind of mostly, it was 16, 17 seconds early this morning, and it's come down just a little bit. And hey, here's our storm that set up this swell. Big, beautiful low, that classic comma shape, low pressure, kind of those popcorn-looking clouds. Good indication that we've got strong wind mixing down to the surface, blowing over the surface of the ocean. That's what you want to see. That's what's creating swell. Here's our big purple blob. We had seas up to around 50, 51 feet that were verified by satellites. Storm was kind of a long way away. It was about 2,000 to 2,500 miles away when it was at its strongest. So that's limited size slightly, but still very powerful swell. And we've got our breezy easterly trades today. It's actually should be shifting just a little bit more to the east-southeast as we head into tomorrow. Looks like winds will lighten too. So really good conditions continue through the weekend. And then this is just actually looking back over the last 6 weeks or so. This is, we had a look at, our average surf heights and number of days good or better over the last 6 weeks and compared that to the long-term average, meaning we've got, I think, 25 years of reports going back. And so we got, kind of a climatological record for that. So what we found is the surf's been a little bit bigger than average, but more importantly, we've had many more days of good or better surf, meaning good, surf ranging anywhere from good to epic, around 2.5 times the climatological average. So when you hear guys, whether it's young guys like Maikai or it's some of the more seasoned guys like Cole or Billy or whoever, saying, hey, this is one of the best or the best pipe seasons I've ever seen. That we've got the climatology backs up that claim as well.
Yeah, when Volcom first bought this house, Jerry Lopez came over to visit, and I said, hey, coffee or tea? He said, tea, please. I said, okay, bear with me. I've got a million questions. And one of them was the best season you've ever seen at Pipeline. And to this day, he's claiming in the mid-70s, and they had, I think, 20 days straight of pipeline, or 25 days, and just like this.
Yeah.
Just like this. And he said it got to the point, and back then there was a lot less guys surfing pipeline. He said by the end of the first week, there was nobody, and it kept going for several more weeks. Basically another month of just perfect pipeline alone. He said,
can you imagine that?
I'd like to imagine it. I'd like to imagine coming back in one piece.
Yeah.
Because you definitely, you'd want to push yourself to an extent, but nobody there to bring you home on a jet ski at that time, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's an interesting question. So like, if you could go back to any point in time where it's a combination of like, say, light crowds, but the equipment is still somewhat advanced, when do you want to go back and where do you want to surf? 70s pipeline?
Yeah, and just with a pair of fins, let's body surf.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey,
let's get real.
I'm in.
Let's get real.
All righty. Well, if you guys are just joining, guys and gals are just joining us, we are at the Jerry Lopez house on the North Shore of Oahu. This is Surfline Pipeline Live. We've got pumping west-northwest swell, beautiful conditions. My name is Kevin Wallis. the forecaster at surfline.com, and joined by Dave Wassel, North Shore lifeguard extraordinaire and history buff of all things Hawaiian. And we are just enjoying pumping surf right now. Beautiful conditions, and as Dave, as you mentioned just a little while ago, does seem like we're starting to see at least a few more waves focus more on the first reef, kind of on the inside, and getting a few more makeable barrels. It's been good waves for sure through the day, but a little bit washy at times. Still really big, and but it seems like it is slowly starting to focus a little bit more on the inside, and starting to see some of those peaks as well.
You know, it's also the tide is dropping. There's a lot less water moving in the ocean, which could actually kind of slow this swell down. People try to say, you know, 2 feet doesn't matter that much. Kalani Chapman, just here with me seconds ago, goes, oh yeah, I look at the tides all the time. Like, okay, don't listen to the lifeguard. How about listening to one of the best pipeline surfers of all time? Kalani Chapman himself has been on an absolute tear out here for decades,
former Surfline wave of the winter, Surfline O'Neill wave of the winter winner.
The very first.
Yeah. Was he the very first?
Very first wave of the winter. Yes, absolutely. That was the Andy Iron swell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was November 9th. Anyway, yeah, something like that. He did the deal. They pulled in and sent one out to Andy. I think there's a classic photo of it with him holding his hands up in a prayer formation. Yeah. A giant pipeline cavern. Yep, that was it.
Pretty iconic wave, pretty iconic photo.
And such a classic individual. So refreshing to have him and Makana Pang in here. And you know, Maikai before that. And I'm looking at these individuals who are all good at pipeline, but are so different in their approaches, but in their age brackets.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm looking at 16 and 21, and Kalani said it's going to be 40. And it's so cool to just hear their thought process on what's going through their mind, how they approach it, what boards they're riding, and what motivates them. You know, it's just and without Surfline doing these kind of things, you never get that kind of insight into them. I think it really helps draw in other people's interest. It's like, wow, that's something I would have thought of.
Yeah.
Really? You're looking at the tide turning, and then you're going to go out? You're going to, wait, okay, I'm going to ride a 6.2 like him, but Kalani's on an 8.0. Like, that's a big difference. In you know, so if you're a golfer, it'd be like using a putter to drive off the tee box. It's that kind of analogy. It's just so different.
Yeah, it's cool to see, you know, Kalani, like Mason's another guy like Mason Ho, where he'll ride those big old kind of old school pipeline boards, and it's such a unique approach to it and a unique style. Like Mason, I think, is pretty much everyone's favorite surfer.
Isn't that because he's always having the most fun?
Yeah. Best interview, favorite surfer, you know, you guys just classic.
Yep, he and Rorden Pringle have definitely brought all that viewing enjoyment to you. You guys throw that stuff up on Surfline too, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I bet.
It's gold.
It'd be silly not to. Yeah, it's awesome just to see those two and their antics, and a refreshing approach to surfing.
Yeah.
The you know, we talk about people's lines that they draw, and it's so it's interesting because it's a throwback, but it's very progressive at the same time.
Yeah.
I just, it always keeps you guessing. It's wonderful. Speaking of getting thrown back into a different zip code, guys are pulling in and making it back from all kinds of fun spots.
Little backdoor wave here.
So we do have an event running tomorrow for the bodyboard community. I know I talked to a couple of individuals flying in. There's people flying in from Kauai. There's people flying in from Australia. People flying in from Molokai, California, everywhere for this. So there will be some radical barrel riding tomorrow. Some very late drops. I'm excited to see it. There's something different.
I'm excited to see this drone angle again. It's such a cool shot.
And we might possibly run again tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Don't think so? Okay.
We'd love to, but I don't believe we're going to due to the contest.
I should have talked to you behind the camera earlier. I was kind of trying to set myself up for that one. Jeez, where were you on that one, Camp?
Like Ixnay on the Rednay. Come on, dude.
Seems like I'm the only lifesaver up here today. I'm just joking with you. Good times, good times. And we're back. Did we mute that all out? Okay. Oh, no, we can't because we're live.
Pipeline Live. There we go.
I love the description surfers come up with, you know, the words they choose to, maybe just the conditions. It's so buttery.
Yeah. Like buttery. No, it's wonky, man. That's weird. It's like funky and chunky and
it's so good.
The surfer lexicon takes a little while to.
But I tell you what, though,
New language.
Surfing has definitely had its characters, its fair share of characters, and it always will.
So if you're surfing today, what would you be riding?
8-2, way out the back. Yep, I'd be sitting way out there. I'd be sitting next to Kalani and just waiting my turn. See? Just like Shaun Lopez is sitting next to Kalani right there, and there's Cy Smiley. Those guys flew over from Maui just to catch this swell.
Yeah, Shaun got a good one, I believe, earlier today.
Shaun always gets good ones. He does. So does Cy Smiley. Those guys, you know what? They've been doing it a long time, and it's an absolute love affair they have with this wave, and they really will focus and see swell. You know, Surfline will put it up. Okay, here's the forecast. They will make sure that everything, every T has been crossed, every I has been dotted, every whim that a wife or girlfriend needs is taken care of, just as they can come over here for 24 hours and catch it.
And there's the beauty, hopefully, of the Surfline forecast. You see something a few days ahead of time, and you know, get work out of the way, get chores out of the way. Hopefully, we'll get you in, help you score some waves, and not get in arrears with your significant other, or school, or work, or anything like that.
That really is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You really got to take care of all your responsibilities so that you can enjoy a surf. The nice, clear conscience. Kalani and Makana were talking about how they like to have a specific day-to-day kind of routine to help them keep them from freaking out about surf. You know, and just to help them with their mindset before they paddle out the pipeline. Me, I like to go shoot my bow and arrow. When I look at a forecast and it sees something's going to be really giant or whatever, you know, what is giant nowadays? I don't know. Anyhow, I see a forecast that you guys put up to calm myself down. I go pick up my bow and just shoot arrows.
Zen out.
Yeah, because I feel at this stage of my life, the practice, the working out, the breath holds, whatnot, has kind of reached a point where you can't do that in the next 48 hours.
Yeah.
You're not going to achieve anything. So you just need to calm the mind.
What's the breath work that my assumption is you continue to practice that. What are the things that you like to do?
Free diving, and then if you're not free diving, swimming, and if you're not swimming, stationary cycling. That's, to me, is, I'm not a runner. I used to run a bunch, but you know, trail runs were my thing, never so much on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And then being, you know, run off the road by cars, maybe stop cycling on the road. So I do have a stationary bike at home. And it's good. It's something to do with the kid as well. So, you know, and do little interval training. So you're not just doing a boring run.
Yeah.
You know, every, say, 2 minutes, you sprint for 20 seconds. Then you warm down for the next minute 40 and do it again. You'd be surprised at how fast your body will react to something like that. And just constantly doing little things, but tweaking it just a little bit. Speaking of tweaking it just a little bit. Nice up and out. Yeah, so I think a lot of it is the mind game. It's really so important. It's something I learned from Mason Ho's father, Michael. The mind is everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's either going to get you in trouble or get you out of trouble. So make sure you got that on point before you attempt anything else. Fair enough. It's been working for him.
Yeah,
he got the wave of the winter. He's 64.
Yeah. As good a wave as anyone's gotten this winter, and just paddles out and finds it. Earns it, I should say.
Yeah. I believe they find him.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Right.
I really do believe that they find Michael Ho. The waves want to be ridden by him. He's that awesome.
If you are just joining us, we are live at Pipeline. This is Surfline Live. We are at the Volcom House on the North Shore. I'm Kevin Wallis, joined by Dave Wassel, and we've got a pumping day of surf right now. West-northwest swell, longer period west-northwest swell. Still running, been pumping all day. We have beautiful conditions, easterly trades. Expect this swell essentially just to continue all day, maybe come down a touch by the time sunset rolls around, but it's not dropping off or going anywhere anytime soon. A long-lasting storm that was a long way away, so we've got a very long-lasting swell. It started to pick up Thursday afternoon. Very long period forerunners that we're filling in, like 20, 22 seconds plus. A lot of energy to it. Peaked yesterday on Friday, and pipe was pretty washy for the most part. Had some moments throughout the day, and kind of started to turn on a little bit in the afternoon. A few waves to the outer reefs. Waimea was on the smaller side, but a couple there. And is turned on a little bit more today as the swell has slowly backed down. We're downstairs at the Volcom House here, and view that sauna, which I'd have to jump in later on. And back into the lineup. Again, beautiful conditions, easterly trades, sun's out, and couldn't be more stoked to be here.
Let's fire up the barbecue.
There we go.
Come on. Heck with the sauna. Let's fire up the barbecue. Let's get real. It's so nice to be that Volcom allowed us to be here today. But think about being a surfer on the team that has two houses,
right,
beachfront pipeline. Like
life's good.
Life's got to be pretty good. Oh man, what are you gonna do today? Go surf. Where? Backyard.
Yeah. Straight out. Our Maikai earlier, it was North Shore to Indonesia for an 8-month stint and back here. Life's good.
I thought that guy was supposed to swim out and shoot photos. What happened? Got stuck behind the red on the corner of the house. It's not a bad seat. Not a bad seat. Yeah, we do have seasons, right? There's no surf here in the summer.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I thought people by now would have figured that out, but we still have every single summer people showing up. Where's the waves? Where's the surfers? And I try to give them a snow analogy. You basically just showed up to a ski resort in the middle of summer.
In July.
Yeah. So, in North America. So that's the same thing. Same storms that bring the snow, bring the surf.
It's funny. I was looking back as we've surfer maybe up and riding here, and up and out, as we looked at this season, the pipeline specifically, over the last 6 weeks, and we are gonna do an article on Surfline on it and just tell you this is why it was so good. This is kind of why and how, and talk to the surfers. We did something very similar with Mavericks last year, because Mavericks had just an insane season. a year ago, but very similar to pipe in that it was like about 6 weeks, as as many swells as you could possibly imagine. So as I was starting to do my research on things, there was a quote from you that stuck in my head, and was, if it's snowing in Japan 4 days later, there's going to be a pipe swell. So I started to look at any sort of snow trends and historical averages in Japan over the last 6 weeks. I haven't found anything super anomalous yet, but did see right at the beginning of July right at the beginning of January was a record snow. So there are some crossovers there, obviously.
Yep, and while you were on break, the gentleman who told me that, his name is Tak. He's out there way out the back on his longboard, took off on a giant wave, just like 4 or 5 times overhead. And it's Tak, you always show up when pipe's good. Said when it starts snowing in southern Japan, that's when it starts coming to Hawaii.
Yep.
So that and all it is that jet stream dips down just a little, and the high pressure goes away. Another thing would be snow starts to hit down into Southern California. Instead of, the high pressure's there and the storms are just going to track across to Canada. Okay, because of the high pressure, they're going around it and up into, Oregon and Canada and Washington State. They'll start to dip down, and I think that's part of it as well. So you just want the storms. It's like a dog on a leash, right? That's the jet stream. The storms will just kind of follow that track. And then as they dip down, the swells will start to dip down as well, and therefore the swells will come down to us.
Yeah, be more western direction. What you want to see here. Yeah, it's a couple spots around the world that you can kind of use that analogy. J-Bay is another one. You get storm or snow in the local mountains there. A lot of times that means the surf's going to be pretty good, a day later or less. And even some things in Southern California like that too, that for spots that maybe don't get good as often as, your typical A-grade spots. You get those local storms off of California, and some of those out-of-the-way spots do start to light up a little bit with different swell directions and different swell periods, and even different winds. All those factors come in.
That's a big one for California, is your local winds. I noticed that some of the onshores will add a shorter interval to a longer interval and help it become a lot of beach breaks.
Yeah, it can
become peakier.
Yeah, it can, for sure. Which, because we are, nice little wave, because we are largely beach breaks in Southern California, you're looking for that a lot. You're looking for either a combination of swells from, gosh, what a great shot that is. That makes the wave look a lot easier than it actually is, though, too, that drone shot.
That looked like McConaughey's first wave in 6th grade.
But it was like a 6-0 there.
Yeah, right. But realistically, that wave was like 4 times overhead. It's so different. The perspectives. It's wild. Makes it look small. Or I guess I should say it makes it look flat.
Yeah.
But I'm not a photographer. Some of the aerial surfing that these guys accomplish just blows me away. The stuff that they do, these back bending tricks. I don't know where do they go to like a trampoline and do a bunch of flips and be like, let's try this?
I don't know. I just always, I'm thinking like, man, you must have a good chiropractor or something, because the way that you land too.
Right. And it's not like it's a safe spot to surf. No, I understand you get a lot of speed generated. Looks like Dave Hubbard. Is that who it is? Is that Jeff? I can't tell with a little bit of glare. It doesn't matter. It's the Hubbard family. They're the best.
There we go.
How about that?
Yeah.
They have a third brother on Kauai. That's where they're from originally. Every so often, I'll trade him a board for one of their boards, and I'll give the brother one of my surfboards.
Nice.
Yeah. I still can't figure out how to hold a rail and go down the line.
Spin
but,
out.
But I can, yeah, I still have fun.
Set stacking up out the back here, a little wide.
Pipeline going through a little bit of a funk. You know, and I'm sure this is just from the tide bottoming out. I shouldn't say it, but I'm thinking it out loud that when the tide bottoms out and turns around, it's gonna get pretty magical. Pretty magical, and just start really just sweeping down the coast. Not like it's that bad right now, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny how much we nitpick about this wave out back. You know what's interesting is how Pipeline has become a household name.
Mm-hmm.
And how it makes or breaks careers. Not just with a surfer, but I mean, Surfline didn't have cameras here. Everybody would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you guys are blowing it.
You know, photographers, come here. And thank you, photographers. You know, I'll say right now to everybody on the Salt and Air production crew, thank you so much for bringing this and Surfline.
Second that.
But honestly, the other photographers that give you your feed and whatnot content on a daily basis are down here risking their lives in the water, on the beach. And nowadays, I'm really blown away that it just comes to basically an Instagram post. You know,
exactly, instantaneously.
Everything comes and goes so fast, but it's thank you to the men and women who push those buttons for putting smiles on everybody's faces. That's Gaspacho Ramirez from Guadalupe Island. Just kidding, I have no idea who that is.
Like, wow, okay, I'm going to take your word for that. Sure. Nod my head right now.
Oh, Kevin. Uncle Dave needs some coffee. Brain's doing weird things. I'll tell you what, though, just staring out into this ocean is very relaxing when you're not working.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
This is wonderful. This is wonderful.
How much of a lifeguard does take over that when you kind of, you know, you see maybe a tourist or whatever that's a little closer than you'd like? How nervous are you getting?
Yeah, of course. Of course. You're always more worried about children.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I should say that, but it's true.
Sure.
Dad and the kid get sucked out. Dad knew better. Going for the kid first. But yeah, we do our best for sure. Definitely do our best on a day-to-day. And I that's an interesting point, right? I was thinking about this the other day. I think lifeguards are the only, you know, there's fire, there's ambulance, there's police. We're the only ones who don't rely 100% on 911 calls. We actually watch bad things as they happen.
Yeah.
So it is our job to try to prevent those things from happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all it takes is one time something goes wrong. You're like, all I needed to do was tell them to get back. We're not trying to ruin your day. We're really trying to make your day. We're trying to improve your whole Hawaii experience. And it's not just Hawaii. It can be any beach anywhere in the world. So that's all. That's all. Ain't preaching, just trying to teach a little. Pipeline's teaching guys how to do the right thing.
There we go.
Wow, this is that low tide. Watch the bottom drop out on this wave. Woo. Look how square it got. Ooh,
Oh, just pinched.
That's, you know what, you notice that pinch right there?
Yep.
We talked about earlier how every reef has its own, channels that were there to let water out. That's one of those deep holes where water does escape, but at the same point, it causes the wave to collapse if it's just right on it. And it's something that you'll see a lot in drone shots. When you look above this wave called Pipeline, the reef looks like Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
It looks like something right out of the moon.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to, on a smaller day or a flat day, just go out here and swim around, get a pair of goggles or a mask and snorkel or whatever, and just check out all the caves and the crags and
summertime.
Yeah.
Summertime.
Yeah.
Tell people summertime.
Yeah, sorry. That's like June, July, like August, yeah.
Okay. No, we have people try to snorkel. We're just going to go snorkel on days like this. It is preposterous. No, it's okay. I'm a good swimmer. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd own this house.
This is, let's say, consistent swell. Not many lulls.
It's good for us.
Yeah. Like every time I look up, it just stacked up out the back.
So how did you get into surf forecasting, Kevin? Let's hear this story.
Well, it started and most of the forecasters on our team have a somewhat similar story. Is I got into surfing, but I didn't live super close to the coast. I grew up in Southern California, but I grew up about an hour and a half from the beach, and so as I got more and more into surfing and was going and started to progress a little bit, I wanted to go when there were going to be waves if I could, and found out about this company called Surfline and started utilizing the service myself. This goes back to kind of like the early to mid 90s, somewhere around there. And at that point, Surfline was primarily a call-in service. Actually, you could call a 976 number and you get a surf report and a surf forecast. And so I would blow my parents' phone bill up calling the 976 number, and would have to convince them that it wasn't a nefarious type of line that I was calling at that point. And used Surfline forever myself. And one day was checking out the site and saw that there was an opening for at that point what was called a report coordinator and a forecaster in training. So I applied thinking I didn't really have any chance of the job, but I might as well. And I also say that I was ocean lifeguard for a number of years in Newport Beach and San Diego, and was always interested in what I kind of had ahead of me for the next couple of days in terms of surf. And so kind of right towards the end of my lifeguarding career, I again was checking out Surfline and like, oh boy, there's an open position. I'm going to apply for this, and ended up getting the job. Fortunately, that was 22 years ago, and had the very, very good fortune to work with and under Sean Collins for about a decade before he unfortunately passed away. And so, besides probably my parents and grandparents, I think I learned more from Sean than just about anybody else in my life.
You and Jonathan Warren.
Yeah,
Warren. And never looked back.
Yeah.
The only reason I asked is because it's a pretty enviable position you're in. You got a trip to Hawaii to sit here and talk about Pipeline and watch
waves
stuff
like
like
this.
that
Oh
in person.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, if I told my 16-year-old self somehow that I got to do this, or got to be involved with calls like the Pipeline Masters or Volcom Pipe Pro, I don't know if my 16-year-old self would have believed it. And so it's, I pinch myself from time to time and feel really grateful that I get to do this. All right. With that, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in about 90 seconds.
I literally live in my trunks in Hawaii. You don't really get out of them. Cruise all day in these things. Oh my God, that's this pipe wave. Oh!
Aloha, awina la. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Surfline live at Pipeline from the Volcom House. Rocky Canon back with you, along with what you've been hearing from David Wassel, Kevin Wallis. I'm sure has been very enlightening, along with entertaining. And of course, we've had the surf. Pipeline has been providing, as she has done this whole entire season. Guys, are we ever going to make it back for next year? Like, we have to tell people next year, like, your expectations, if you've seen 2021 and 2022, you have to come back with realistic expectations for next year, because this year has been off the stinking charts.
It is as good as it gets. That's for sure. For a long time.
For
nearly 2 months.
Weeks upon weeks upon weeks.
Yeah, Dave, so, we've talked a bit about different guys, whether it's, 16-year-olds or 45 or 50-year-olds and their assessment of the season. What's your assessment of the season in terms of, maybe where you rank it?
A+. I really...
As a teacher, yeah.
I really appreciate the fact that the crowds have gone away. Mm-hmm. It was really, really bad. I get it. I understand. We're here hyping this place up. Makes people want to surf it. I get it. But a lot of those days were contest days.
Yeah.
Right? Look how big it is out there.
Look at that.
It ain't dropping.
Feathering way out there.
Dropping.
For sure.
So, then there's only a 2-hour window as soon as it's over, and everybody clambers on top of it, and it was wild. I mean, there are some horrific injuries that could have been avoided, I think. But it is what it is. It's as far as a season though. Yeah, you can't top it, man. This is something that we will be talking about forever.
Yeah, and I just really want to reemphasize anyone who was a part of this season, whether you were here on the beach, whether you were watching live, among the many broadcasts that we had going on, that to have this many good days in a row and all of these weeks in a row of really good days, when I was out here a lot surfing pipe, I don't think I've seen this many good days in a row for this long amount of time. It's hard to calculate how lucky we've been this year, and how realistic we have to be going into next year.
I know, you actually made me kind of sad saying that.
You know what I mean?
It is a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing.
But reality is going to hit hard, isn't it?
I don't know who we're going to crown in the next couple of years as the Ehukai Pipe Master Sandbar Champion. But this year has been an amazing blessing.
Amazing blessing that this bodyboarder is still in one piece after being swallowed up. That was a radical approach. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is one of the very few years where not every event has been good.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
There was no Ehukai Masters. There was no lefts ridden at Haleiwa. Sunset was also in that 6 to 10 foot range the whole time. It's amazing. It's been really good for everybody, whether you were in a jersey or whether you were, right here.
Everything
on a microphone. It's pretty good.
Well, everything in between, even between the contests, have had days where the surf is pumping again. I feel like I wake up a lot, watching Hawaii News Now, in the morning, with early rising, making my girls breakfast and lunch and everything, and you get the routine, but I always pay attention to the surf report, and it has been pretty consistent that the surf is pumping, the weather is great. We haven't had too much, Kona. Kevin and I before had talked about the Kona wind season. I anticipate every big swell with at least almost a 40 to 50% chance of having a north or a Kona wind. And we haven't really seen that ulterior wind direction pump in.
Okay, great point. Great point. Also, the variable wind days haven't come on shore.
They've stayed there.
It's very interesting. You're right. And so you can't just have the swell. You really have to have the conditions. And I think
correct.
I think that has really been the icing on the cake for this.
It has been sprinkles on top the cupcakes for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Because you almost have to anticipate every big swell during the winter season. At least a certain percentage will come with the bad winds or the Kona winds.
They'll get too close to us and bring their own weather with them.
Even, like you said, Dave, the variable wind days, they have come in and they've stopped. When previous years, they would turn on at 12 o'clock on the dot. Turn in, land would heat up, suck it all in, convection, if you will, and we'd see crappy conditions for the afternoon. For whatever reason, this season has been blessed.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've shown a graphic a couple times, just looking historically, comparing the season to climatological average, not quite the whole season, but the last 6 weeks. And if you look at the surf size, it is larger than average, but not by a whole bunch. But the quality ratings that we've been giving as reports is 2.5 times the average. Number of good or better days is 2.5 times the average, and that's all to what you guys are speaking to. It's conditions, it's the wind, and how many days have been like this or better.
Here's another thing, and I believe because the conditions have been so good, such light wind, not a heavy trade wind blowing against the swell coming at us, every swell has over-provided.
That has been a really interesting thing this year, and it's one that we've started to look into internally. Our forecast team is the number of swells that have come in above what the models are saying, and it's been substantial this year. Frankly, like nothing I've ever seen. You're always going to get some swells that maybe are a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. But the frequency we've seen of swells overperforming for Hawaii in the last 6 weeks is it's really interesting, and I'm not sure why. And it's one thing that we want to look at. And as this overperforms right here,
wow.
My goodness,
that positioning there, that is prime time pipeline.
Takayuki Wakita.
I love it. Has he been out there since
the beginning of time? Literally
since like October 1977. Wow. And I think we saw Wakita and Taichi within the same hour.
Right.
Get epic barrels.
Right. And that was
which is really
when I
cool.
got here around noon.
Yeah.
It's almost 4.
And no, Taichi's been doing it very well, just like his dad has been doing it for decades now. And look at that beautiful shimmering light of incoming swell set against Kaimana Point. With that drone shot shifting now more towards rock pile.
Showing Tack, who's also out there.
Oh.
Yeah, Tack's here.
Got a Tack.
He got a giant wave.
Wow.
An absolute
No
bomb.
way.
Probably the biggest wave ridden all day.
Wow.
Yeah. Awesome. Super
On the
awesome.
same board?
Yep. Yep.
I think the same board since he's been on since 1991. That was excellent technique there.
Oof.
And gutsy approach. I mean, there's just no thing that can prepare you for looking over a ledge like that and being able to pull the trigger and having the guts to put yourself in that position. That right there is all positioning, and pretty sure he's got like an anchor line to the reef of where he's supposed to be, and it just holds him there. Wakita.
How rad is that? Takayuki Wakita literally has a place named after him at the highest priced real estate in the world.
How does that happen?
Guys with all the money in the world will never own a piece of pipeline.
I mean, why is that not the Wassel Peak?
Because I don't do that.
Or
That's why.
Or the Rocky, or the Rocky Peak, or the whatever have you. Like, he has. I like it the way you have worded it. It's aquatic real estate.
It really is. It really is. And it doesn't matter how much money you have, you'll never own it.
It's the honor that goes with that.
And that's what it is.
Pure
It's
honor.
20 years of putting his life on the line on waves.
And right there. And seeking out a spot and being in that moment every time. And I was telling Kevin earlier, when we first met Wakita, it was during the Mabo in Haleiwa. And he actually is a
phenomenal small wave surfer.
unbelievable small wave surfer. He shreds small waves frontside and backside, but he kind of did away with that and said, I think my purpose in life and my position is going to be here. And credit to a lifelong dedication to being in that spot. Still doing it right now. It's amazing.
One of the first guys to wear a helmet religiously.
Yeah.
He started back when Liam was doing it.
Right.
And just kept doing it. Liam doesn't even surf out here anymore. I'm sure he got some absolutely phenomenal waves, but now his kids have carried that torch on, right?
Yeah.
They're lighting it up. But he's out here. I mean, how many dads are out here surfing with their kids?
Only a few.
Wild stuff.
Only a couple. Well, look at that drone shot, checking out the lineup, and as it spreads out, there are. Kevin, you put it really poignantly, and I like the way you said it, as the pipeline point break when it's on this type of a west swell, and starting to cap on that upper left-hand corner of your screen, and then stretch across all the way to your right-hand corner of your screen. It is really like the craziest, hugest, deadliest point break you ever want to accomplish or attempt. But
most terrifying point ever.
Yeah, but when that swell direction draws it up like that, it definitely does have that feel of just this like amazing point break that has crazy consequences.
If you look at Healey's wave from yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, evening, and how far he rode it, the positioning and the setup and into that barrel, I don't know, it's maybe 300 yards,
right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting for a wave that's only 70 yards long.
Well, and I see, the groms that are attacking here, that just like we were frothing growing up. And you look at days like today, as we see a grab rail technique that's very sound. Unfortunately, the wave just ran away. Was that a attack right there?
That's attack.
That's attack. Oh, wow. And it's so amazing how see another beautiful backhand technique there from way outside that this wave provides.
Was that Garrett McNamara?
Could be.
I'm pretty sure it was.
This wave provides so many provisions for surfers around the world and even bodyboarders. They either come to, accomplish this wave or have some sense of conquering the wave. But then again, it's never a sense of conquer. It's always trying to be in sync or trying to be one with the wave. But from Japan to South America, anywhere else in the world, these guys come from so many different corners to just be a part of this wave. and just to say or show that they've been in the craziest beast part of this wave. And something we alluded to earlier of what Surfline offers is being able to rewind and capture yourself in the wave by going online and saying, okay, I got this barrel at 125, and there I am getting barreled. Like this guy right here, getting barreled. And I don't know if there's anywhere else in the world that, yeah, I surf like, you know, Jack's Beach Pier in my day. I've got some Jacksonville roots, and I was able to like retrace my footsteps and see like, okay, I did a snap at Jack's Beach. Yeah. Huntington Beach, you know, I did a backhand, you know, vertical hit right there, and I can capture that. But being able to capture this in this moment for any of our surfers that are visiting from around the world, even if you didn't get, you know, you didn't catch that wave during the Pipe Masters, or you didn't catch it during, you know, when everybody was cheering for you at the Volcom House. If you got it on February 26th at 2:05 p.m., you can go back.
It's been documented.
And revisit that. It's pretty amazing.
You do provide a good service, Kevin. Everybody
it's all me too.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Shout out to our camp team.
Yeah, everybody at
I just think that's pretty incredible. Or you can say, you see me right there on this on the screen there, bailing, throwing my board.
That's probably more realistic.
I was there.
Yeah, I got smoked.
I got hammered at Pipeline, and I could prove it.
It was really cool when you were on break, Rocky. We had Makana Pang and Kaimana Henry, Kalani Chapman all come in here, and they were so calm and respectful, and talked about the ocean and how it's always in charge.
Correct.
And how they're never quite comfortable, and they have these subtle things in their lives, like little idiosyncrasies where they try to do a specific routine every day to make them more comfortable with Pipeline. And it was really, really neat to see that even though they are the best,
right,
there's still that sense of uncertainty.
And it is the
just being real.
It's the
and that's just real, recognizing real. I thought that was awesome.
It's the humility,
yes,
and the humbleness that you approach when you're standing on the beach, gonna go strap on your leash and paddle out to this stuff. You really start to realize like how small you are,
how insignificant you are,
how significant, and just how much you rely on the whole being itself to just, all I want is to experience you for a few moments, and I will bow my head and say my prayers and say thank you, because it is a humbling place.
It was really cool there. You know, we got to ask them different questions and get into their heads and different approaches. You know, I ride a 6.0, I ride a 6.2. Kalani's laughing like I ride a 8.2.
Exactly.
8.0. I ride an 8.0 every day. That's my board of choice.
808 all day.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, okay. And you look at the waves that Kalani's getting as opposed to the waves they're getting. Amazing. But I didn't want to bring it up because they were talking and it was their moment. But I still am curious. I was sitting over here. Rob Machado's here right now. He's watching the waves with his family. And he said, were you on the beach for the Pipe Masters in 91? I said, yeah. So do you remember Tom Carroll's turn? He said, yeah, of course. Does anybody even come close to doing a turn like that out here? Absolutely not.
No.
The snap.
Just
a great
the snap,
point.
but just the cutbacks he would do when he would come out of a barrel as well. Not just the snap, just the turns the guy did. Such an amazing feat. And I get it, pipeline's a barrel wave, but he would take it one step further.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's amazing. And he actually asked, he's like, do you think anybody ever will? And I didn't say it, but I was thinking Johnny Boy Gomes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, John. Yes, John. Yes, John. We've seen you do some ridiculous turns on there. But yeah. And it's just one of those things that nobody's done them since. You know, it's kind of gone by the wayside for the past 25 years. Interesting. Almost 30.
Yeah. And I think that you know, I don't think anybody will unless you put them up to that specific challenge and say, hey, you go out there and do something like this. But then that also takes away from the spontaneity and, you know, the way it was performed back then. And like you said, Tom Carroll will come out of a heaving barrel, totally separated from like, okay, you just came out of this gaping 10-foot bomb, but you're going to focus so much energy on a cutback afterwards.
Right. Right.
But
I just think
that's the surfer that was then.
I believe rail surfing and barrel surfing go hand in hand, more so than barrel surfing and air surfing. That's all. I think there's a time and place for everything. I do. But I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. It ain't going to be me. I'd like to see it. I got 1 foot on the nose, 1 foot on the tail. Uncle Dave goes straight.
The Greg Knoll stance.
Why not?
Yeah.
Work for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Well, here's some Greg Knoll sets that are kind of approaching, but kind of focusing on that off the wall section more. But look at our gallery here. That's the
is that the Surfline cam right there?
That is.
Yeah.
Check out these Greg Knoll sets on the outside.
Large and in charge.
And everybody's kind of separated. It's kind of cool to see everybody picking their spots. And this is a good spot for someone.
Oh, no, it's not.
Ooh.
Oh, it went wrong in a hurry.
That's one thing about pipeline. I've noticed a lot of people will bleed their speed off a little too soon. Koa Smith.
Oh, that is Brother Koa.
For a second, I was almost like, wow, it's Landon McNamara. The helmet and the stripe board.
And the grip, yep.
Yeah, taking a little page from his father's book. That was a real common airbrush and accessory that Liam used to use.
Yep.
The helmet and the wetsuit. Before it was cool. It was just straight up protection.
Well, that's a great shot right there. The coconut tree, beautiful blue skies, Koa Smith, bottom turning, getting in the barrel, playing with it a little bit, knowing that there's more on the bone here. He's just chomping a little more meat off right at that end section. And we're back to bright.
Well, postcards from paradise.
So beautiful. It's moving postcards. It is. Like Kevin and I were talking earlier, you could just put this on your background, on your big screen, whatever. Get in some Hawaiian music. Oh, wow. And that was going to be a tough go for that surfer right there.
Real quick, Kevin, I know you're married with kids. Did you bring your family?
I did not. Not this one.
Oh, Jesus. Nothing. And back to the surf.
Yeah, somebody goes backdoor with red hair. That was
work trip, honey.
Quite courageous.
Yeah, exactly. 48-hour work trip.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a
yeah,
quick
it's
one.
pretty quick.
I gotcha.
I have been lucky to be here with my family a couple different times. Because my wife actually does works for a company that produces a lot of the surf webcasts. The event actually did Volcom High Pro for a long time. So we've been lucky to bring our son over, and hopefully this year we'll get to bring our daughter over as well.
I remember she was working with Uncle Toad's Media Group.
You're exactly right.
Yep.
The director of production.
Hi, Keely.
Hey, baby.
And now you have...
take care of those kids. Daddy will be home soon.
One boy, one
We're
girl?
gonna get him home one piece.
Koa is 4 and Alana is 14 months.
Okay. All right. We're right around the same splittage that I have. It's they're 6 and 4 right now.
4 months?
What?
14 months.
14 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look at those waves.
It's like, wow.
Look at this.
Tapping on the outside.
Goodness.
Beautiful shot.
You sure you're gonna go swim, Kev?
Oh yeah. this is when it's fun.
So what we talked about, you feel the power of the ocean. You feel the mana.
Yeah.
Get in tune with it, and you wonder what the Hawaiians were thinking when they named this place Ehukai, and there it is, right there. The spray off the top of the wave, so prominent here.
Rocky, excuse me for interrupting. I got to give you a shout. All through when we were doing the Surfline, kind of the helping with the broadcast for the Dahui Backdoor Shootout, with you on the broadcast, not only but basically our whole company were just so stoked on the Hawaiian history that you gave, and we were eating it up. I thought it was so cool. That
also is a tribute to our friend Isaiah Walker, who's a great person to point off of that. Next Friday, there is a screening of the Duke Kahanamoku documentary, the latest one.
Awesome.
And I'd like to invite, I know you won't be here, but I'd like to invite you. I got invited to a private screening, and I have a guest list or folks who can come and watch
March 4th
at BYU. Yep.
Awesome.
In their theater. If you'd like to come, Dave Wassel, I'm inviting you. This is official.
Oh my gosh.
Official.
Thank you very, very much. What a pleasure. Awesome.
Yeah. So it'll be March 4th at 1 p.m.
Fantastic.
That's next Friday. So we got some time to talk over it and see if it works out. But it's a screening that Isaiah Walker invited us to.
Right.
And would be stoked to have you there too.
Who plays Duke?
So I think it's a couple
people.
of different
different agents.
I do know that Dwayne DeSoto is is
rad. That's so awesome.
If I'm thinking of the correct, most current documentary, that Dwayne does play a part.
Very cool.
Yeah, so super cool. There's been a handful of movies over the years that come out about Duke, and the most recent one is going to be screening at BYU Hawaii in their cool theater auditorium. And Isaiah Walker did extend an invite to me and said whoever else would like to come. So I'm thinking of you right now.
Fantastic, thank you.
And thank you for that, Kevin. That was always a privilege during that event to highlight, Hawaiian culture and have a platform to display that and talk about it. So appreciate that.
Of course, yeah, we really enjoyed it.
That's good. Hey guys, we are going to take a break from this beautiful scene that you're seeing here right now, but I promise you that we will be back with some very cool stuff, cool epic shots, and also a very epic personality and pipeline professional, Rory Russell, when we get back. I'm telling you, it's happening. Aloha.
Started living in lifeguarding out here the winter of 1976. You do the math. I look for a west swell and offshore winds, and I pray to God it's going to be on a weekday. I would say it's more dangerous than ever, more deadly than ever, with the amount of people out in the water. More cars on the road, you're going to have more accidents. More people in the lineup, you're going to have more accidents. People have died out there on 6-foot days, and it's just a matter of being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Accidents can happen to anyone at any time. They've happened to the world's best surfers out here. In regards to safety, the classic line of, in the surf is know your limits. Don't bite off more than you can chew or that you're comfortable with. Don't let peer pressure put you into dangerous radical conditions that you're perhaps not prepared for or fit enough for, mentally or physically ready for. You know, when the shit hits the fan, we are gonna be, who you gonna call? It's the guys in the red and yellow. It's a great group of guys. I'm honored that I was a Hawaiian lifeguard. And I think most surfers kind of respect the caliber of talent that's in the tower and also realize that, you know, we're here to help you.
Yeah, right?
Oh, welcome back, you guys. Aloha, winala, good afternoon. This is Surfline, live at Pipeline from the Volcom House. Rocky Canon, David Wassel, with none other than the dog, Rory Russell.
Aloha, everybody. How you doing? And
Praha.
look at this, man. Beautiful pipeline. It's
Oh,
a
Rory.
flashback. Except there's 90 more guys in the water than used to be.
I'm telling you, man. And there's like 4 more fins on the board than there used to be.
That's right.
I'm taking pictures of the screen because I can't believe I'm sitting next to Rory Russell.
Oh, yeah.
This is amazing.
This is awesome. Yeah, but still, yeah, man.
I've known Rocky since he was a peanut.
I was such a small peanut.
But I also saw Rocky get the best ride, the best goofy foot ride ever at Haleiwa, man. 10 foot, most unbelievable. Better than any ride, any regular foot, anything.
You know, I know that wave very well, and I happened to light it up in front of the man, Rory Russell.
10 feet, straight up. Free fall, 10 feet, straight up, 8 feet, straight up.
Oh, man.
That was unreal. Haleiwa's a beautiful wave, man.
Yeah, you know, and you made your name right at this wave right here at the beautiful pipeline.
And Hollywood Surfing Association, don't forget about that.
Yes,
with Earl Dolan as the president.
Yeah, that's right, my friend.
Fall in line with Earl.
Well, Rory, it's so glad to have you here, man. It's so cool.
And Dougie Fusay and Alan Matsukawa and all those guys. That was a generation before you, Harold Fisher.
Oh, I grew up on the the Denton Miyamura, Kerry Terrakina generation. That was my Haleiwa generation.
And I was right before that.
Yep.
You know who was unreal? Was Jimi Hendrix, Marvin Foster's brother.
Okay.
We call him Jimi Hendrix because he had this afro. But he ripped. I saw a movie of him. 8-foot Haleiwa and Kurt Rusalka's movie, Sea Dreams, backside.
Yep.
Wow, up, down, just like you. Look like you wouldn't copy him, huh?
Yeah, you know, I was taking notes, man. I was taking notes.
Look at this. This is beautiful out here.
Yeah, this is lovely pipeline.
You know, I've tried to figure out how many years I've been sitting at this very spot since Fat Paul bought the place back in 1964. I arrived in August 4th, 1964. I just turned 11 on a troop ship, United States Army troop ship.
I can't even imagine.
I had no idea what surfing was, except it was something in a Beach Boy song.
Yeah. Right.
And then Barber's Point, first wave all the way beach, stepped off of the sand. What's baseball?
Yeah.
Hooked from the start.
Forgotten memory there. Look at this. This is just perfect, man. It's a double up.
Okay, Rory, crowded day at Pipeline in '74.
Not many people. There was always a core group of like 3 or 4 or 5 guys. You know, like you had James Jones was always around, and then you had underground guys, but they came after the very beginning. Do you know that guy Gary Gallagher who does the the asbestos cancer lawyer?
Yep.
He used to surf out here a lot.
Come on.
I swear to God, I saw movies. I saw movies of him ducking in the barrel out here. And I remember I was paddling out one day. I go, "How you doing?" He goes, "Terrible, man. I didn't pass the bar exam." And I just went, "Well, someday you will." And he did. Now he's just doing really, really well.
Wow.
And Mike Turkington and Yuri Ferrant and Howard Ferrant.
Right, the two brothers.
And that was, just when we were breaking down the longboards and the shortboards.
Yep.
And then Jackie Baxter was around, a lot of those California guys, Wiley Hardman. And then You had Chemo Hollinger, who I saw some old surf moves of Chemo on YouTube. I'd never realized what a great surfer. I mean, he's a dear friend, but what a great surfer he was all the way around. All these old surf movies on YouTube.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah,
They're
such a great
This is a
resource.
nice little insider, man. What's going to close out?
Yeah, we'll give those to the bodyboarders.
Yeah. And that's another thing I was listening to you guys earlier, is that I got to send out my kudos to all the boogie boarders and body surfers that were out there during my time.
Yeah.
Because they were always so courteous. They knew that one stroke or something's going to bring down the lip on us when we're in the tube.
Yeah.
And they all knew that, and it was a silent, thank you very much.
Camaraderie.
And then the evolution of the boogie board with Jack Ripper and
Jack Lindholm.
and then Mike Stewart, and those guys realized that there were waves servers couldn't catch. There's some waves that are just too steep, too straight up and down.
Right.
I didn't even give it a second look,
Yep.
And that was perfect for them, because for a gooey foot, by the time you get to the bottom, the thing's already just petered out.
Oh, it's a good little barrel right there.
This is such a good day for the kids.
Yeah. That Makana Pang right there? Could be.
And a port.
Oh, it always is. Anytime a guy's in the barrel, it's McConaughey.
Kid rips. They all rip.
Yeah.
Amazing, huh?
Balaram.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. We talked about
making him aboard.
He's jealous he's not here right now. You're making him aboard?
Yeah.
You're making Tamayo aboard? When's Dave getting aboard? I'll give you a deposit right now.
It's in the pipeline.
Great phrase.
This is perfect.
Oh, man. Look at this one. Somebody is dropping in nice and
it's
big
too far back.
and late.
Hurry up. Better hurry up.
I like
Too
how
far
they
back.
gave way, and
He's
this guy's
too
going to
far back.
just sit in there like a classic pipe master. Oh, man.
That tail end.
A little too much.
You get such a good ride that right at the end, it just knocks you off and doesn't count. Don't count.
I couldn't even see the end of the wave. I just heard Rory go, he's too far back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done.
If you don't come
I'm
out,
going to question you.
if you don't come out, it don't count.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of waves here.
So what's the latest lightning bolt developments, or you're making some boards and
doing a whole
still
bunch of
making
boards.
boards?
Yeah, in California, I was taking care of my mom for 5 years.
Okay.
So I couldn't do a whole lot. Jerry told me it was the best thing I ever did in my life, which was really cool, man. Seriously. And so now we're back in the saddle. I'm back home. Unreal. 3 tables right on the beach.
Okay.
Shaping room right there.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of guys to make boards for. They want to ride the boards. Come out, boy.
Oh.
That's one thing that Jerry's boards that I learned from Jerry's design, actually he got from Brewer, was the down rail, but Mike Henson and those guys had full down rails, whereas Jerry's boards and my boards had a tendency to get softer in the middle, but harder towards the nose, because as the wave wraps towards you, you need that something to lift you up, because that little flap at the end is what always knocks you off. So you got to get high enough and kind of do a linebacker through that little, because you get the greatest tube right over your life, but if that little thing knocks you off, don't count.
Yeah, that's so interesting.
Yeah, and so that little hard edge in front fits the curve of the wave and lifts you up. Look at this guy.
Kalani Chapman.
Now here's another thing that I'm really contemplating paddling back out real soon. That's just unreal.
Oh, wow.
It's
beautiful.
The way they have these roll-throughs. There's many more now because of the surface level of the water has risen. So you're getting another 3 inches of water compared to before. So you get all these roll-ins that are a lot easier to take off on.
Yeah. Wow, that's super interesting.
And before they used to they'd feather, but then they just wait till they just
stack up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but now there's a lot more roll-ins than that. That's kind of cheating because it's such an easy drop. In fact, I caught a couple. I saw some old pictures of me caught these roll-throughs. They're just big. I had my hands in there. They're like 15 feet or something, but it's just a big peak. In whitewater, there's no wall to it.
Right.
But now it's starting to crumble in the beginning, and then set up for the suck out on the inside, like the Christensen wave and the waves the other day. But what I'm saying is, higher sea level, better for old men like me. Easy takeoff, guys.
There is more water on the reef.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll go for that anytime because I've kissed that reef too many times.
What would be maybe the worst
wipeout?
The worst wipeout or worst kiss you've had off the reef that kept you out for the longest?
Oh, there's a couple, but Valentine's Day massacre. It was like 72 or 73. It was just perfect. Valentine's Day. I went out and there was a lot of backwash.
Did you have a Valentine that you kissed goodbye on the beach?
No, unfortunately I did. That was probably the problem right there. That was
curious.
The missing ingredient, I think. And I went out and caught the first wave and it just was too nonchalant, just too cocky. And I was going down just like, okay, 8 feet. I looked out the corner of my eye, saw backwash coming up, hit the side of my board, fell off on the face, got sucked over the falls. And I always try and I was on a dive team and a swim team when I was a kid. So I always try and move my arms so I land on my feet instead of on my head, you know?
Yeah.
And I kept falling and falling, and all of a sudden my arms hit the side of the reef, and I kept falling, and I hit the bottom, freaked out, and pushed up, and hit my head on the reef, the underside.
Oh, you're in the cave.
On the ledge.
On the ledge, yeah.
I freaked out, man.
Oh,
and so then I got pushed back down. I just sat there and did not move one iota of muscle of my body. I was swallowing air from my throat and waited till I could see where the sunlight was coming through. Paddled for the surface. My lips were like bugles. And I come up, and the next guy is falling out of the sky. He tried to catch a right, and he couldn't catch it. And he fell out of the sky, and as soon as I grasped air, this guy landed in my arms. And then we just got pounded out. I'm trying to push this guy away from me. He's telling everybody later that he saved my life.
That's the worst Valentine's story I've ever heard.
It's not over yet, man. So I came in and both ends of my board were broken off 6 inches.
Jeez.
I've seen boards break in half, boards break in 3 pieces, but not both ends broken off.
Wow,
So I grabbed my board, the doggy went over with the tail between his legs on Valentine's Day.
Wow.
But
I'm glad you're okay, man. That's horrifying.
I couldn't believe the guy. It was a good size 8-foot wave, but he's bellying up.
Well, that guy.
John Dyer was his name.
What was his name?
John Dyer.
John Dyer.
He's a California guy from Dana Point. Yeah. And then you had the old crew like Mike Turkington and Jocko. And I moved in. My big breakout probably was when I moved in next door to Jock. Because he went in the Army and left all his surfboards. And so I had access to a lot of, and plus there were bigger boards, you know, and I was a kid, so it was easy for me to catch waves.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Here. So my breakout thing was plastic, fantastic.
Equipment's so important.
We had one board quivers. Jamie's got 30, 40, 50 surfboards in his garage over there.
Right.
We had a one board quiver.
Yeah.
One board for everything.
Well, there's
we made it work.
One board quiver right there for that bodyboarder, getting a little barrel coming out. More scrambles for these waves here as we look at just pipeline perfection on that inside. I mean,
those insiders are really neat.
It just never ceases to amaze me how much this wave
A lot of people
produces.
don't go for those insiders during the contest because they're not that high scoring. But as far as getting in the barrel and having a bitchin' little ride, man, those little runners are happening.
The only problem is you got to put yourself in there. 10, 12-foot day.
Right. Waiting
you
for it.
Smoke like a cheap cigar if you're not careful.
It does cost you.
Yeah, the level of surfing is just incredible. I mean, there's so many good kids everywhere. Stab Magazine's doing all their stuff with all these different kids. It's just incredible. I mean, guys we never even would ever hear of. That rip like like we used to.
Yeah, Rory.
Different era. Plus the boards are happening.
Well, you notice all of the helmets that are also
The
being
helmets are
worn.
happening. You know, the first time Kermit Stalk had me wear the camera helmet, he went and bought a Army surplus 16mm camera that they used to record kills in airplanes.
Oh, wow.
And it shot at 200 frames a second, which back then was the highest rate of speed for a camera. And so what he did, he went out and bought a motorcycle helmet, and then he built a fiberglass water housing for the camera, water housing for the battery pack, and a little switch. So I'd see a wave coming, you just flip the switch and drop in the tube. Then it was really neat. But he had to load it by himself with 50mm film, and the best ones. Film didn't feed, and he didn't get them. They never get the good ones. I'll tell you some heartbreaking stories. But the first time I fell off with the helmet on, I went right to the surface.
Oh, yeah.
And at first I was going, oh, God, I'm a geek. I would be looking at a geek paddling out and all my friends. Everybody would be laughing at me. As soon as I fell off and came to the surface, I said, I don't think I'm going to say anything to anybody about this. I'm going to keep this one to myself. But I think it is very important that kids nowadays should forget about the ego and wear the helmet.
Yeah.
How many pipe masters have you surfed in?
I don't know. Not that many, like 7.
How awesome is that? I don't even know.
I was in the finals. I was first or second 4 or 5 times in a row. That's good.
Absolutely. I think he won
First or
twice.
second. Yeah.
I think you have 2 pipe masters.
Yeah, was it 60?
74? No, it was 70.
76. And I also won the sunset contest that year. Wow, that was unreal.
Oh, that was a really good, well-surfed barrel. By
A really nice cutback, too.
Looked like Taichi Wakita.
Very well could
His
have
son?
been.
Yep, his kid.
I like Taguchi, man.
Yeah, Takayuki is awesome. And there are some bombs.
And look
off
at
the
this
back,
outside
too.
set. You know, one time somebody talked us into going out there and trying to find one of those things. And it was like 3 hours later, I caught a big wall of whitewater in 3 hours, and just whitewater to the beach. And just went, I don't know.
Wow.
This is unreal.
So a little history. How about this house? It would have been
This house was built in '83.
Right after Jerry did the Conan movie.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They would
when he got bought, when he sold out of Lightning Bolt, is when he put the money into this house. And Fat
You said
Paul,
1983?
yeah,
him and Herbie Fletcher.
Yeah.
yep.
Wow.
And Fat Paul originally bought the place for the house in the back for 30 grand from Howard Tanaka's dad, a classmate in school. And then God, it was back then. It was just like a compound. It was giant Rhodesian redbacks and gnarly chain link fence, and people would just be walking up the house, and he'd not hear this shit. And Fat Paul wouldn't let anybody in. It was a very exclusive club.
Yeah.
To walk in the gate, and but that was the Lightning Bolt Clubhouse.
Right, and this was just an empty lot.
Yeah, that's where that picture is, an empty lot. And yeah, Jerry never lived out here. He'd just come out on the Christmas and Thanksgiving to visit his folks in Honolulu, and then he'd sleep on Fat Paul's couch for 2 weeks, and it'd always be really good too.
Yeah.
And then he'd go back to Maui and leave his surfboards, and I'd go, see you later, Jerry. I'll try not to break too many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's cool.
Jerry's a dear friend. He always will be.
Yeah.
We had a lot of good times out here. Times when it just right at dark, you know, and it's just like 10 feet, just like this.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's just like the greatest God's creation.
Yeah.
Coming at you, just going, don't blow it, don't.
Yeah.
You know, then just watch Jerry take off and just so smooth. And
Smooth as silk.
And the sun going down, and it was just.
Yeah.
Was there still the heckle factor in the 70s?
Oh,
if
yeah.
you blew it, did you hear about it?
Oh, yeah. Everybody did.
Okay. Okay.
You, like I
Something's
said,
never changed. Huh?
you get the best, longest tube ride ever. And then right at the end, that little, they knock you off, and everybody goes, don't count.
Yeah, don't count.
And did you see that?
Yeah.
Don't count.
Nope.
A lot of humbling. Oh, Jock, growing up with Jock and Jerry was, a kid, for me as a kid, they brutalized me. I mean, I did not have an easy ride. I had to work for everything.
That made you work and rise to the occasion.
I was paddling for a wave one time, and Jocko was paddling. I'm paddling for the wave, and he's paddling straight at me. I'm going, what the fuck's he doing? And right as I get to him, he stops and grabs the nose of my board, pushes me backwards, and turns around and catches the wave.
Wow.
He uses my momentum, my energy to catch the wave.
He's a rad individual.
Oh, my God.
He thinks differently.
And then, we did side slips. We had really small fins, which were very functional because you could kick the fin out and just slide down. And then the tube, you'd eventually
and
then set your edge and come out.
Wow!
Until we got 3 fins, and that was obsolete.
Right.
But I always used to. There's this movie of me trying to stuff Jock with a side slip on Maui, and he just in there behind me, grabs me by the ass and just. And then I finally started side slipping into the tube into Never Never Land, and he just.
Oh, classic.
Oh, yeah.
An impressive, talented individual. Who known for switching his stance.
Yeah, that's where I got my switch stance from. It was from Jocko.
Right, and I asked him one day, I said, Jock, what's up with the switching stance? He said, why would you ever surf with your back to the wave?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Switching stance is a very good thing.
I agree. That sucks.
Jocko.
But some of us have to do it.
Right.
Jocko is great.
Yeah.
He was at another level. One time, YMA got really big. He was out there in like an 8.6 and disappeared. Set came in, sun went down. His brother and I were running up and down the beach. It's like 15-foot shore break. His brother's in tears. My brother. It's pitch black. 15-foot shore break. All of a sudden, I was like, hey, guys, what's going on? Here comes Jock on 15-foot YMA shore break. Like nothing ever happened, you know. Fuck Jock. James, his brother. Jock, don't do that.
Sunshine Superman.
Yeah.
Still in incredible shape to this day.
Yeah.
Still roofing.
Unreal. He never falls off his surfboard.
Nor a roof.
He falls off.
Thankfully.
He has fallen off. He's fallen off everything except surfboard. But he was a very good influence.
It's a pretty good drop right there, and it's a little slot into the pipe barrel, double spitter.
Yeah, there were a lot of times when it would just come up out of nowhere. Just be sitting on the beach, and then one time Greg Elterman, he was.
Well, you didn't have the forecasting that you have now with like
That's what I
Surfline and
wanna
everything. It is just like you gotta just be here and wait for it to happen.
What you see is what you get.
Right.
And we'd stay up all night because the night before was perfect. And then stay up all night anticipating just like the night before. And then they got 20 feet blown out. But yeah, it just would happen. We had no clue.
Yeah, amazing pilgrimage we have right there too with Ronnie Burns.
Yeah, man.
You know,
Ronnie was really, really good. Really, 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 really good.
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Yeah, it was amazing how fast he surfed. I've never seen anybody to this day surf quite as fast. Martin Potter came close.
Yeah.
Right. Ronnie was like, he was that lightning bolt that's on your board.
Yeah.
It was wild, man.
And his takeoffs underneath the lip, he knew.
Yeah.
Back then.
Well, check out these sets rolling in right here. There's some bodyboarders practicing. I believe they have their event coming up tomorrow.
Oh,
which,
really?
Will be
there it is.
happening. And then look at this rolling from the outside.
Kalani, get around it, Kalani.
And
This
he's
is it.
gonna
All
sit.
right.
Beauty.
You know, I told him I'd make him a board too. I had to make him one. And do you know Adric?
The Wahine.
No,
Or
guy.
Kai. Which guy?
Adric?
Which Adric? There's many Adrics.
He's an Afro.
Edric.
Edric.
Oh, Edric.
Sure.
Yes.
Is he rep?
Edric Baldwin. Edric Baldwin.
Yep, he's really good.
He just got his 7.7 Roy Russell pipeliner last night.
Wow. Okay. So Edric Baldwin got one.
It's in the pipeline. Every time I see him, it's in the pipeline.
Hey, man, this is such a treat sitting here watching perfect pipeline with you, man. This is awesome.
That's been so neat.
This is
insane.
How many years?
Does it ever get old?
Never.
No, right? That's what I keep
the
saying.
Greatest show on earth right here.
Yeah, greatest show on surf.
The only thing is I can't surf it. Okay, here's another thing about waves with white. Can I say it? White stuff on the surface.
Yeah, with that foam, yeah.
Never catch a wave that's got white shit on it.
No.
I learned that a long time ago. 2 of the worst wipeouts were on Big Wednesday, the day that it started out perfect and then just got bigger and bigger. Bowie Jones and Jocko and those guys. It was Sam Hawk way out there. I got out of school, looked at it, grabbed my 7.2, ran out, caught my first wave, and it had white water on the face. It was about an 8-foot wave. And I started to pearl, and I didn't believe I was pearling, so I kept trying to pull out the pearl until I was up to my neck in water. I realized I wasn't going to make it in the foam, and then just got so slammed on my back. It was like an elephant. Knocked the wind out of me. Whenever you get the wind knocked out of you, breathe out first. Don't try and breathe in. Get a little and you can breathe in. And I came in and started spitting up blood and this and that. And I'm going, let me go back out and fat ball. And everybody's going, no. And Jerry had just been out an hour earlier and caught this thing. He said, I was in this giant tunnel. I could see the lineup at sunset. And he just got clunked on the head. And then the surf just got bigger and better and bigger and better.
Here's someone
Tricky
negotiating.
Little double.
That tricky inside right there.
You got
That's
it.
pretty well done.
The one thing I can't handle is this two-handed two-handed saws. Trying to stall at 2 hands.
That's the one thing you can't do?
No, I can't handle people doing it. They don't need.
Oh, you don't like it?
Not at all, man. They should be able to control their board with their feet and their weight and stuff, and be able to shift. Instead of that, just one hand. They don't care.
When you reach with 2 hands,
obviously put yourself in the wrong spot.
Very, very well noted.
Thank you.
Very well noted. That if you have to do the double hand drag,
you put yourself in the wrong spot.
You're already in the wrong spot.
Look at this little inside.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
God, this is so neat.
Well, we are live on Surfline, so we appreciate all of you tuning in.
Like you were saying, man, when we grew up back then, Surfline was a dream. It was something that you couldn't even fathom. I mean, we went up and down the North Shore like 6 times a day.
Checking the surf.
Yeah, we'd surf 2 or 3 times a day, but we'd always figure out where the best spot was. And that's
trying to look at what spot was doing what, and now you can do that with the click of your mouse and the movement of your finger on your phone. And
look at this. Here we go, boys.
All of the spots. Here we go. Scratching into it like a madman.
Oh, boy.
Landon McNamara.
Oh, beautiful drop.
Landon McNamara. You can tell by the way he paddles.
Yes.
Yeah. Good job.
Well, you could see same airbrush as Koa. It's not using Koa's board.
That's why.
Koa Smith?
Yes, sir.
Another ripper.
There's a lot of them nowadays, isn't there?
Exponentially every year.
I guess it's good, but it must be hard to stand out. You know, if everybody's ripping pipeline, what do you do?
Right.
I mean, it's great for us to watch.
Who was that kid? Back then, you knew exactly who everybody was.
Yeah.
Yeah, this drone thing is insane. The drone.
Having the drone footage is pretty amazing.
I was trying to figure out which hole I got stuck in.
Yeah.
Seriously, that lens looks like the one did me in.
There's Kalani Chapman on that beautiful replay. That's just the gem that you would give any amount of money to be a part of. Another great ride there on that, one of those foamy ones that
I don't like.
Somehow you find a way.
Oh, the second foamy one I ended on was during a contest once. I saw the picture in a magazine and it was a nightmare. Another one of those. I can pull it out. Sure you can.
Yeah.
Curling, you're up to your neck in water. You think you can pull it out.
Hey guys, well, why don't we take a short commercial break and we'll recalibrate. We got a little break in the action here.
It's getting better and better.
Sets that are going to be on the way pretty soon, but we'll watch these few waves here and get you set up to.
Oh my God.
Check out this action on the backhand. I mean, that is just pure pipe perfection right there. Beautiful style.
Right there.
That is awesome.
I'd way rather be sitting here with you. Honestly, we've all done that.
Yeah.
We don't get enough of this.
Right.
Right on. Thanks, Roy, for coming in, man. This is awesome.
Hey, you guys, it's been such a pleasure on Surfline, and there's more to come. We've still got some daylight left here in Hawaii. It is just about that golden hour, happy hour, 4:30 p.m. We're going to watch a few more waves here as we're live on Surfline from the Volcom House.
And the greatest show on earth.
Live at Pipeline from the greatest show on surf. The dog, Rory Russell, joining us. Dave Wassel, Rocky Canon. We're all bringing it to you nice and live and direct from the rock pile right there, looking to north. And we'll take you to a quick break here. You guys stay tuned because we got more pipeline action all the way until sunset time. That golden hour, the happy hour.
It's going to get better and better.
It's going to be a lovely Saturday afternoon.
Come out,
you guys.
baby. Yeah.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Stay with us. We'll be here. We hope you will be too.
Double barrel.
All right.
My opinion, the standouts are the young guns. Baron Mamiya is, of course, everybody knows him. He's been killing it for years. Little Beshin. Makana Pang is, I think he's 18 years old. Yeah, he's really tiny, so he looks even younger. But yeah, he's been putting in so much time, and I think he's been kind of slept on a little bit. People are like, oh, he's a Grom, he's out there often. But every swell, you can count on him being there, and you can count on him giving it his all. And he makes me proud every time I see him out there. A lot of the younger guys have been impressing me, and I feel like they're really trying to push each other and set the bar high for themselves. So it's pretty cool to see. Yeah. Perfect. Right on.
And we're live back here at Pipeline, brought to you by Surfline from the Volcom House, 3rd floor, sitting here with the man himself, Rory Russell, 2-time Pipe Masters champion, and then the kid with the biggest smile I've ever seen.
Watching the greatest show on earth. You can't beat it, I swear to God. If you're a surf enthusiast, even if you're not, I think you'd probably be more amazed if you're not a surf enthusiast. In fact, we brought Bill Murray up here last time I was here.
Yes, you did.
We brought him up to this very spot when it was just as good as it is now. Told him it's the greatest show on earth, and he agreed, and that was unreal. Yeah.
I think while we're on break, there's some incredible waves that happened. I think this just happens to be one of them.
Yeah.
That's Makana Pang. That's Dennis Pang's kid.
I know. Wow. I never got into the amateur surf thing, the Hawaii Surfing Association. I entered 2 contests. Nice. Double barrel, I told you.
2 for 1 special.
That's it, bro. Double scoop.
Double scoop.
And I entered 2 contests, and both of them, Dennis won. Oliva and the state championship at Alamana. Those were the only contests that I ever entered. And I threw both trophies in the water at Jocko's. Look at that.
Tack.
Oh, the Japanese attacker. Mr. Tack.
Come on, baby. He's looking for that doggy door that does not exist.
Oof. Man, but he is like a hero in Japan.
Yeah.
He's got his own shop. He's just like this.
It's my hero right here, right now.
Amazing performer. Then you know they love the bonsai pipeline.
Wakita.
Were there?
Japanese are so humble, it's unreal.
Right? They really understand it, don't they? Were there Japanese surfers in the 70s coming over here?
Mabo.
Mabo Royal. Okay, we talked about him. That's where we first saw Wakita bust onto the scene with the Haliva contest that they had at the Mabo. You know, the Japan men division.
That was going on back then.
It was. Bro, they're on like their 40-something annual at that Haliva International Open. Yeah, it's crazy. It's longer than the Menehune.
He used to do the lightning bolt Japan.
Okay.
Mama did.
Okay.
So I worked with him a couple times.
And a guy named Koki Nishitani, Magic Island Productions, he always talked about doing some martial arts with Marvin Foster and Kalani Foster and those guys. I'm not sure he was surfing these waves, but he was part of that. Koki Nishitani.
Yeah.
Part of that Japanese contingency.
There were some really good surfers, actually.
Okay.
Really good. In fact, we went to a couple contests over there, and it was unreal. Wow.
Yeah.
Beach. This is the greatest show on earth.
It is so great.
Yeah, the surf gets really good in Japan.
Well, there's a backdoor wave, and
it's like Reef Macintosh.
It's a gnarly day to go backdoor, man. You're rolling the dice on the paddle back out.
Yeah, exactly.
How many backdoor waves were ridden in the 70s?
Very few. But we surfed it a lot when it was smaller.
Okay.
We surfed it a lot when it was like 4 feet.
Those north swells, yeah.
Trade wind swells, summertime.
Yeah.
Backdoor. But yeah, people weren't ready to put their balls on the line back then. It was, I caught a few hairy ones.
Yeah.
I went, time to go in.
Yeah.
Got away with that one.
Yeah. Check out this big late drop here. Couple sharing a wave. Oh, getting close.
Another one of those terrible Valentine stories.
Oh, God. That was horrifying. Man.
Oh, yeah.
It just can't be cocky, man. You just got to be humble.
It is so much to do with the humility and the
pipeline will teach you everything about life.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You know,
it's hard to explain, but it will.
For your Pipe Masters wins, who shaped your boards?
Jerry.
Wow.
For both Pipe Master wins.
I just rode all Jerry's.
You just rode all Jerry's.
I broke too many of them. He just said, you know, but I
wait till you broke too many, and he said what?
You
make your own.
Yeah. And it was easier that way too. But I had started early. In like 71, I made Fielding Benson his first board.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
And a few other kids. Abe Lerner.
Okay.
Classic.
Yeah.
The first time Abe Lerner's parents let the 4 kids by themselves and went away, you know who they left them with?
Don't tell me.
They walked down the stairs in their St. Michael's Catholic school uniforms, and I just went, that ain't gonna work, man. Honey and Kay is perfect. We're going surfing. Let's party. And the first day we
it's
just
Uncle Rory time,
you
right?
got it, man.
Oh, classic.
For those of you who aren't aware who the Learners are, Maurice Lerner would have actually started Haleiwa Joe's, a restaurant in Haleiwa.
Yeah.
And then the kids, prolific lifeguards, they're great surfers by all means. Abe was the best, and to this day, one of the best guys on a jet ski.
Correct.
And his younger brother, Adam Lerner, is my lieutenant for the North Shore Lifeguard Association. But speaking of North Shore Lifeguard Association, they're getting in the mix too.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all of our
I was telling
great
them,
lifeguards.
Dave, that Barry Webster and his girl Audrey Sakimoto came up, grabbed me one day and took me and Barry to the state capitol and went in and talked to the state senator at the time, Carroll. His son was a surfer, Senator Carroll. And they were pushing in a law to set up a lifeguard thing out here in North Shore. That's when they got Eddie at Waimea. So they started at the very beginning. I just went, basically, I thought about it and didn't take my thing and just go, hell yeah, I'm all for it,
makes
man.
sense, yeah?
Yeah. Could be my ass they're going to be saving.
Yeah, but you went to the Capitol for that.
We went to the state senator's office and said, we need lifeguards.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Barry Webster, thank you, man.
Look at that. That gentleman says thank you to Pipeline. That was a classic pipe barrel. Just doesn't get much better than that there. Beautiful.
And you know, if these kids take their turn, they're all going to get a wave. There's been so much surf. They're all going to get a wave.
You know, we've talked about that with Kevin and our Surfline team here, and just the amazing blessing of this year has been
insane.
Endless swells that have been setting up here for Pipeline, but also have been with this wind that has been either really calm or just the perfect trades.
5 to 10 knot east wind, man.
Yeah.
Baby, I love you.
Yeah. You don't dial it up too much better than that.
And that's one of those things about being able to live on the North Shore, is that you'll have a morning that starts out with north wind, side shore, looks funky as heck. Then around 3 o'clock or something, it'll swing into a easterly direction.
Yeah.
Fat Paul and I used to sit downstairs and just thought we were hallucinating. Because it would just turn around and just be perfect. Seriously.
You thought you were. Love it.
No comment.
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely one of those days where everything is hazy but good.
There's
when you
whales.
look at these waves. Look at that insider right there.
Nice.
Just so perfect for the groms.
Totally.
Practicing the grab rail technique right there.
Little mind blow.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it really is neat. You know, and that's one of the things Jerry told me. He goes, you got to know when to retire, when to bow out gracefully. You know, and so basically from 70, like when I really started getting into it was like 68, when the board started getting short, 68, 69, when the 5 summer stories. And then it was very uncrowded until the money came. The contest brought the money, brought the Australians, brought the foreigners.
Yeah.
The leg rope brought the inexperienced. And so you had this combination of, it was like 75, 76 when the whole thing, the magic was gone. Like before, like 70, you'd wake up, there'd be like this magical mist.
Yeah.
And it's like everybody was floating around, you know. And, and then once the money got involved, the contests and the egos, and then it just went all downhill. And basically, for me, I took Michael, my friend, Elvin Nicely. You remember Elvin Nicely? Of
course. Yeah.
He was our bodyguard. He took Michael, Elvin and I took Michael to Backdoor the first time ever when he was 12 years old and just tore it to shreds. I saw him get a tube that was like 6 inches tall. And then Michael was small and that was okay, but then he started to grow up and get better. And then you had Dane, then you had who else? All the Bertelman. Louis Ferrero,
yeah.
buttons, and all. And so instead of all these guys, you know, just being little kids here going, they say, "Hey, Uncle, come on to me. I'm this way." It's like, "Hey, Rory, I'm going."
It's like, oh,
okay. And
tides are
Fanny goes-
turning.
They grew up. I just went,
Oh, look at
boy.
this beauty from the outside. Just looking for that. That's Kalani Chapman, I think. Just peeking out the side of our screen here. It's a shimmering, reflective light looking right down on Kalani.
The zone operator, the drone operator is incredible with his everything.
We got some big sets on the outside coming in again too. So
Yeah, growing up out here in the 80s, the crowd has changed a lot.
Yeah.
There were some big brothers in the lineup.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Louis Ferrer was no small human. Dane was definitely the scariest person I ever made eye contact with. Bird Mahilona. I mean, you know, great aloha, but boy, you weren't paddling for their waves. No way. You didn't even want to be anywhere in the lineup with them. You know, I'd sit on the corner and just get scraps, and hopefully they didn't look at me.
A lot of great surfers.
But just the most talented individuals on a wave. Interesting thing is, Dane Kealoha was the first guy to go that short, riding a 5'10" at like 6 to 8 foot backdoor.
Unreal. I had to accept an award for him for something about in California a couple years ago from Nixon Watches. And they asked me, you know, to accept it for him for his K-Aloha, man, with Aloha. And just basically, he was the most solid surfer. He's like a linebacker for the Pittsburgh Pirates or something. You know, the surfboard. I mean, he just had that stance. It was a dare to knock me off.
Right. Well, look at these sets rolling in here, Rory.
Hey, there's my runner.
That's the one right there you were looking for, brah.
Yeah.
Well, it's been such an honor having you here, Brother Rory.
It's so nice to be back in Hawaii. I was taking care of my mom for 5 years in Laguna Niguel, and that was all right. Service pretty good, but man, you guys have no idea.
Yeah.
What it's like to be sitting here with you right now. Oh, baby.
Well, so how,
pleasure's all mine, buddy.
Hey, I just want our Surfline viewers to know that you're here and you're making boards, and if any of these folks are interested in placing an order or getting in touch with you, it is at RoryRussell.com.
Yeah, I gotta be
RoryRussell.com, folks. You heard it right there. That's how you can order your authentic lightning bolt surfboard from the dog himself.
You got it. And I shape them all myself. Nobody else touches them.
And I've been privy and knowledge to know that is a fact, that he touches them all and he makes them all from scratch. And I appreciate that.
And it looks like he's in the pipeline too.
I'm ready for my Rory Russell model as well, bro.
I already told that with the Kui.
Yeah. Hey, you know,
look at this double up.
As we watch another.
It's so shallow right there.
That looked like 17-year-old Jake Mackey on one of my boards.
Jake Mackey.
That was like a foot deep right where he was when he kicked out.
That is amazing, bro. That's just pipeline to the most beautiful as it gets, and the most dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can.
Oh,
yeah.
God,
I mean,
I came out fairly unscathed.
Yeah, right. I mean, we've all
my back,
like Uncle Jerry said, we have find a point to bow out gracefully.
Yeah. I've seen some gnarly ones, man. I've taken some people to the hospital.
Oh, jeez.
But
look at this one right here. Just
look at the set
stacking
outside,
up.
though.
On first reef, grab rail in the barrel, beautiful drone flyby.
Look at this set. This is like so west. It's so wonderful.
It is west and wonderful.
So west, young man. West is the best. Wow.
We'll watch this set roll in here, and I believe we're going to set up for a final parting of the broadcast. Once this set rolls in,
there we go.
We want you to know that you can check out surfline.com, as you guys have been doing, for the rebroadcast and all of the replay of this wonderful surf that we've been watching at Pipeline live from the Volcom House. Check out volcom.com. All of the great apparel that they have attributing this beautiful place that we enjoy here and that we get to call home. And this guy gets to ride on the wave. And he went back down to like boogie board prone action. But
straight off 8 off.
And more huge waves rolling in. RoryRussell.com. Also, be sure to check out the authentic lightning bolt models that he has made specifically for you and for whatever you need, whether it's a surf board that you want to ride in the waves, whether it's a board you want to attribute and hang in your surf room right next to your pool table, you know, whatever you want to do, hey, you can get it straight from the source. I can attest to that. Rory Russell makes them all by hand. The lightning bolt still lives on.
You got it. And I want to put a shout out to Surfline, man. I had no concept how good you guys were till I moved back over here.
All right.
And seriously, it'd be a lot of traffic time. But seriously, just the scientific research behind it all and the seconds and the buoys.
Right.
Absolutely fabulous. And I can't thank you guys enough.
Hey, well, we're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back with more action to close out the show. But you guys stay tuned and we'll be right here with more Surfline at Pipeline live from the Volcom House.
Look at this set.
First time I went out, if you want me to do the math here, let me think. I probably 14 years, but then I've been actually going out there a lot, probably like last 10 years solid. 32 now. Like as big as it gets, and it's super clean, and like it looks like a swimming pool out there, but it's just like not a swimming pool. It's just perfect. Yeah, I skip out on any obligation I have on this planet to surf pipe when it's good. Mostly my dad and my uncle and my family are like, yeah, my dad and my uncle are probably my biggest inspirations to surf pipe. And then I just live down the road, so it all makes sense. It's like, oh, destiny. You want to watch it for a while and find a nice board and be extra safe and be careful. And if it's a little out of your league, don't be afraid to sit down the way over here. There's a few nice places to surf, but if you feel like you want to get possibly the wave of your life and you're feeling all safe and you got the good equipment, then come try it out. And that's pretty much it. Just be careful, everybody. Pipeline's heavy.
This is a public service announcement from the Volcom Houses.
If you don't got aloha, you gotta go, brah.
Aloha, e ho'i mai, e komo mai. Welcome back to this Pipeline broadcast brought to you by Surfline live at the Volcom House. And look at that beautiful shot right there. That is live action, folks, of the Pipeline as it happens. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, Kevin.
Firing right now.
I mean,
pumping.
We've got beautiful waves, amazing conditions. We've got a live camera with multiple angles, drone, land, everywhere you need it. And we've got guys like Dave Wassel and the dog Rory Russell and Kaimana Henry and Makana Pang and Maikai Burdine and just the whole list of guys that actually surf here, past, present, and into the future. And then you, my friend, Kevin,
one of these things are not like the other. I don't know. Like
I mean, you know, we bring it all, you know. And so I think it is a great presentation of the total package that this place has to offer. Not only with the waves, with the scene, with the camera angles, the Salt and Air Studios production, Mike Prickett and the gang doing a huge, amazing job, but also with the characters that we've had talk about this place.
Yeah, it was, you know, my great honor and privilege to meet Rory just now. That was super cool and great to listen to you guys talk story. And gosh, the waves have just been nonstop for the last 20 minutes to all day, but like right now it's just pumping.
Yeah, and and when we have a guy like Rory in the studio, in the booth, it's hard to really focus on the action that's happening, because that's always a procuring thing, and it's always a constant, because you want to really catch up and learn so much from a guy like him.
Absolutely.
But I can't think of a better scenario of having the waves and the picture do its thing live and current, with the description of the way Rory has seen it evolve over the years. So I do know that we took a break from some play-by-play action just to listen to the literal history that was coming through over the over talking of the waves that just condensed into an amazing show.
I think if Rory's talking, we should all listen.
Absolutely. He's proven it, two-time pipe master, and then just an overall pipeline pioneer over the years. And we've all taken a page out of his book, whether we've surfed here, way back when, or, in the 90s and the 2000s, or whenever it was, up until present day. It's all relevant, and it's so great to have it, presented in this package.
Absolutely. So I know we're getting pretty close to wrapping up here. There are just a couple quick things that I wanted to mention. And, number one, if you guys and gals are watching this on YouTube and you are digging what we're doing here, please hit that like button. That will enable us to do more of these, and not only at Pipe, but hopefully at other spots around the world. It's certainly a lot of fun for us to put these on. It's a lot of work. A lot of people put in hours and sweat equity, and we appreciate everything that Salt and Air and all the crew has done to put this together. So please do hit that like button. We'd appreciate it. We'll be able to do more of these. Another reminder that and a thank you to the North Shore Lifeguard Association. Been watching over everyone for, forever, but these last couple months, especially as the waves have pumped. And a reminder that there is a link below the YouTube player, that if you click on that link, you can get $10 of your Surfline premium membership if you sign up. We'll go to the North Shore Lifeguard Association. You also get 30% off. So please do support the North Shore Lifeguard Association. They would appreciate it. We certainly would appreciate it, and we'd appreciate your business as well.
Yeah, and these are able to be replayed over and again. So please share it with your friends also, and say, hey, did you see that pipe session that happened on Saturday afternoon? And oh my God, they had Roy Russell talking over some live pipeline. We really do encourage you guys to share that, because this, like Kevin said, these are things that we're experimenting with, and we're bringing to the table things that have never been done before for these live free surf sessions, and they can be done in so many other places around the world, namely here at Pipeline and along the North Shore. But we'd love to bring it to a home break near you, if I could say that. That would be pretty awesome.
I think anywhere else in the world, it's got a lot to live up to what we're seeing right now.
This is a very high standard. Yeah. You're right.
What we are seeing right now.
That is a packing
incredible.
Big barrel. That was very gutsy.
Really starting to focus on that first reef now.
Yeah, and it is really unloading, and I love the backlit.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Beautiful, sunlit, back end there. It's really something to behold. So I don't know, maybe we're not bringing it to a home break near you unless you've got a home break like this. But needless to say, that was an amazing pipe wave that got the cheers of the beach. You can hear it down on shore, and you can hear it in our enthusiasm as we talk to you guys. But what a great concept to bring the show of the daily doings of Pipeline into a living room or an office to you with some, I'm going to go on a limb and say, some cool commentary and some fun commentary that we bring, and knowledgeable commentary, all to go with this beautiful package of seeing it with your eyes, hearing it with your ears, and being able to, at least for the most part, be here with us as we watch guys like Kalani Chapman right there stand tall in a pipe barrel and get spit out. Just a lovely, lovely scene. And the privilege and the honor is all mine and all of ours. We'd love to bring this to you, and we thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out with us for this happy hour of Pipeline in the afternoon that we've had all the great, voices and characters come up and describe it to you, and the visions of Salt and Air Studios, bringing it to you live and direct. There are so many screens and wires and things that go into making this possible. And then you have guys like that charging that also make it possible. So it's a total group village effort, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you to the surfers and bodyboarders, body surfers, everyone that's been entertaining us.
Yeah, absolutely. But Salt and Air Studios, they've got tons of wires running through here. It's a big production to put it on for just a live broadcast that where you might think, oh, you just put a camera here, you put a camera there, and everything syncs up wirelessly and whatever. No, there are tons of hands and skills that come together to bring it to you. So we appreciate all of you for tuning in and sharing, hitting the like button, and also sharing the replay broadcast that you can watch over and over again. And, there's going to be some really great rides to watch. At least, maybe 2-3 times over. There were some awesome rides.
Yeah. I mean, just the last 10 minutes here, it's a highlight package on its own. I know we are eventually going to get to a highlight package, but we have to wait for a lull, and that hasn't happened for the last 30 minutes, it seems like.
Yeah, look at that grab rail action right there. That is just, that wave just spit so high up into the air. And, the Hawaiian word for the spray coming off the wave is called ehukai, but at this beach in particular, I would think the Hawaiians were watching this years and years ago, not only watching the wave spray off the top of the wave, which is the literal term for ehukai, but they might have been watching the wave as the mist spits out of the wave.
Yeah.
That could also mean ehukai, because sea spray into the air from a wave just means that in itself. And as we watch a beautiful amount of sea spray off of that here at ehukai, also coming from the inside of the wave, it's just a phenomenon that it can't be overstated. Wow, look at this beautiful.
Look at this wave, my goodness.
These are some of the best waves that we've seen of the day. And wow, I mean, that's live at Backdoor. It's nonstop, literally. And just to see the amount of ocean that is in the air, from the breaking wave, from the off the top of the spray, from the inside of the spit, out the back. It's a natural, it's nature's phenomenon on display.
The lighting in the afternoon like this too, when it's backlit, and you've just got that green, blue, beautiful color, and it's something special to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that Surfline's been able to capture it, not only with the visual effects, but now has implemented, all of these things that we've been doing with commentary and with knowledge and with information. I think it's a prelude to something that could be a lot more prevalent in the future.
Certainly hope so. That's the plan.
Well, I'm just getting a word from our director back there, Mr. Mark Prickett. We're going to continue because it's so good. So
let's go.
What we've been saying has, been percolating here, and a beautiful drop there. I mean, wave after, it's like a machine right now. It is the Pipeline machine that is on display. And, even forecasters like my friend Kevin here are a bit dumbfounded and just amazed and can't, put it into words of, why this is happening. It's because nature rules.
Look at this. Yeah, when you look at the computer models and trying to figure out what the waves are going to be doing, you naturally try and probably try not to hype things too much.
Got it.
You get accused of hyping things, but
right.
So there's certain times when you just get excited for a swell and then when it comes to fruition, like we're seeing right now, it's just, you know,
So-
it's special. I keep saying
yeah,
that. But,
on your end, you know, and like there's so many of us surfers that ultimately and totally respect what this guy is doing here at Pipeline, but also respect what you do. But we also know that you have to look at it, you know, from a standpoint or you know, from a lens of it's all models and numbers and things. So my question is, you know, how does it translate from looking at it, you know, as a scientist or as a meteorologist or a climatologist, looking at it on paper or on digital format, and then seeing the fruits of all of those lines and numbers and isobars and whatever they're called, and seeing it come into a screen or a vision like we're watching here?
well, this is the best part of the job, and it's, you know, all the forecasters on our team, we got into forecasting because we love to surf, we love the ocean,
right?
And there, you know, our world is such an interesting place, and weather and, you know, meteorology, oceanography are, you know, obviously I'm biased towards this, but it's such an interesting thing to learn about, and are such an interesting thing to learn about, and but you know, the end of the day, you're still just stoked as a surfer,
right?
You know, like to see waves like this develop, and to have the opportunity to watch guys and gals surf perfect waves, and you know, hopefully maybe go swim around a little bit and just feel the power of the ocean. That's what we all love. That's what I love. Just like any other surfer, like you, any other surfer.
Right.
It's all about the ocean and you know, our connection to it.
And so how does someone who maybe a younger generation or you know, more educational background, how do they get involved in doing what you do, in a sense? What would be your recommendation?
So I would say, you know, if you're kind of, you know, maybe like junior high school or high school student, or even earlier than that, you know, there aren't a lot of intro to meteorology classes necessarily in high school, but you can start to look at, you know, hopefully you might have like a geography class or something like that, and there's a lot of parallels. A lot of geography classes will have, you know, some meteorology to them, you know, maybe a section. So if you have the opportunity to take a class like that, do that. There's some great books out there that you can read on weather forecasting. It's just a, you know, simple kind of meteorology 101 basics of weather. You know, Sean Collins put together a book called the California Surf Guide a long time ago, and while there's a lot of information specific to California, there's also a bunch of information just about surf forecasting in general. So, you know, start to look at that, and then if you're still very serious about it, start to look at colleges that have you know, earth sciences type programs. So whether that's meteorology, geography, you know, something along those lines.
Have you been involved in any of the local colleges or any places around in your area, or maybe what's I'm sure there's been, you know, a lot of questioning now, or a lot of inquiries into what you do, and a lot of kids who are, you know, into surfing. Maybe they're not going to be the next Kelly Slater or Derek Ho, but they'd like to do something in the field.
Yeah, and I've had the opportunity to work with a number of high school students, actually at Newport Harbor High School, which is close to me, and they have a really great mentorship program, and so I've been paired up with students over the last 3 or 4 years that took some interest in that. I've had the opportunity to speak with different groups over the years, like lifeguard organizations and things like that, because you know, not only was it cool for me to talk about surf forecasting, but I have a ocean lifeguard background myself, so I'm pretty passionate about, you know, ocean safety and ocean lifeguarding as well. So
yeah, and you know, for you folks out there that, like, it's not just about finding the best wave, it's also about keeping the public as safe as possible.
Definitely.
So having that forecasting ability does tie right into that. So that's a great point. And I'm honored to say that we talked briefly about my meteorology 101 class. A professor I could not name in specific, but taught me a lot. But there was an oceanography class that I took. And in oceanography, my teacher was Ricky Grigg.
Ricky Grigg, yeah.
Was Ricky Grigg at the University of Hawaii.
How cool is that, man?
And you know, now of course he's passed, and we you know, memorialize him very much, and know his contributions. But even then, I kind of knew, you know, I was like, oh, okay, cool, Ricky Grigg. And I think I told some, you know, elders about it. They're like, oh my God, Ricky Grigg. Yeah. Now I'm like, oh my gosh, I really am appreciative that I got to spend a semester of
amazing.
Oceanography 201 at UH with Ricky Grigg. And, you know, that just goes to show that our wonderful lifesavers there, ocean safety, wrapping up for the day, or at least for the moment. I'm sure they're going to be putting in a little bit of overtime, as they usually work till 6 o'clock.
Little backdoor one here. Out the doggy door.
So I just getting some.
There's a JOB here on the soft top.
Very well, could be. Looks like it. I mean, gosh. Talk about playing with pipeline.
No kidding.
I mean, I'm always out here like just trying to like survive and like live to see the next day. And then, you know, guys like JOB and John and those guys, man, they just have this place so wired.
To make it look so easy.
It does look very easy.
And it's the farthest thing from easy.
It's so hard. But I would like to also say thank you to the New Blue Planet Surf, formerly Tropical Rush. And that is the Volcom North Shore headquarters. So that's down in Haleiwa Town. Right next to the Honolulu Bridge is the New Blue Planet Surf, formerly Tropical Rush. And you can find all of your great Volcom gear. If you're out on the North Shore, you want to find some stuff that supports us and supports Volcom. And you can do that right there in Haleiwa. So thank you, Dave Wassel, for that additional piece of information. We appreciate that very much. And a beautiful horizon view right there. So I've been watching some sunsets from my beach down the way at Sunset Beach. We live right by Ted's Bakery, and my wife and the kids, you know, we've been trying to make it a point to get down and watch a sunset. The green flash. There's people around me and my family and everybody that swears it's like just like it's an old wives' tale, or it's a farce. But I swear I see it every time. And I've been told that it was the yellow sun with the blue ocean, but it's not a flash. People are looking for like this amazing, like, you know, crazy display.
It's subtle.
It's very subtle, and I call it the green hue.
That's a better description, yeah.
Because, but it is there. It does turn green.
Yes, it does.
And it's not my eyes playing tricks on me, right, Kevin?
No, it's
okay.
Not. It's I really wish I had a meteorology 101 book right now so that I could give an explanation of why it happens, because I cannot remember. But it does happen. I've seen it at least 3 or 4 times in my life. But again, it's subtle. It's like, when you first hear that, you're expecting it just flash boom, and no, it's kind of a subtle thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look.
Only because the horizon looks so peaceful and very cloud free at the moment that we could be, you know, at the potential of one of those green hues or green visions. But and you say it 3-4 times in your life. I'm saying, I swear I see it like every time I look. But it does have to, you know, obviously you have to have a clear horizon.
Yeah.
But I just want to, you know, keep you all on the lookout for that vision of a green hue that does happen right as the sun dips below the horizon. And if I remember correctly, back to my meteorology 101 days, it's comes across as very simple or simplistic, that it is basically yellow sun, blue ocean, makes green. But I don't know if it's that simple, to be explained, but when it happens right as the sun goes below the ocean,
Yeah, right below.
and it comes through. So it does make sense when I think of my primary color elementary
Yellow, blue,
exercise,
green,
but I just want to put it out there that it is real. It is real.
It is real. Yeah.
Okay, good.
And it's as real as these sets that keep
As
marching
real
in.
as these pipeline sets pounding on the reef. It is real. And keep in mind, I'd never tried to look through for a green flash like through a pipeline wave as a barrel was coming because I was too busy trying to catch it. But I'm sure it's happened. Wouldn't that be cool?
That'd make a heck of a shot.
Yeah, to have a green flash behind one of our surfers getting barreled just like that. I mean, the place is timeless,
JLB again here. Oh.
Oh, man, that one just kind of ran away. But as I'm looking, at these waves and down towards the beach, I noticed that, man, there's a lot of young kids that are getting out there and charging.
Yeah.
There's a bail technique 101. Stand up on your board and jump off.
Pink diving board.
Yep.
Yeah, the grom factor I've noticed, I'm sure you've really noticed, but over the last couple to few years has grown, seems exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
You've got, you've got these really young kids that are pretty adept at surfing big, gnarly pipeline.
Yeah. Yeah, and when we were kids, we really watched our step, and it wasn't that we were, because the uncles were always like, come do it, but we were just scared, and it was
Rightfully so.
you're like, oh, I'm gonna hang over here. But I feel like the fear factor among these kids has shrunken. John was probably that pioneer of the groms.
Yeah.
When you look back in time, look at that big drop right there. That was just beautiful.
Oh, you had a surfer on the Backdoor as well.
Oh, and the whistles are coming from the beach.
Big sets out the back.
There are some big sets. These are just gorgeous. Look at that too.
It is
oh my
firing
gosh,
right now.
Man. And another one. That's a little obstacle course there, dodging some flying boards. Have you ever seen the movie North Shore?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's one of our cult classic favorites. I just heard that the wave pool in Arizona that it was filmed at is going up for sale. Of course, it's not a wave pool like our friend Kelly has dialed up.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to turn it into like a legit wave pool.
So we'll see. 1987, when that movie was made, that wave pool was, just a 2-foot mush burger. But that's where the main character came from, as we watch Backdoor just unload.
Look at this turn.
Oh my Lord. That was heavy. Yeah, with that big swooping turn. That was a 9.5.
Yeah.
And then that one just
front door on
worked
the same wave, yeah.
both ways. Look at that. This just makes me so happy for everybody out there that's getting those waves. For the people that are bailing and getting pounded, my heart goes out to you, but it's part of the territory. You all are working for something like that. But yeah, just no scene or no arena like it. When was your first barrel at any spot when you got in a tube? Or wait, I guess I should start. Have you ever gotten barreled?
Yeah, a few times at least. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to get that out
Yeah.
there.
No, just home break. My home break in Newport, and nice little combo swell, and wasn't a big wave, but head high, a little bit overhead, and just this perfect little front side for me, which was a right barrel, and yeah, you get that vision, and it's addicting.
Yeah.
You want it over and over and over.
Very much seared into your memory, and pretty wild bodyboarder drop right there. You saw the legs flying and that backwash. Oh man, just damaging. Hopefully he's okay. We've seen some stuff go down here over the years. The bodyboarder is back up. He's okay and able to get to the side. But I think as all surfers, no matter what level or what break you surf, you're really, it is an aspiration or a goal to get inside of one of these waves. And once you do get that vision, whether you make it or not, making it is icing on the cake, but just to get that vision of I was inside of a moving part of water.
Wall of water, yeah.
Yeah, that it's really hard to describe, and whether you're talking to your parents or your teachers or your friends who don't surf or whatever you're trying to describe it, they just don't get it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those feelings that you just have to experience it to know.
Yeah, I think even the most articulate person becomes inarticulate when trying to describe what it's like to get a good barrel. Maybe unless your name's William Finnegan or something like that.
Yeah. Well, that surfer was thankful to have at least his fins intact, his skegs. Those can be an expensive part of your surfboard. But yeah, definitely seen a lot of broken boards here, not only today, but over the last couple of swells that we've had here. And the whole scene here is just, surreal. And like I said, you see people getting out of their cars, rent-a-cars and whatever, with their chairs, with their coolers, and there's no contest that's on. They're just coming here to witness the power of Mother Nature. And then these crazy guys, these crazy folks that are out here to, do what they can with Mother Nature and against or in sync with Mother Nature. But, it's a spectacle. It'll never get old. And then Rory Russell said it best, he's like, this never gets old to me. And I'm sure he's been on this third story balcony more than a few times with a different kind of scene going on, but it just never gets old. And there we are. You see us perched up on the third floor of the Volcom House, that big Jerry Lopez pipe mansion that overlooks the entire beach here. And just an honor and privilege to be here, calling the action and talking to all of you. Rocky Cannon right here, Kevin Wallis, fresh over from Southern California, and out of the forecast booth into the broadcast booth.
Indeed. Well, it's nice to be here with you, Rocky.
Yeah, nice to be here with you too. And we get so many emails and great updates all throughout the surf contest season, and there's always just a name attached, but it's good to put a face and a personality attached to all of that as well.
Yeah, I feel like I have relationships with about 3/4 of the surf industry, primarily by email.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, nice to meet people in person.
Well, and we'll make this more of a consistent occurrence if the surf allows us to. It's all about, you know, what the waves will do for us. And, you know, we've taken a couple stabs at this over the last, you know, 10 or 12 months and have had, you know, more recent success. And I think it's, you know, because of the waves, but also because of you guys, you know, the way Surfline and what you guys think and what you're, you know, wanting to put out there. There's so much content and so much things to watch and so many things to be involved with. But I think that, you know, there's a certain niche, you know, for this type of this coverage that, you know, will enable us to make this more common.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. You know, hey, we want to, this is, like we've been talking about, this is as entertaining as anything. To see Jake.
Look at that.
Go over. What is he doing?
Oh, yeah, that was a surfer. Who was
I think it was
prone.
JOB again.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, again, hey, if you guys are out there watching this on YouTube, please do hit that like button. That will hopefully enable us to do more of these in the future, whether it's here at Pipeline or one of the other marquee spots around the earth. And we want to do more and more of it. We want to highlight really great waves. We want to just provide fun commentary, just talking and talking story with guys like Iraqi and legends like Roy Russell and Dave Wassel as well.
Yeah.
And just highlight how good waves can be and how stoked you get just seeing good waves.
Well, and you know, and what we get a lot, you know, from our the Hui shootout, which you guys did so well, helping us put out there and provide with Hawaiian culture, but also with just wave knowledge and surf knowledge. I think that there is a lot more of it to go around, you know, and people will appreciate knowing, you know, maybe how they can make their beach safer or how they can, you know their forecast better. And there's always something to learn. And with the ocean, that's what keeps me coming back to the ocean, is that I'm never satisfied thinking that I've known or learned everything about it. It just always keeps you on your toes. And there's nothing more that can keep you craving for more than something that you don't know everything about. And it can keep you learning, you know, and keep you on that learning curve where you're never going to know everything about it. And there's always something more.
Yeah, you know, that goes for surfing. That certainly goes for forecasting. You can be very humbled very quickly.
Yeah.
Being a forecaster, and especially a place like the North Shore of Oahu,
Okay.
with you know, just crazy changes and swings in surf and going from 0 to 20 and back to 0, and you know, in a 24-hour period. And it's a humbling place to be a forecaster. It's a humbling place to be a surfer, but that also makes it pretty fun.
Yeah. What's the do you have a low light, if you will, of when you you know, you're like, darn, I said it was going to be like this, and it actually was
Oh yeah,
like this.
Oh sure. There's been a couple. There was a Pipe Masters. I guess the last time the Pipe Masters ran in December.
Okay.
Where it went like really good pipe. Then we went to Jaws because it was like pumping at Jaws, and we came back here and I thought it was still going to be good, but the wind switched just enough, and it was like, oh, you know, you're like coming home because I flew over to Jaws for the event. And I came back and it's like it's raining, and I could tell the wind's like going like northeast. I'm like, oh no. And you get up in the morning and it's just like, oh, bummer. And if you do this for a short enough time, you do it for a long enough time, you are going to be humbled, and you will learn something. And just like just about everything else in life, like you learn a lot more from your mistakes than your triumphs.
You know, and that's one of the crazy things too about the ocean is it's sometimes, you know, maybe even around here, is that you really never know until you wake up in the morning and get your eyes on it, which is also part of the fun. And not part of the fun is these sets on the outside. All of these guys, I think right now, are about to get mowed unless a few of them are in the right position to maybe even catch this wave. But man, that was a classic super west, third reef, maxing pipe wave that somebody's on.
Somebody's on the back, yeah.
And they're just getting blown off the back. And then the bodyboarders on the inside ledge are going to score. I mean, that is just pipeline perfection right there. But yeah, having the, you know, the unpredictability of not knowing until you wake up in the morning and put some eyes on it, of course, is, you know, the mantra of the season that I'm involved in here with the surf events and being on call.
Yep.
So we're going to have some highlights that we're going to bring to you right now as we take you into this beautiful afternoon lit time of day on the North Shore. Wherever you might be watching, it could be dark already, but we're still milking our moments of sunlight as Pipeline still continues to offer amazing rides. We're going to look at these highlights here. And just a beautiful negotiated pipe wave, a grab rail, little bit of wind on it right there, and then just gets annihilated. Kala Grace from earlier today. Moment of glory. Mr. 12.0 from the Hui Backdoor shootout. And a big roll in from the outside. That was beautifully done by Takayuki Wakita. And a backsider. I'm not sure who that was. Yeah. Like we said, Kevin, we've seen some, you know, rent-a-cars with piles of surfboards on
underground
top.
heroes here.
Could be some underground just heroes that have lucked into the right spot at pipe. And, you know, living their proverbial dream just to get a wave here. That was beautifully done. I think that was Taichi Wakita. So having two Wakitas in a day has been very special. Oh, you got to be happy with that one. Oh, that was a big closeout. And then this Grom was on a big board, but like in the position to look very experienced.
Perfect spot.
This was a big roll in from the outside and then a little bit out of position right there. Thought he had it and then didn't have it. That was a courageous drop and a beautiful pose there from Mark Healey. He said he had an epic one last
he got
night.
A crazy one last night.
Yeah. Stylish backhand technique right there, and another backhand surfer grabbing rail and coming out, and
With the
he
claims,
is
yeah.
super stoked. You can't blame him there. Just unbelievable.
Straight hander highlight there.
But Pipeline has so many different faces, and you know, it's hard to really like go out there and pick the exact wave you want, and you almost have to just get what's coming to you. But if you're willing to put in the time and sit in one spot and really focus in on, you know, what you want, like something like that right there, I mean, that is worth all the weight in the world. Inside banger right there for one of our Groms, who's not ashamed to go above the lip right after going under the lip. And just to make one of these drops and get across the wave like that and pull into one. There's no feeling like it. And then have that happen. That is your biggest fear. Anytime you're paddling in for one of these waves, you don't want to be hung up in the lip and go over the falls with the lip like that. That's nightmare stuff. The backdoor, little frothy banger. That was pretty well done.
One of our probably maybe 4 backdoor waves.
Yeah, we haven't seen much. And Wakita, again, in the spot. Just having a field day. When he's out there in that position, he gets 2 of those. That's a great day. So I've seen him sit out there for hours and get maybe 1. Kalani Chapman.
Kalani had a nice afternoon.
He did have
2 or
a
3,
great
3 or 4,
afternoon.
something like
Yep,
that.
and just cruising, stalling, doing exactly what he was born to do right there. So we're watching some more pipe highlights here, just the beautiful angles. How sick is it having a drone, couple land angles, and just being able to see all the different views of a day like today at Pipe. And I think that's Wakita again. Wow, is he
Did he
getting
make this?
3 today?
Oh, goodness. I think I missed that one.
Dude,
That was
this is a Wakita day for, getting 3 of those in that amount of time. I mean, he's been out there the whole time, like just putting in a half a day's work.
Yeah.
Totally. And much respect to Mr. Wakita. He is an amazing surfer. And speaking of an amazing surfer and an amazing piece that we have, we want to also pay tribute to the great Eddie Aikau and the potential that, who knows, when the next one will be, but we'll be waiting for that very special swell that, Kevin, you and your team will be on top of forecasting. Whenever that does happen, I know I'm going to see an email and a text message from you telling us to get ready.
Yeah, hey, the Bay is going to call the day. But Surfline is the official forecaster and the broadcast partner of the 2022 Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitational. So we will be bringing you all that action when the Bay does call the day. And hey, hopefully we'll get that opportunity this year.
Hey, well, it's been a pleasure from us here. We'll send you guys off on a great Aloha Saturday afternoon. Mahalo and take care.
The Eddie. Just 2 words that mean so much. A symbol of some of the best of Hawaiian culture. A steward that protected all life and respected nature. Eddie Aikau, Hawaiian hero and pioneer of big wave surfing. Edward Ryan Makuahanai Aikau was born on Maui and, according to family lore, began surfing at the age of 11. The Aikau Ohana soon moved to Honolulu, where Eddie grew up to become not only the first lifeguard at Waimea Bay, but the first city and county of Honolulu lifeguard for the entire North Shore of Oahu. As a lifeguard, Eddie would charge out into waves of 30 feet or more. When no one else would go out, Eddie would go. And along the way, Eddie would become a world-class athlete, surfer, waterman, winning the premier world surfing contest of the day, the 1977 Duke Kahanamoku Invitational Surfing Championship. And at the time, as only the second native Hawaiian to win the surfing championship, along with his brother Clyde, Eddie became a symbol of the rebirth of Hawaiian cultural discovery in the ocean. And in 1978, he became a part of another symbol of Hawaiian pride and culture. Eddie joined the Polynesian Voyaging Society as a crew member of the Hokulea. When we stop and think about Eddie's final journey, his quest to save his crew, his ohana as he was paddling out into a raging ocean, looking for help for his fellow Hokulea crew members, you have to ask yourself, could you go? This is why we are so proud to celebrate the life and never-ending legacy of Eddie Aikau as one of the most iconic Hawaiians ever to live with the annual Eddie Aikau Big Wave Invitation. Since the contest's conception in 1984, it's only been held 9 times, with Waimea Bay providing the backdrop to the world's premier big wave surfing event. An invitation-only event with the world's best surfers, where the legacy and aloha of Eddie Aikau lives on.